You're not gonna believe this, but I had a song playing, and then I realized I've got the system audio muted. It's that fucking total boomer moment right there. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Let's try that again. Try that again. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, go. I think I fixed it. I fixed it. I totally fixed it. All right, cool. We're good now. I think I fixed it. I fixed it. I totally fixed it. All right, cool. We're good now.
They can't control the echo of truth that breaks through the mold. No paper chain, no lawyer's decree can stop the voice that longs to be free.
What's up, everybody? All right. Oh no, it's playing the other one. Hold on a minute. We'll play that in a second. That's actually, I think that's a better version. I'm kidding. That was not me and my band. My band is like way gayer than that. If we are all freaking what is I used to do like some Smashing Pumpkins ripoff kind of stuff. Me and Feeney did a metal band. That's his nickname. We did a metal band. That was pretty cool. I was a drummer in that though. Rob Norris is ready. Woohoo! Welcome in, Rob Norris. I totally did not know you were coming. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. God, it's got started off to a rough night over there, but you know what? We fixed it. We fixed it. Welcome in, everybody. Please do like and subscribe if you haven't yet. Good to see you all. And great stream for Rob at the end of the day. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Well, I haven't actually made it to the point where I can accept super chats or any donations like that. But I do have a PayPal if you want to give me some money. That'd be super cool. We all haven't finished your whole grift thing yet. I never feel right doing it over on Rob's thing, cause it's his griftathon over there. But we do have this, and I'll be paying attention to it if you all are interested. and supporting a fellow streamer and a fellow like-minded conservative. So me, I like to do things a little bit different, a little bit more risque. I do have a Discord, and I tried to set up the freaking, what's that, Mr. Bill? Subscriber the fighter will get you all. That's right. So there's a Discord. I'll pin the Dono link, and then if you want the Discord link, I'll just give it to you again. Try to keep track of who's coming in there, because it gets a little rowdy. But you know what? That's the problem with running the late shift. You gotta deal with some rowdiness, just like we did at the beginning of the stream. And like, yikes, that was too much. But as we wait for people to file in, you just join the Discord. Let me see here. We'll find our rules. You should only see the rules when you join the Discord. And one of my mods, Twisted, has the most vulgar sense of humor of all. I swear. Here. You can come in and just hit the erect penis emoji right there, you know, or the clown, or any of these. That'll do fine. Click that button. Then you'll be able to join the waiting room down here. You join that, I will drag you in, and hopefully we'll find somebody that can do some screening for me before we have to encounter anyone we don't know. We shall see. Okay, I gotta turn the screen off now because, yeah. Wait a minute. Did I do that right? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay, hold on. Put this back over there. Put that over there. I'm gonna put this right there. That's how we do that. All right. My reason to hitchhike for the stream. Hitchhike. Well, I do have a very good reason for you, and that is my impeccable taste in music. So check this out.
Chains on the speakers, voices cut down. The art gets buried 6 feet underground. Walls of paper, rules that we can't break. Suits in the shadows steal what we make. They silence the sound, they lock it away. They cage the heart of what we want to play. So we turn to machines to bring back the fire, to resurrect the songs our souls require. Notes on the wind.
All right. Thank you, Zen. You're fucking awesome, dude. Oh, man. I didn't want to win either, Luigi, says Naughty Germ. I just wanted to keep it going. Y'all are amazing. You really are. I can't describe it enough, you know? Like, I've been following Rob since before the 2016 election, and it was a different world in the Twitch poll days. I'll tell you what. Talk about the Wild West. Most people were completely against us, no matter what we had to say. Half of them didn't want you to talk in the first place. And if they figured out that you were a streamer, they would come to your stream and try to find ways to ban you. It was very, you know, reminiscent of what was going on earlier tonight with Rob's shit, man. But... That's cool, Infamous Luigi. Y'all are awesome. It's one of the greatest communities that I've ever seen. It's kind of sprout up around Rob. And there's been several little circles within YouTube that I've found. Speaking of which, we may go out there and hang out with one of those guys. But like Abe Dinkus, Jess White, Sarah the Raging Tomato. I'm even okay with the Powdered Dusty, despite the fact that he's opposed to most of my viewpoints, you know? At least he can be reasonable. Most of the lefties on Twitch will just... They'll wish for your destruction simply because you disagree. That's kind of their modus operandi. And it's very disappointing. Naughty Jeremy asks, is there a way for me to see how long I've been subscribed to Rob? Because it was shortly after hearing him debate Methany. It's a bit of a tongue twister for me. He debated Destiny quite a few times, actually. So I couldn't tell you when that was. But that was bread and butter for smaller streamers on Twitch, was to debate Destiny. So, and he got exceedingly good at it. He you know, his debate skills have done nothing but get better with time. So, hanging Jim Bob, J Dyer, and Crucible, says Jordan. Oh yeah, man, I like Jim Bob. He's kind of funny. But I'm a filthy Protestant, so I don't think they have any respect for me. Grumple says Rob Wade. What's up, Grumple? You know the way to the Discord. SD Guy says, I respect that you can stand to stay on panel with Radical Coder. His TDS is out of control. Yeah, that's very reminiscent of the Twitch days too. Is Duck and Radical Coder. I can be a little harsh with them and the Fox Furball or whatever, but you know, it's what you gotta do at some point, because it's in one ear and out the other. Like this whole with Radical Coder and the Furball, I've argued against them several times that the Alien Enemies Act is not only for use in wartime, and I've explained this to them. I've given them the exact wording from the piece of legislation itself. It's not a quote from Trump or one of his fucking cronies or some right-wing article that you can just immediately dismiss. It is the piece of legislation itself that says in times of invasion or war, and it makes an explicit distinction between the two. They don't care. In one ear, out the other. They keep bringing it up. Oh, the Supreme Court ruled against Trump. You can't do that. You can't do no mass immigration. What are you talking about? That's against law. That's against due process. Where's Abrego Garcia's due process? How come Abrego Garcia didn't get no due process? Well, guess what? We're going to give him his due process. We're going to bring him right on back and prosecute him for human trafficking. So there's his due process. Dummies. That shit made me laugh so hard. Hey, there's Botrix. Where the hell have you been? Holy crap. I set that up earlier today and it totally did not work. I did not think it worked. Nope, it's not working. There it is. Okay, it is working. It's a little delayed. There's a few fun commands in there. Infamous Luigi says, I say we go authoritarian. Nobody plays by the rules, so why pretend? Right? Well, the problem is, in America, we have the 4-year term, we have the 2-term limit, we have restrictions on what it means and takes to be the president, and that pendulum can swing back the other way at any moment. So you got to think about what happens when you put the shoe on the other foot. Okay? I don't want to go authoritarian because I don't want to live under communist fucking dictatorship. We got way too close to that with COVID, and then with the coup, and then you know, with Joe Biden afterwards. It's not good. It's not good. I didn't like it. Had a taste of authoritarianism that didn't agree with me, and did not like it. So, ow, this thing's hurting my eyeballs. But now you can share my pain. Trump administration has moved. What? No, you stay where you was. What are you doing? The Trump administration has moved to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia from imprisonment in a Salvadorian facility. Oh, they didn't specify which one, did they? I guarantee you, if it was that infamous one, it would have been in the article. In order to file a criminal case against him with charges stemming from a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee. The return of Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported despite being protected for removal to his home country. Yeah, well, that's okay. He was arrested with MS-13. See, I never get to actually breach all of the nature of this argument either, because they're always interrupting me. As soon as you start talking, it's like, no, you can't say that. No, don't say that. No, that proves me wrong. Shut up. But, okay, so he was arrested with a bunch of MS-13 gang members. His tattoos were found to be associated with MS-13, and the reason he was barred from being deported to El Salvador is for fear of retaliation from other gangs because of shit that he has presumably done as an MS-13 gang member. And part of the reason El Salvador didn't want to immediately return him to the United States upon request, as the court so ordered, was because he's wanted for multiple crimes in El Salvador. So we had to prove that he's wanted for a crime here in order to seek some sort of, you know, judicial injunction and bring him back. Well, guess what? Pam Bondi wants him for human trafficking. Okay, now we've cleared all that up, which this article so conveniently just brushes over. The return of Rodrigo Garcia comes after administration officials had fought court rulings ordering his return. They did not fight it. That never occurred. White House Press Secretary Leavitt said he would never live a peaceful life in the United States. Well, that's because he's a fucking known criminal and an associated member of a very notorious fucking gang. As found in a court ruling, in an immigration court, they made this determination as part of his due process, which the left claimed he never got. The newly unsealed indictment charges Abrego Garcia with unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens and a related conspiracy charge. He stands accused of making more than 100 trips. 100 trips. Now, they said this was based on the traffic stop in Tennessee. How did they come to that conclusion with only that evidence? There's more to the story. We're not getting it all. I'm telling you what. 100 trips from Texas to other parts of the country over the course of of years to transport migrants in exchange for payment. The investigation stems from when he got pulled over, and it's on a body cam, and he's sitting in a car, and the cops are like, dude, there's like 15 people in this car. Why is that? It's like 3 a.m. Where y'all going? You know? Tennessee Highway Patrol pulled over Abrego Garcia in 2022 for speeding, and video of the incident shows the officer being skeptical of the van full of passengers without any luggage. That does seem skeptical. The indictment alleges Abrego Garcia falsely told the officer he was driving construction workers from St. Louis, but he was actually on one of his trips transporting undocumented migrants. Bum, bum, bum. So like I said, there's more to the story than what we're getting out of the news. I'll tell you that. Now, what the totality of that is, I'm not entirely sure. But it'll show up in court, and it'll all be heard in court when he gets his due process. So thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for jurisprudence. Thank goodness for due process. Even for Abrego Garcia. Because if he's breaking the law in the United States, he deserves to be charged and sentenced for that. And you know what the sentence ought to be, you guys? You know what it ought to be? It ought to be deportation. Get the fuck out. Let's send him to the border of El Salvador and, you know, politely remind the El Salvadorians that he's there. You know, we could do that. That could work. Oh, shit, man. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, let's try another one of these. I don't have any good ones. So I gotta go searching and just see what I find out there. What do y'all feel like listening to? I know. Korean reggae. What's up, Achilles? How you doing? Thank you, Arinamin. Goram says the left decides when courts are bullshit and when they are the final say, depending on when it benefits them. Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't that just the damn truth right there? If I never heard it, I swear. Smoke Spaceman says, of course the leftists want to use a plane because, you know, climate change and shit, right? A Zoom hearing is all the numbnuts needs. Oh man, I fucking hear you. How many times did we see that play out on the court channels and shit? Because of the freaking the coof. They didn't even want to let us go to court. They have our day in court. They denied Americans due process because of the freaking coof. Okay, this one y'all are gonna love this one. Okay, that's not what I expected. Let's get there. You can do it. Kinda drum and bass. It's not really drum and bass though. That's more like bossa nova on crack. Okay, how about this? This might be something right here. We going places. Discord link is invalid. Wait, the one that oh, yeah. The one that's part of the description is probably invalid. That's not... This is not acceptable either. This is so far off. Okay, sorry. Y'all in-laws don't even drink skooma. Alright, now the Discord is up top. I tell you what, there's a guy I've been listening to that does a lot of Aphex Twin covers on like an acoustic kick drum and a snare drum. The shit's pretty amazing. I can't remember what his damn name is. That shit was pretty freaking... Yeah, this dude. Probably gonna get knocked for this, maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, that's cool, man. Okay, so he's got a whole kit. It's not just a kick and a snare, obviously. But it's fucking slick, bro. His name's Star Power Drummer. I don't know, man. Y'all, see, this is what I'm trying to tell you. I got a broad spectrum of stuff that I like to listen to. And there's all kinds of stuff like that. There's like metal and fucking hard rock and hip hop, all kinds of stuff, man. And I post back and forth with the one who walks through fire all the time in the music channel on just different shit that we're listening to, man. He posts a lot of video game stuff, a lot of video game covers and shit like that. And I dig in on like some bluegrass songs, old bluegrass songs. I might, maybe one of those would be small enough to not care. Usually people don't care. It's just, it's like the algorithm picks up on it, and it's like we recognize that this is from another video, so it's not gonna affect your video. It's not blocking it in any countries or anything, but you know, just watch that shit. And I'm like, well, then how am I supposed to promote people and still somehow maintain the rights to my own fucking video? Because that's ultimately what I'm giving up. Like at some point, if I do become monetized and the video does make some money, those people will be able to claim the money. That would make me mad. At least the ad revenue, which it's probably not a lot of ad revenue anyway. At the end of the day, ad revenue is like retardedly small amounts of cash. Okay. I mean, but it happens at scale, and then like 2-3 cents a view, something like that. That's what I mean. So it multiply that by 10,000 people, and it's like, well, okay, that's some money. Me and Rob got to talking a little bit about that earlier today too. I probably shouldn't even tell you all about that, but taxes on YouTube is just fucking trash. YouTube takes 30% off the top, and then you still got to pay taxes on what you get. So it sucks. Okay, so I wouldn't really consider this bluegrass. This is more like out west picking kind of stuff, but derivative of bluegrass for sure. There's some better examples on here. Let's try this one.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Go fuck yourself. Somehow I haven't been able to get rid of these stupid ads anymore. YouTube finally figured that shit out. Is that a map of Varden fell over your shoulder? Asked Naughty Germ. It is indeed, sir. Good eye. Now, yeah, the real challenge will be whether or not you can figure out what's on the the wall behind my desk. Right? uh, I can't show you the name of it. That would give it away. Those are actually two of my favorite games in the world right there. So, Never the Inner Ear? No. It's 5 Islands. These games were produced in 1994 and 1997. They're the last of the point and click adventure games, really. Some of the last of them. I mean, for a lot of people, they were the first and the last. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I gotta keep talking over this one. Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball? No. Come on, man. Is Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball a point and click adventure game? No, it is not. Oh, this one's definitely gonna get me in trouble. Okay. Riven, yes. One on the right is Riven, the one on the left is Mist. So Mist and Riven, that's what those two games are. Riven was amazing when it came out, dude. Okay? It's like photorealistic graphics. Of course, nothing moved. It all had to be pre-rendered on a freaking supercomputer, but that's the steel drivers. And you know, I'm gonna there. I will show you where you can find it. But here's a little sample of what bluegrass I've been listening to according to YouTube. I do like these Josh Turner brothers. Those are really good. And Tommy Emmanuel is amazing. Billy Strings is always a safe bet. But then there's also this band called Green Sky. They're really good. And I like Molly Tuttle. I think Molly Tuttle does a good job. They did, what drew me to Molly Tuttle was they did a cover of a freaking Jefferson Airplane song. And they did it dressed as characters at the dinner table in Alice in Wonderland. You know, she falls down the rabbit hole and the hare is late for dinner and she finally catches up to him somewhere in the middle of the story. And it's like a big banquet and there's all kinds of crazy characters there. They're all dressed up as the characters on the table. I was like, that was clever. I think the name of the airplane song is Down the Rabbit Hole. Let's see if I can find that one. Molly Tuttle won't copyright strike me, surely. She probably will, but it's okay. Here it is. Golden Highway. No, White Rabbit. White Rabbit. Duh. Of course that's White Rabbit, because it'd be a song about freaking heroin. This is probably a little more gypsy jazz than it is bluegrass, but that's okay. I like gypsy jazz too. What's up, DBO? Only Mr. Bill. DBO says Metallica and Limp Bizkit tonight. DBO, if you come over into the Discord and hang out with me, I will fucking play Metallica. I was looking at Speakeasy's panel. Looks like he's all filled up. And they're doing the back and forth blood sports thing. Well, see, this is not her usual singing style. She's emulating that lead singer from Jefferson Airplane right now. She's doing a fucking excellent job of it. It's the spitting image, the same sound. Very good. Mwah. Chef's kiss. No, none of them are furries. I don't know. That guy might be. He's the cat. He's Chester the cat. Well, you say that, Panchuchin. Okay, that is a little it's a little much. I know, I'm sorry. But that's the one that came to my mind. That's what drew me into the band in the first place, okay? But then my buddy Wobbly told me about he told me about Tommy Emmanuel. And so after I had found that song, I found this one with her and Tommy Emmanuel. Okay, so I want you to watch this, okay? Watch her hand. Because I know there's going to be guys looking in the chat being like all patriarchy and shit. It's like, nah, she's not playing that. Tommy Emmanuel's playing that. But Tommy Emmanuel's playing a very complicated accompaniment part. But she's the lead. So watch her hands. All right? She's picking faster than I can. I'm gonna tell you that. I can't play the guitar like that. I sure as shit do not deserve the honor to sit in the same studio as Tommy Emmanuel. So that's pretty fucking good. That is some pretty fine picking. It really is. He handed it off to her again. He said, that was fine. I said, yeah.
It's bad news from Houston. Half of my friends have died.
Okay, I can't do too much of it. That was it. That's all I can do. But definitely look this up. This is Tommy Emmanuel. White Freightliner with Molly Tuttle, and the last one was Molly Tuttle, Little White Pill or whatever. So those are fucking good shit, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That reminds me. Me and Wobbly had a common acquaintance. I think he was much more Wobbly's friend than mine. But his name was Joe Cool FM, and he was an Australian, radio broadcaster and stuff, deep into Australian media, based right winger. But I think he recently passed away, so God rest his soul. But that, if I had to guess, that's probably where Wobbly heard about him. Donations or something. Oh, you shouldn't leave it to AI to know when to collect. Oh, you mean this thing? Yeah, I just turned that on today. Because of what happened. Okay, so what happened last night was YouTube flagged me as a bot because all the repetitive stuff that I send to Rob's chat repeatedly over and over again. And probably because I lurk a lot of channels that I'm not necessarily watching. And yeah, maybe the ad blocker too. I don't know. But anyway, I got flagged as a bot. So that meant that when I went to Jim Bob's chat, for instance, earlier today to try to say something, it didn't work. I go to Abe Dinkins' chat, it didn't work. It did work in Abe Dinkins' chat because I'm a mod in Abe Dinkins' chat. But then I go to the lower classes chat and it didn't work. I go, I'm bouncing around all over the damn place from live chat to live chat trying to figure out why my messages aren't showing up. So I had to contact YouTube support. I was on there for like 20 minutes. It was bad. You know what they told me? They told me, oh, well, the system might have temporarily flagged you as potentially a bot. We're going to have to wait 24 hours. I'm like, ah, fucking fantastic. But thankfully, I was in Grid's chat a little bit earlier. I'm not a mod in Grid's chat, so I think it was working. Seemed to be working just fine. So I think it was resolved. But no, using bots does not get you flagged as bot. YouTube knows the difference between the BotRix account and my account. But okay, well, I tell you what. Did we have any takers in the waiting room? We did not. Y'all, the Discord link is pinned at the top of the chat. If you want, please join the Discord. I can share music freely in the Discord. And sometimes we do like movie screenings and stuff like that, so it could be part of it. Oh, fucking DBO went to Metallica and Limp Bizkit tonight. My bad, shit. Well, that's awesome, man. Yeah, you told me you was gonna do that. But you said that the concert was ruined though for some reason. I forget. We talked about it a couple of days ago. That's cool though. That sounds like a cool concert. All right. Let me try to get into this Speakeasy characters chat. I don't know if he'll let me in or not. Rob was saying they like to be vetted on Discord. So maybe I ought to do that first. Speaking of which. Shut up, Panchuchin. My hair is not red. It is yellow. My light is just low. It is. I swear. Look. Hold on. Yeah, man, I like all kinds of stuff. Like I like video game music. That's cool. I like drum and bass. I like jazz. Like I think the last couple of songs I posted were fucking what? The Carl Parsons Project. Fucking forget. I've heard a ton of their music. I can never remember the name of the fucking band. The Alan Parsons Project. Alan Parsons. I'm a dipshit. Okay. But that's a great song. I had some Steve Miller in there. Somebody reminded me about Steve Miller, and I listened to that. I'm like, oh my god, that's such a good song. But like my dad raised me on fucking classic rock, man. But Mark Rebellier, fucking hilarious shit. And okay, so then there's also the like classical stuff. I like classical stuff, a lot of different classical stuff. I was raised on classical stuff because I play the piano, and also the drums, but mainly the piano. So I like classical stuff. Then this is a Bach concerto on Chelsea. You know what? We could probably play this one. Maybe. I don't know. Probably still gonna get in trouble. You see, man, this is culture right here. This is just feeling. I don't know. You gotta understand like where classical composers were coming from. It's like they were just trying to express pure emotion. And it's like with no effects, no major percussion, no stupid lyrics to gum up the meaning of what it is that you're trying to express. Just a pure outpouring from your heart. I think that the cello is such an expressive instrument too. Yeah. So if I had understood the breadth and tone and had any choice amongst any instrument, I would have chosen the cello. Such an expressive and varied voice, I do adore it. But it is only one voice. A piano is many. Which is true. Now, Urkel makes a interesting distinction. It is true, a lot of composers were like that. They were all about the math. Like that's kind of the more the Mozart stuff. So I don't know if I can appropriately express this or not, but it's kind of the difference between like there was a bit of a split in like, ideology in classical music right at the transition from Baroque into classical. Baroque is very mathematic though. So I mean maybe that's a better example honestly. But like Mozart was classical, but he took the mathematic, kind of pathway. Whereas I think Beethoven, and then you get a little bit later down the line, start running into people like Chopin and I think Debussy was late romantic though, and Chopin was early romantic. But then we're until the romantic period happens, and then they're much more interested in just expressing emotion. But yeah, it's much more stuffy music. There you go. But it does tend to be, I don't know, more interesting from a mathematic perspective. I don't like this stuff. This stuff, like, I feel like it should be a museum or like some rich dude's house or something. But there's some pieces that I listen to and I'm just like, yeah, that's feeling, you know, that's cool. I can dig on that. Like I could just like sit and just listen to that and just enjoy that. But like this stuff, not so much. Oh, Smoking Spaceman says classical equals witchcraft. Yeah. No, I did not just snort. Shut up. All right. Let me go into this Discord and try to verify my identity. My bot Discord link is expired. The one the bot is posting is expired. It is? God damn it. Um, who just came in here? Oh, that's DBO. What's up, DBO?
Yo, what up? What up, man?
Nothing. I'm chilling. I was just about to join a Speakeasy Discord.
Yeah, man, go ahead. Do you think? If if you get in there, then I'll sit here and watch. I'll be quiet.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been in there before.
I was gonna say it's not a Discord. It's a StreamYard.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been there before.
You're right. I'm probably not gonna get in there. I think it's fucking full. I think they can only have 10 at once.
Yeah, I sometimes you gotta get in there and then like wait in the background. And
Yeah.
kind of just wait until your number's called or you get pulled up.
Yeah. All right. Let me try
That's
that.
how it goes.
What you been
I'll
up
be
to?
honest with you. I like what they do over there. It is kind of fun, but what I notice is it's a lot of how do I phrase this? It's it's a popularity contest, right?
Oh yeah.
Because the chat gets to vote on who they like or who they don't like in a debate. So if you're a new guy showing up, right, and nobody really knows you or anything, and you're going against like a crowd favorite, and then they go, oh, okay, well, who won this debate? Well, the chat is going to vote for the crowd favorite that's been around, and like fuck the new guy, right?
Yeah. Generally
You
speaking.
know, and that's it is the way it is. But like, I like the kind of vibe, like the gist of the idea. But the if you leave it all up to the chat on who wins a debate or a topic, then it turns into a popularity contest, and that's kind of my only issue.
Okay, you guys. I've been informed that the Discord link is broken. There's a new Discord link. My bad. I will pin this one.
I'm actually watching you on YouTube this time. What's up, YouTube chat? How you doing?
I'm trying to pay.
I always watch. I always watch you on Kick, but I was noticing that you were paying a little more attention to the YouTube chat, so I figured I'd pop up over there.
Yeah, it's my bad. I can only.
No, no, it's all good. I'm sure it's difficult to multi stream.
It is. It's hard to keep track of everything. I've got a Rumble chat going too that might
It's
be doing something.
it can be hard enough to pay attention to one chat, let alone chats on multiple platforms. I'm sure.
Yeah, you're not lying.
Again, I've like Smoking Spaceman. Like I've been over there before, and it was good. And I appreciate Speakeasy for letting my drunk ass on there when I was, and it's all good. I appreciate like I said, the opportunity to come on there and talk, but at the end of the day, when the chat gets to vote on who wins, it's kind of a popularity contest. And if you're a completely new guy that shows up and nobody knows you, the chat doesn't know you, you haven't been there long enough to have conversations, then you're probably going to lose at the end of the day.
That's okay. I'm not really there to win. I just want to participate. You could just. Rules are super simple. Just click one of the reactions. That's all you gotta do. Everything else will open up.
I was there one time and I got penned into a debate and a topic I didn't even really want to be in, right? The topic was, should men get married in today's society? And I was like, like I could go either way on that topic, right? I could go yes, I could go no. Like I don't really know. You know what I mean? Like I was kind of forced into a yes or a no. So I picked no. And there was, I don't know, 4 or 5 guys trying to, all get talking points in like a 5-minute segment. And then, if you didn't get your talking points in or you didn't make a splash, right, then you were going to get voted out. And that's ultimately what happened, right? Like I went against like crowd favorites. And yeah, I got voted out.
That sucks.
So it happens. And I actually kind of like the idea sometimes of being forced into an opinion that you don't like. I think we were talking about this last time you were on Grid One's podcast. One of the times, last time I was there, at least watching it.
Yeah.
Because he was fumbling around and he couldn't find a topic that people wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
And I kept saying, just pick a topic. I think me, and I'm assuming you, right? We've heard enough of like the other side of the political spectrum, right? We've heard their arguments. And I think if you had to, EOD, you could make arguments for a leftist position, even if you don't believe it.
Yeah.
Even if that's not where you stand, you've heard the talking points. I'm sure you could make an argument for, I don't know, healthcare for all or housing for all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Or
if I needed
borders.
to. I mean,
Like,
I've heard Andrew Yang talk. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, even if you don't believe in it, if there was some way to force you to have that opinion right now, I said, all right, EOD, you're going to be forced right now. Your side of the argument is open borders for everybody, and I'm going to argue against it. I'm sure you could somehow pull it out of your ass to put forth an argument, right?
Well,
even if you don't believe it.
I know what the broad strokes are going to be in that for sure.
Sure.
I don't. You're right. I don't believe in any of that fucking garbage.
Exactly, and neither do I. But my point was, while watching that grid one time, he was flipping around, and they spent more time trying to figure out a topic to talk about than actually having conversations. And I was like, for the love of God, just pick something and tell them, somebody has to, pick a position.
Yeah, well, I mean,
whether you like it or not.
I didn't have that fucking problem. I mean, because I was between Beth and somebody else, some other dude, and like they were like, "Oh, we agree on everything. What are we gonna talk about?" But it was like every time I went up there on something, I was just like, "What do you want?" Yeah, let's talk about that. You know, you want to talk about polygamy? I can tear that to shreds right the fuck now. You want to talk about extra taxes on natural resource producers with non-fun? We could totally do that. Even when it came to Beth, it was she tossed a couple out that I was like, eh. Then she's like, "How about Israel Gaza?" I was like, "Okay, fine. Let's talk about Israel Gaza."
Now you're bringing back memories, man. You guys had the conversation on Gaza,
Yeah.
and she kept saying, "No, we should take it over, like for natural resources." And I'm in the chat. I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm in the chat, going, "What natural resources?" Gaza is like the smallest little strip of area.
It is.
I think I had to look it up. I'd have to look it up right now to be accurate, but it's a super small strip of area in the fucking desert. What natural resources?
There aren't any. They have a little strip of a coastline that
You know what I mean?
it doesn't even have a port. Yeah.
And she kept comparing it to like Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine is a very large nation.
Oh.
And there is natural resources there. Compared to Gaza, which is like, I don't know, like 100 square miles or something like that.
Oh yeah,
of desert.
It's not even the
There's
size
no-
of Queens in New York. Yeah.
There's almost nothing there for natural resources worth America's time
Yeah.
compared to the backlash that we're gonna get from going into Palestine and taking it over as America. The entire Muslim world, right, would backlash against us. It would be horrific. Like there would
It would.
be a whole new way of terrorist attacks and anti-American hate for us going in there. It would be horrible for what? The natural resources of like 100 square miles of desert? I don't fucking think so.
Well, see, the problem with that though is that I had with it at least is that I don't support going into fucking Ukraine any more than I support going into Gaza. I really don't.
100%. But
Yeah.
that wasn't the talking point. See, like there was a talking point where Trump was like, "Oh, we can go in there and posting videos of like taking over Gaza and building, Trump towers, resorts and everything." There is this talking point. But I think it would be out terribly bad.
Yeah.
And you were on that argument too. You said no, we shouldn't do this. And you
awful
wind
idea.
up losing that debate by just a hair
Yeah.
to her. And again, my point was like she kept bringing up we should go in there and take natural resources, kind of like Ukraine, where we're asking for natural resources in return. There's a huge difference between Ukraine and Gaza. Ukraine's a big country with natural resources. Gaza is a little strip of desert.
Ukraine's like the breadbasket of Eastern Europe, right?
Exactly. And you versus Gaza, which is a little strip of desert with almost nothing in it. And again, the backlash that we would receive from the Muslim world as going in there and taking over Gaza would just be horrific.
Yeah.
There's no I don't see any positive side of it. It just seems like negatives, a long-term negative idea.
Sorry, I had to stretch my legs. Yeah, the worst part of it that I see is the fact that it would turn into another forever war. It's just another place for us to sink our troops and spill American blood for no good fucking reason except to piss off a bunch of fucking commies in the colleges and everywhere else. It's Israel's problem. Let Israel fucking deal with it. That was the conclusion of my whole fucking argument against her.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And I fully agree. And listen, I am having some drinks tonight. I did go to that concert. I had some drinks at the concert, so
That's cool.
If at any time EOD that you think maybe DBO is a little too saucy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Friday,
Just
man. We're all a little saucy.
yeah, I'm just saying, let me know. Just give me like some sort of heads up, like pull me aside. Hey, DBO, I think you should call it a night, you know, and I will happily do that because I know I can, you know, I can get a little drunk. So just saying, man. If I get that way, give me the heads up. I'll be happy to take off.
That's all good, man. Well, it sounds like they still got one waiting to join over at Speakeasy, but who's this? Jeremy Ryan invited me to join the back chat and hang out until a spot opens up.
Yeah, man. If you gotta do that, man, go ahead.
No, I don't have to go anywhere. I'm already doing that. I've been doing that while I've been talking to you. So
Okay.
I'm just saying it sounds like it'll be a little bit. So that's cool. How was the show, man?
To be honest with you, the show was great. I had a amazing time. I'm a little disappointed I got there late. Traffic was a son of a bitch getting there. You know, I hit one traffic jam. It delays. You know what I mean? Traffic is bad. Delay 25 minutes. So it adds, 25 minutes. And then I hit another one, 25 minutes. Then I hit another one. And so what should have been the drive home was like an hour and 15 minutes. The drive there was about 2 hours and 45 minutes. So if that gives you an idea of how bad the drive was to get there.
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, I'm pretty upset about it. The doors, it says the show starts at 6. And when I left the house, it was like, oh, you'll get there at like 6:11. I was like, all right, that's disappointing. We're gonna get there a little late, but maybe we'll still catch a bit of the opening act. We didn't get to the arena till about 7:15.
Damn.
So we're walking into the arena, and I hear Limp Bizkit on stage as we're walking into the arena.
Oh shit.
And I'm like, we didn't even get in, we didn't get to our seats, and our Limp Bizkit's already playing. So I was disappointed. I wanted to be there, early enough.
Yeah, to see the opening for sure.
I missed the opening act, and I didn't even get to see the opening of Limp Bizkit. Like, I showed up, and they're already on stage. So that was disappointing, but we did catch, I would say 75% of Limp Bizkit, which is cool. They put on a jam, they put on like a party kind of feel. So like in between their songs, they were playing kind of throwbacks. They were playing party jams, in between their songs, which was cool. And then Metallica put on a great show.
Fucking A. That's who I'd be more excited about. I mean, Limp Bizkit had some bangers, but I don't know, man. I haven't listened to that shit since I was in high school.
Well, for me, man, like it's a 2-night concert. So Friday night tonight was Ice Nine Kills, which I wish I would have been able to see, Limp Bizkit, and Metallica. And then Sunday night is Suicidal Tendencies, Pantera, and Metallica.
Again, nice.
So, like, I get to go Friday night, and see, basically Limp Bizkit and Metallica. And then I get to go Sunday and see Pantera and Metallica.
Hell yeah. I like Suicidal Tendencies too. I used to listen to some of their stuff. They were fun.
Yeah.
Mike Muir does get on stage and try to fucking evangelize quite a bit. But
it's what they call a no repeat weekend. So like whatever songs we heard Friday night, we're gonna hear completely different songs on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. Chat's saying you do it. Limp Bizkit for real. Backwards Hat Biscuits is overrated.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Pantera for the win, though.
You know, I mean, like I'm 40 years old. I was 20 years ago. You know, like when I was, you know, coming out of high school. Yeah, Limp Bizkit was super big, and I loved him back then. And yeah, I'm still old, and I still listen to him now. And
Nice.
I could give a fuck less about what you think about it. I'll still listen to Limp Bizkit or Korn or fucking
It's all about the he said, she said bullshit.
ICP or fucking Metallica or Pantera, and you know, fuck off if you don't like it. I'll listen to whatever I want.
Yeah, I dig on some Pantera and Metallica. I'd be excited for those. I've seen Suicidal before. That'd be fun for me. Limp Bizkit would probably be a highlight. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a while since I listened to him.
Yeah, so I mean the idea, like I said, to get basically it's a 2-night thing. You know what I mean? Friday and Sunday. So you get Metallica
yeah.
both nights, and then I got Limp Bizkit and Pantera. You know what I mean?
Hell
Like
yeah.
that's, to me, I don't know, man. I was sold on it, bro. Sign me up. I bought tickets like in October of last year. I bought tickets
Damn.
last year for.
Yeah, that's like 8 months ago. Only Mr. Bill says Journey, Foreigner, AC/DC could blow those wimps away anytime.
Okay, Mr. Bill. I mean, listen, Metallica looked old as fuck.
Yeah, I bet. All right,
I mean,
Journey and Foreigner are gonna be ancient. Fucking Angus Young is like 90.
Limp Bizkit looked old. Okay, Limp Bizkit's up there with a full gray beard, looking old. Okay?
Oh shit.
Metallica is like 70 years old, and they were up there fucking rocking, like fucking rocking. Great job, great concert, had a great time. But like Journey, Foreigner, AC/DC, come on, man. Are those guys even able to play in concert anymore?
I don't know, man. They could beat him back in 1985, says Mr. Bill. Okay. Okay.
They could beat them in 1985? Sure. Yeah, that's the year I was born.
It's a year before I was born. What was I going to say? In 1985, those bands were a lot bigger than Metallica, though, to be fair. So there's that.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, and I'm not trying to talk bad about them. You know, Journey, AC/DC. I'm sure Foreigner did some good stuff too. I'm sure they were great. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
like, let's not take away from Metallica for a minute, okay? Metallica has been around for, when did Kill 'Em All come out? Like 1981 or something like that?
Kill 'Em All, I think, was 83. Master of Puppets was 86. I think there's one in between in 84. I'm not sure if there's any before Kill 'Em All.
Kill 'Em All came out, yeah, 83. Before I was born.
Yeah, me too.
Like, come on, man. Those guys have been rocking before I was born.
That's true.
And the fact that they're still on stage rocking in 2025, to me, was great, man.
Hell yeah. What was I going to say? Mr. Bill says at least you could hear the words they were singing. Here, I tell you what, Mr. Bill. What if Metallica covered The Wheel in the Sky? That'd be fucking great. They did a Bob fucking Seger song, I think, or somebody on talking about being on the road and having long hair, walking into a bar and shit. Smoke the day's last cigarette, remembering what she said. What is that fucking song?
This guy, who will remember Limp Bizkit in 100 years? No one, but CCR will be played in 100 years. Okay. Okay. Like, yeah,
CCR's got some bangers.
Like
CCR's
Limp
got some
Bizkit's
bangers.
not on the same level as CCR, okay? neither are a fucking litany of other bands. But Limp Bizkit was jamming when I came out of high school, and you know, the early 2000s.
Me too.
You
I'm
know,
wearing my
significant,
fucking high school shirt right now.
significant other was like 1999. Chocolate Starfish was, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
These
it
are
was a good
the
album.
early
It was a good album.
2000 days, right?
They used to collab with Jonathan Davis and Korn sometimes too. Those were good.
They did,
Yeah.
and here they are, you know, 20 something years later, 25 years later, rocking fucking arenas,
Kicking ass. That's right.
rocking arenas.
How
I
old?
actually, but
How old is Fred Durst?
I actually saw Metallica when I was
Oh, that's a better.
probably 20 years old. I went to a concert called the Summer Sanitarium Tour, and I believe it was Metallica, Limp Bizkit, Deftones, Linkin Park, and Mudvayne.
Oh shit, that's a fucking backbreaker of a concert right there.
When I was like 20 years old. So like I've
Oh
seen
well.
Metallica before, but I mean it was so long ago.
Here, James
that I-
Hetfield is 61. He's as old as you guys who are all Journey fans. He's probably a Journey
Yeah,
fan.
he's actually younger than Mr. Bill.
I don't know about that. Okay, so then what's the next one? Was not Jonathan Davis, fucking Fred Durst. Yeah, how old is Fred Durst?
Right, he
54, dude. He's fucking 54.
Yeah, he looked pretty old, man.
Look at that fucking beard.
Yeah, look at the gray fucking beard.
Where did he go?
Telling you, bro.
Oh my god. All right, hold on. What? Look at this fucking beard on this guy. You kidding me? That's Fred fucking Durst. Oh, wow.
Still rocking it, bro. Put on a great show.
That's fucking hilarious.
Crowd was the end, dude. I saw him in the this is the Tampa Bay Bucks arena, like the the stadium that the Tampa Bay Bucks play at. This place was packed. They said something like 65,000 people were there.
No shit.
Yeah, 65,000. Yeah, it was a great show, man. I had a great time. I think Metallica put on a great show.
That's cool shit, man.
To listen, like, you know, some classics, Nothing Else Matters, Seek and Destroy.
Oh, hell yeah. You gotta do those.
Great stuff.
Hell yeah.
I had a good time.
Did Suicidal... Wait, you haven't seen them yet. That's tomorrow.
Yeah, so Sunday is Suicidal Tendencies, Pantera, and then Metallica.
I hope they play Gotta Kill Captain Stupid. That's one of my favorites that they put out rather recently. And then the one about Institutionalized. That's a great one too. That's always a good time.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that band.
Yeah.
You know, I learned today. So Sunday I'm definitely gonna get there early, so that you know what happened today does not happen again. I've seen Pantera before. Me and my kids saw Pantera last year.
That's awesome.
It was Pantera and Lamb of God.
Oh man, Lamb of God fucking goes hard sometimes.
Goes hard, yeah. We saw Pantera and Lamb of God last year. So we saw Pantera, and it's cool to be able to see him again. And then, of course, followed by Metallica.
Fucking
So,
A.
it's a hell of a concert, hell of a night.
Yeah. Urkel says, how old, Vanilla Ice, that dude is the man. Apparently about the same age as Fred Durst. He's 57 years old. Didn't he start like his own like interior design show? Isn't that what he's doing now? Fucking Vanilla Ice. That's word to your mother and her tapestries on the wall. That's really nice.
Don't know, but funny enough, Vanilla Ice started doing a bunch of stuff with ICP.
No shit.
Yeah.
Well, ICP went Christian after a while. That was kind of cool of them to do. I didn't expect that from them, honestly. What a stupid thing.
Well, I I mean, I don't want to turn this into an ICP thing, but yeah, it blew my mind.
The Hatchet Men turned fucking born again
Well,
Christian.
it blew my mind because they had these. There was like a whole theme, like the Joker's cards, like 6 Joker's cards, and at the end of there's supposed to be like something special, like it's supposed to work up to something, like a lead up to something. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So as a fan, you're following and you're listening to the different Joker's cards, which are all albums. You know,
Okay.
each Joker's cards is a different album, and it all's supposed to lead up to something. Like this is the ending. This is what it all means. Like this is what the
Trust the plan, bro.
this is what the Carnival of Carnage and the Dark Carnival and all of it means, right? And there's a song called "The Unveiling" on an album called "The Wraith," which I have a My only tattoo is of that CD. Um, and in that song, last song of the CD is called "The Unveiling," where they tell you what everything is all about. And in that song, they go on to tell you that truth is we follow God, right? Truth is we follow God, and may all juggalos find him. Like all this wicked shit, all the murder rap, all this stuff was telling stories, and
Yeah.
we snuck the stories and hints here and there subliminally, right? So that most people wouldn't pick up on the shit. But the whole thing was leading to, we follow God. And it blew my fucking mind.
I did not see it coming.
Blew my mind.
But somehow it seems to be in line with my expectations. Because if you study Ozzy Osbourne's career, you find the same thing. It was all just stunts and craft work to get the crowd involved. Black Sabbath is really a very Christian bunch of people. Tony Iommi, the lead guitarist, got his fucking fingers chopped off. He's very Christian. Ozzy Osbourne is about as Christian as anyone could be after that fucking TV show. But and then Alice Cooper, same deal, right? Talking all about doing all kinds of crazy shit and being satanic and shit. Behind the scenes, he's not really a Satanist or a fucking Christian hater, But
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ICP songs that are like game shows, right? Because
yeah,
so it's like a game show in hell. Like, oh, you made it to hell, and here's a game show, and they play a game, but you're in hell, so no matter what you do, you just fucking lose. You know what I mean? You lose and you get tortured and killed because you're in hell. But the point of it is, and each point of the song is, why you're in hell. You're in hell because you were a bad person, because you were a bigot, because you sinned, because you cheated and beat it on your wife, because you know what I mean? You were a fucking evil racist because you did this and that.
yeah.
So all the points of the songs were, yeah, it was like wicked killer clown hell song. But if you kind of pay attention, these people are at hell for a reason. They're in hell for their sin. And they're being punished. And so, like, if you kind of look at it like that, you're like, all right, well, I guess this makes sense. Like, yeah, they're being punished in hell because of their sin.
Right. And then, finally you get that reveal at the end of it. Yeah.
At the end, and when you hear those songs, 3 or 4 albums earlier, you didn't really pick up on it. You were just like, "Ha, this is cool." Fucking people are getting, tortured by a crazy killer clown,
Demons, essentially, yeah.
killer clown carnival game show and hell. And then later on you realize, oh, actually, yeah, they're in hell because of the wicked sins that they created,
Right.
that they've done, how they live their life. That's why they're in hell. that's why they're going through this punishment.
I'll tell you another one that.
Because later,
Oh,
you
go
know,
ahead.
later on, you realize that it's we believe in God, and so when you look back at those songs, you go, oh, get it. But it blew my mind, man, when I first listened to it.
Yeah,
It blew my mind because I never saw that shit come.
I didn't either, dude. Another one that threw me for a loop was Kid Rock. You know, ball with the ball, the bang, diggy diggy. Yeah, and he comes out with "Only God Knows Why" and fucking Sheryl Crow, co-sings on it. It's like a country western song.
I feel you, man. I was a big even back then. I was a big fan of that Kid Rock's first album.
I was too. I was very impressed by that. But again, I'm a fucking freshman in high school or some shit.
Yeah,
Maybe a little younger.
It came out about the same time as Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. Like I say, I'm wearing my fucking high school shirt tonight. That's ironic. We did a t-shirt to commemorate senior year. This is the year I graduated high school. It's an old shirt. It's very comfortable. That's why I have it on. But 2004, baby.
Hey, bro. You're barking at yourself in the TV.
My dog does that shit too. He's always looking for an excuse to bark at stuff.
He's like, who's that dog? Who's that dog talking shit right now? That's literally you.
Talk more shit, motherfucker. Oh, you think you talking shit? I'm talking shit to you.
I'll bark at you. Who you barking at? Who you barking at? What's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, you're barking at yourself.
My dog literally like jumped into the corner chasing after his own damn shadow. I swear.
I've seen him run out. I've seen him run out the door and like look behind the wall and think that there's gonna be like a dog out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like, bro, there's nothing there, man.
I
Like,
know.
stop being stupid, man.
Smoking Spaceman says, "Oh, 04, that seems so long ago. Tell me about it, man. 23, 24 years now? 22?
I think it'd be like 21 years.
Yeah.
04, 2025. I think it's.
Yeah, you're right. That's 21 years.
I'm
That's
not
bad.
great at math.
You're better at math than I am, apparently. I can't even do simple addition.
That's about 21 years ago.
Yeah, my math ain't that good, Smoking Spaceman. Especially after I've been up for, going on 6 or 7 hours now. Later than I should have been.
Yeah, your math's not mathing. Public education.
Fair. I don't know. When I think about how long my life is, I automatically just assume it's longer than, my first instinct tells me, because that tends to be the case. Like, oh, that was only like last year, right? Like, no, that was actually 6 years ago, bro. Like, fuck. I'm old. That happens to me all the time.
What's crazy is like you're not that old. Like you're a year younger than I am.
Well, I'm fucking 39.
Yeah,
going on 40.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're a year younger than I am, but you really do come off like a much older soul.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I liked older people when I was a kid. I liked to hang out with my cousins that were like in their 20s and shit. When I was 18, they would give me beer. But before that, I just liked hanging out with them just because, I don't know, I was more interested in the more complex video games that, I couldn't fucking entirely grasp on my own. And I was more interested in shit like Dungeons and Dragons and things that they were doing. I don't know. When I date women, I usually date women that are a few years older than me. Sometimes, as many as 10 years older than me. I am an old soul.
Hey man, so this guy Urkel, Is he said he was trying to join the Discord, but he doesn't have permissions.
Oh. Well, I don't see you in the welcome room. You should be in the welcome room. But once you join, and then all you gotta do is go up to...
Yeah, go hang out in like the waiting room, and then he can pull you down.
Yeah, there he is. I see him. Okay. What's up, Urkel? Oops. I moved the wrong thing.
Hola.
There you go. How you doing, man?
Hey, this is cool, man. Like, it's on YouTube. That's pretty cool. Oh, wait, this is a delay? What's going on?
Yeah, you're on YouTube. Never know when people ask that question. There's way too many Discords. Smoking Space Man. Everybody's got a damn Discord, and you can only have 100 servers, so that shit gets crazy.
Does my camera work?
Yeah.
They do?
Oh, hey, a fellow bald white man. How are you, sir?
Oh, yeah. It just started showing my thing. I don't know, man. I don't know how all this computer works. Hey, good to see you guys. You're talking about communism, I heard.
Yeah, I fucking think communism sucks. I'm pretty sure DBO's with me on that one.
Yeah, that's no good. They
Definitely
got
not.
this new thing. They got the new form of communism now. They got the fancy social credit system. I
Right.
heard about that one.
Here we go. All right.
I think the credit system really is like from what I hear, right? It's mostly just a China thing. Like I don't know of any other countries that are doing it besides China.
Well, I got a feeling that if China's doing it, it might become popular.
I agree with you. I agree.
There's a lot of people over there. A lot of money. If they're putting the money on some kind of like a morality program, that's gonna get weird.
Yeah, I feel you, man. And I'm absolutely not a fan either. So I hear you. I hear you. And there is a talking point, and it's about like global influence, right? So if it's not America pushing global influence, then it's China. And who's gonna kind of prevail there? And if it winds up being China, I guess we're looking at a world that's more like a Chinese, Communist Party type of government where you do have things like, social credit scores. I would not like a social credit score as I'm not a social media person. I don't do Twitter. I don't do Facebook. I don't do Instagram. I don't do anything outside of Discord. I don't do any social networking.
Well, you do
You got
stream
Twitter?
occasionally. What'd you say, Urkel?
Oh, you ain't got Twitter?
Oh, Twitter.
No. Me. I don't have any of it. I never wanted any of it. Even when like MySpace was the newest hottest thing, I had no interest in
So
it.
Tom's not your friend, really?
I've never had any interest in any social
Oh,
media.
so how old are you?
I'm 40.
So you're 2 years older than me.
Yeah, I've never had a
You
Twitter.
lying, bro. You lying. You
I've
got
never
a
had-
YouTube channel with the microphone and the camera and everything.
Yeah.
Fancy
You-
on the PC, all that deal, and you're gonna tell me that you didn't have a MySpace
You
page,
do
bro.
you
lying.
do stream to Twitch sometimes, DBO.
I would say I was a streamer. I very, very rarely stream, but I streamed to Twitch and I have Discord. The only reason I have Discord was when I started streaming, people were saying, "Oh, if you're a streamer, you got to have Discord," and I had no idea what Discord was, so I made a Discord. Outside of that, no, I never had a MySpace. I never had a Facebook. I've never had a Twitter. I've never had Instagram. I've never had.
You did like have one and then you deleted it because you got into like drama or whatever.
Nope.
That
Nope.
happens with a lot of people.
No,
Yeah.
I never had any of it, and I never wanted any. My
I would
family,
only had to-
my family keeps
Oh.
telling me, well, you could have Facebook, you could talk to friends and family and this and that. I'm like, well, I don't want to talk to anybody. Like, I don't want to fucking talk to people.
Smoking Spaceman says, did he have GeoCities or Angel Fire? I had both, man. I had that and Tripod. I had all three of them. I had the trifecta. Of course, that ended up becoming my profession at one point. So.
I had AOL Instant Messenger and Internet Explorer. I was using Internet Explorer until fucking it was Mozilla first.
Yeah.
And then it became Firefox.
Yeah.
And then like Chrome just fucking took over, man.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing about that is for the longest time, every browser was based on Netscape, even Internet Explorer, but they started building their own little fucking niches about themselves to differentiate. Opera from Internet Explorer, from Netscape, and then on down the line. Mozilla split off from the company building Netscape and then made Firefox as an open source project. And that's what I've been using for a long time is Firefox. I like it.
Yeah, but those are internet browsers. Those aren't
Yes.
social media platforms.
That's true. Angel Fire and GeoCities were kind of social media platforms a little bit, but it was like amateur web development for free hosting, and then they would force ads on your website. So
I guess to try to bring it back to what my man was saying with the social credit score, I'm assuming a lot of that has to do with social media, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
I think you made that connection there, DBO.
Assumption. I made that assumption.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure, and I don't know how it works either in China, but China has.
Well, I know that
social-
like is it China or Japan or somewhere over there in Asia, they probably do it in China. Like if you get caught soliciting a prostitute, they're like basically if you go to a brothel and you got the wrong kind of enemy and they report to the government, like they put your name up on a wall and they display it to everybody in town.
Oh shit.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, well, I know if you're
That's a
Muslim, they
little
put
social credit for you.
they put you on a train and send you to a fucking gulag, and nobody ever hears from you again.
Oh, that's in Russia.
No, that's
Yeah,
that's
you
the
go to prison
Uyghurs.
over
That
here in America, you just don't be a chomo, you know, or
Also,
be rich, one or the
if
other.
it's, if
Yeah,
it's
okay.
a social credit score, I have my assumption is a lot of it's going to do with online activity. Like I don't
Yeah.
think
That's
I
the
don't
only way they
think
can
it's
track
gonna
it.
have-
Yeah.
Like exactly, that's the only way they track it. Like if you go to a karaoke bar in China, right, and you act like an asshole, I don't know if somebody is like uploading, oh, dude acting like an asshole at so and so bar. You know what I mean?
Probably.
I have a
Somebody taking a
feeling
video
that
of it.
it's more
See, here's the funny thing, like, if you-
online activity.
If you act like an asshole in China, you might get arrested and put in a jail cell where some funny fungus is going to grow on your shoulder or something.
Yeah, and then you come back dead.
If you act like an asshole in Russia, they'll probably kill you and replace you with a clone that knows enough about you to fucking trick your coworkers. Like, you don't want to fuck around in foreign countries right now.
I hear that. Yeah. Well, if you fuck around in Mexico, the cartel will just show up and chop your limbs off. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they don't care about replacing you.
Hmm.
They'll just fucking kill your ass, and you won't come back.
That's right.
Like, oh, yeah, but they got Boys Town over there, buddy. You ever heard of like Pinocchio and all that? Geppetto and that shit. Them guys at Pleasure Island, they're like, oh, hey, look at all the cool stuff you like. And they put them to work. Anyway,
For sure.
yeah, they work you to death.
Well,
Mushroom,
the thing that scares
mushrooms growing on my shoulder just that was the one that hit me.
No, they don't necessarily have to be a mushroom. The spores
I know.
the
I get
fruiting bodies of those funguses that probably arrive in your brain
Yeah,
instead
yeah.
of like, you know.
I get
Anyway.
it, but it was like the visual. You know what I mean? Like I get
like a myconid.
I put myself in a prison cell in my head, and then all of a sudden I had fucking mushrooms growing out of my shoulder because of the environment. Like
There's some pretty crazy shit over there in Asia, man. It's
Yeah.
always warm, you know.
You're not lying.
that was the visual that got me. I'm sorry. I see myself like I you know what I mean, trying to try to get high on shoulder mushrooms.
There's
you probably would.
it's got to be the right kind of mushrooms, otherwise they just taste bad and make your stomach hurt. What am I saying here? The thing that scares me the most about a potential credit score in the United States is a centralized Bitcoin system or some kind of digitalized currency like that, where the government can track every single transaction everybody has. That's the shit that scares the fuck out of me. Right? Because social media companies have been gathering our personal information for years. Nothing's come of it, thank God. But you hear about this stuff with Palantir and Trump and trying to get Palantir to sort of merge a bunch of different databases together. That doesn't concern me because it's information they've already gathered. It's just in desperate little data pods right now. And what Trump is talking about doing is letting an AI company sort of merge all of that so that the agencies can work together and not be so terribly inefficient as they are. All that information is already available to the government in one capacity or another.
Okay, exactly. So let's
I'm betting the people that need to talk to people already know who they need to talk to, but there's like barriers in the way and shit.
Yeah.
You know?
So
Anyway.
let's take it like one little part at a time, right? And I get some of the hesitation, right? But the idea is to get these different departments of the government, right? So all be on the same page.
Yeah.
That way, the IRS knows what the Social Security Administration has got going on.
Right.
You know what I mean? And in order to do that, there needs to be like some sort of centralized, I guess.
Gee, I wonder if you could program that into a computer these days.
Yeah, you can. That's what they're talking about allowing to happen.
And that's kind
of what language models, bro. The fucking computers are better at the English language than most people know.
Yeah. It's kind of scary a little bit.
It like went down. The Turing test is blown the fuck out the water, dude. The computer could talk better than you. How do you like them apples?
Yes.
Crazy as fuck. If I asked you to write me a 6-page poem about turtles, how long would it take you without looking at a fucking rhyming dictionary? How long would it take Gemini or Chat GPT? Like a fucking 10th of a second. Anyways, what are we talking about?
That's kind of what we are talking about. The pushback though is like people don't want this to happen. They see it as government overreach. They see it as kind of spying on the people. There's too much centralization of information of the people. That's the pushback that is being given to this.
Right. It's unavoidable.
They don't want
put it on the internet. It's all been recorded. Every fucking thing that ever happened out here has been recorded, bro. Somebody said earlier, like, dude, the AI can look backward in time. Like, they can look at records that have been kept on these cameras and on these microphones, on these fucking telephones, and anything that's ever been copper with electricity. I bet you, motherfucker, for real. Anyway,
it's got to be stored on your computer somewhere, but yeah.
Yes,
I bet you.
Maybe off the phone
somewhere that knows what the fuck's going on. Anyway.
Yes, but right now it's all compartmentalized. So what the IRS can look up, the Social Security Administration might not be seeing the same thing.
Right.
So what they're trying to talk about is to centralize it and have one big database. And the pushback that people are going is we don't want the government to have a big database of American citizens.
Yeah, but my whole thing about that is they kind of already do. Okay, so if the FBI comes down and starts approaching these agencies for information with a warrant, they have every legal obligation to turn that information over. So all that information is available to the FBI already.
But the best bet is to drop off the grid and try to disappear. But they got DNA records and fucking phone. Oh, buddy.
No, you're not hiding from the great eyeball in the sky anymore, brother. You're not hiding from it anymore. It's not happening.
Oh. I mean, there's a lot of open spaces that ain't necessarily got a million cameras pointed right at them, but
there's a satellite overhead that can look at it, brother. Look at what Starlink is doing right now. You don't think they have cameras on them things? Come on now. They've netted the entire globe in tiny little microsatellites. I bet you $1 they've got something that can see what's going on the ground on each one of those things.
Yes, but
That's
like,
100
got some fucking
if-
paintball
if-
guns on them too.
if the FBI wants to look up what you got going on, right? The Social Security Administration can't see it.
right. Right. So
The IRS
ultimately, the
can't
goal of this is to
You know what I mean?
bring
So
greater
it's like
efficiency to these agencies.
centralize-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to centralize this information for efficiency, and that part I can get, right? But there's also the pushback where the people are going, well, listen, we're going to give the government this massive database of everybody's information, and it can be used throughout, and we don't want that. There's a lot of like more libertarian minded people
All
that
right, so
don't
who
want
gets it
the
then?
government to have
So
this
check it out.
data.
So okay, the government,
Hear
you
that.
don't want them. That's great. But didn't somebody communism or whatever? It belongs to the people, for the people. It's the government. It's us. So what
I
was I
mean-
just thinking a minute ago?
I mean, in
forget.
theory-
Well, that was the gist of it.
In theory, but I mean, in practice,
Oh,
it
that's what I
obviously
was gonna
doesn't.
say. The companies, right? My bad. I'm sorry. I just thought I gotta get it off my head or else I'm gonna go crazy.
That's all right.
All these companies that you would subcontract out your monopoly of information that you don't want to form. It's like what happened to Michigan Bell, right? I don't know if there was a New York Bell or what. Michigan Bell was a big old telephone company. My grandfather worked for it. He used to climb on the telephone poles and string up the telephone lines. And
Hold
start
on.
doing fiber optics.
That's hard
before
work.
he got old and died. If that's what they did back in the old days, so you gotta have the phone lines.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore, but anyway. So they had a monopoly. The government made them split the trust or something and broke them up into 100 different companies. Ameritech and the AT&T and all these other telephone businesses. And what has happened over the last 50, 60 years, whatever it's been since they broke up the company, is they all sort of had to consolidate back into each other
Already.
because these motherfuckers were doing the same shit. Well, they told them like, oh, you can't run it all from one umbrella, you can't have the monopoly.
And you're right. Anti-monopoly
can't,
laws.
Yeah, the antitrust or whatever, something like that. But they broke up Michigan Bell. But Michigan Bell has basically been reconsolidated into like AT&T Singular Wireless or whatever.
It's
and some
happening
other
again.
shit.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is these are just companies that have been. You're gonna say, oh, we can't have the fucking government controlling information. Okay, whatever. Let's forget that DARPA is like the controls the entire internet from the fucking top down. But we'll get to that later. You're gonna split into different companies, and who regulates them?
I think we're gonna need some tinfoil hats for this one.
For you.
Who regulates
That's
the
my question to
companies?
you.
Well,
we split we give it the control of this to these guys, and control of that to those guys, and control of this to them. So now who controls them? Who watches the Watchmen kind of shit?
yeah.
I think ultimately, like I get what you're saying, but you're talking about private companies, not the government. And
Shall return.
I haven't given an opinion on one way or the other. I'm just laying out the arguments of what is going on, and the argument that people say, yes, we need to centralize it for government efficiency. So all these different departments of the government, the IRS, the Social Security Ministry, the FBI, the whatever ATF, they can all look at one centralized database and talk. You know what I mean? That is one side of the argument. The other side of the argument is we don't want the government to have a centralized blah 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 blah. I haven't given an opinion one way or the other. I'm just laying out the different sides of the argument. But
Let me put this to you.
what you're talking about is private companies. Private companies are different than the government.
Well, someone is going to have this information that you're talking about controlling. It's going to be in private hands or it's going to be in the government's hands. Like, which one do you want?
Yeah, most people, at least that I would think of, at least towards the right wing, would rather it be in private companies and not the government.
That's fine. Too bad. The government already controls the internet, like from the ground up. And the Russians, they're probably building their own network, but they want to pipe in our shit too. Because we got a lot of stuff going on over here. The Chinese, they got their own thing going, but they're pretty much riding our coattails.
The theory
These copper wires that we put up.
the theory about a federal investigator with a valid warrant still applies to private companies too, though. Right? So Apple wouldn't give the FBI a backdoor into the iPhone, but if the FBI comes to Apple,
That's funny to me, bro. I bet you they already.
if the FBI comes to Apple and has a valid warrant, then Apple is forced to turn over whatever they have in order to comply with that warrant. So
Dude, Donald Trump himself could just walk into fucking Steve Jobs' fucking replacement's office and blow his fucking brains out with a pistol. Yeah, what the fuck they gonna do about it?
that's
No,
okay. Bro, I gotta stop you there. That's a little too explicit. We are still on live on YouTube.
Oh, my bad.
Think about that a little bit for me, okay? But
My bad.
secondly, I think you're wrong. If the president did that, I'm pretty sure
That's not incorrect, my friend.
he'd be arrested for murder. Yeah.
Come on, bro.
No, he would be arrested for murder if he did that.
No, he wouldn't. But anyway.
So why isn't he?
I mean, there are checks and balances. Like, you can't just send Delta Force in to murder citizens.
But that's not what he said. He said the
Yeah,
president
well,
himself.
find
That's
out
what he
when
said.
they do get to go to work. So it don't matter what the fuck they're doing. Don't worry about it.
You don't think a CEO?
Like the fact that
you
Apple
don't think
thinks they got the
C-
balls to fucking go against the U.S. government about that is funny to me.
You don't.
Like,
You don't.
That
You
was
don't.
just a show for you guys. It
You
was
don't
a
think-
show for the old pedophiles who are fucking with their Apple
Oh,
phones.
okay. Again, I gotta check you on the language. Okay, like so.
Oh my God, Apple, we're safe. They're not gonna give up the government the money or the info or the pictures.
What's
They're
up,
gonna
lower
take
class?
that.
It's
No.
good to see you, bro. Welcome in.
You don't think the CEO of Apple being murdered would be like, I don't know, big news?
Oh, okay.
Bro, they could replace them with somebody else. The Russians could be like, hey, we got a guy just like him. We taught him English this week.
The fact that they could replace them has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
What? Like, bro, this is dystopian, like, type of shit going on these days. Like, one dude's life is insignificant in this game now. Want to keep playing?
If the president sent in Delta Team, right, to off
Bro,
the...
it don't gotta be them guys. It don't gotta be tier 1 motherfuckers. It could be a street rat.
Okay, hold on. Tell me this. Tell me this.
Nothing.
Calm down.
A crack
All right.
addict
All right.
on
Calm
his way
down.
home from the fucking gas station. Like, oh, hey, what's up, man?
Your
Can I get
initial
a fucking wash in the windshield? I'm sorry, buddy.
claim was that the president could walk in and do it himself. I think that's wrong.
That wasn't your argument.
Bro, I bet you, with the type of shit that's been going on, Trump got 2 assassination attempts on his life before the election.
That's true.
Like, we need to see some blood for this shit. If not, some dudes doing a hem fandango. You know what that is?
I don't need to know.
When they
Wait.
jump from a rope by the neck of the
Okay.
guy?
Okay. All right. All right.
Oh, until they're deleted. My bad.
Yeah, that's what you should have said. For fuck's sake, man. I can't. We can't be doing this. Why is it so hard? It's very.
I tried.
It's a very
man,
simple
like,
etiquette. It wasn't you.
I know. I know. Like, I was trying to have, talk about his arguments, but
But we shouldn't have even fucking broached that. You know what? That's my fault. That's my fault. I should have cut it and just went on as something else. Let's talk about his fucking golf game or something like that. We don't need to be talking about him going after. But
yeah. Listen. He seemed like a cool guy, and I'm sure he is. Seems like a down to earth cool guy, but it seemed like some of his, I don't know, language or rhetoric or whatever might not be suitable enough for
yeah,
YouTube, which is why I'm assuming you moved him out.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, we're talking about explicitly harming people. We're talking about even the term you're using, the MR word for fucking ending somebody's life is a little much. All right, like I'm a little on eggshells with that. YouTube is special about this stuff. I've even stepped on my own damn toes tonight, saying shit like coof, the alternative for coof. But this is.
I got you, man.
I understand that this is lower class. Is that right, lower class? That's what he told me anyway.
Can you hear me?
Barely. You're very quiet.
Very quiet.
Hold on. I gotta adjust my Discord settings. Sorry, my man.
Okay, now we can hear
Just a sec.
you. Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna go take a leak. I'll be back.
that's cool. We'll be here. I'm sorry. Okay. What's this guy's name? I did kick him from the Discord. Urkel, I didn't mean to kick you from the Discord. I just meant to kick you from the chat, which is a different button, and I always get confused about that. But you are welcome to come back to the Discord, but another day on the stream, because there's too much stuff there that makes me question. Right?
How's my sound now, EOD?
It's better. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Just finished off my nightcap, so I'm hanging out at the house and
Hell yeah.
relaxing, my man. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. We got kind of spurg bombed on Rob's chat earlier, and we got this guy who's just not aware of the etiquette, which is necessary for YouTube. Which is, again, it's nothing against you, Urkel, but like I say, you're welcome. You're welcome to come back to the Discord. You're welcome to come back to the chat, but on a different day. But definitely check out Lower Class. Put your link down there. Y'all sub to Lower Class. He's trying to bump up those numbers just as much as I am. So.
Hey, thanks, brother. I really appreciate that, man. That
Yeah.
means a lot.
No problem.
I will definitely start doing the exact same for you during my streams. I don't get as many viewers as you do, so I'm very new to this thing. I mean, literally started like a week ago.
I feel
But
you.
I do want to say, EOD, man, thank you for all the support. It means a lot.
Oh yeah, man.
Definitely helps. So any way that I can help, please let me know, man. I'm here for it.
I surely will. Yeah, man. I don't normally get this many people. This is because of a Rod raid earlier tonight. This is the remnants of the raid. Thank you all for sticking around. By the way, it's good to see you all. Definitely hang out. I'm fixing the bot rigs right now so that the Discord link and the bot rig should be right. So it has not been
Isn't he
right.
a good guy? Chat, can you all tell me how good of a guy Rob Noor is?
He is an awesome guy. A very genuine person. I don't think you'll meet anyone more genuine on the internet. I really don't.
That's serious, man. For real. I've only talked with him personally one time, and he literally did nothing but offer me advice and try to help me with this whole YouTube thing the entire time. Like, nothing in it for him,
Yeah.
not trying to get anything out of it. So, he Rob is a very solid dude.
He really is. Like I say, I've been following him since before 2016, around 2016, I think, and he's just been on point the whole damn time. He was a force to be reckoned with in Twitch poll, and that's why I sort of stuck with him all this time. And it, up until I heard of Big Papa Fascist, which later became Andrew Wilson of the Crucible, I had never heard anybody hit as hard as Rob does in a fucking debate. This shit just blew my fucking mind.
Oh man, I mean, he's on point constantly the entire time.
Yeah.
From beginning to end. And the thing I really respect is when he's on point and someone tries to drag him off point,
Yeah.
he will fucking.
No, you
sorry
son
for
of a
language, I
bitch.
apologize.
No, you can say
He will
fucking. That's fine.
He will stay on point the
Yeah.
entire time. I mean, my man is just in the pocket constantly.
Hell yeah.
Like I wish I could do what he did. EOD, you've seen me on panels and stuff before.
Yeah.
When
You get a little heated sometimes, yeah.
I do, yeah. He doesn't. My man Rob Noor, that dude can stay calm and collected and just own the conversation, So definitely big ups to Normal America with Rob Noor, I know a lot of people here probably already sub, but if you haven't yet, please do sub to EOD696, sub to Normal America with Rob Noor.
Oh yeah. They probably all are subbed, honestly. What was it? It was great. Grid one rated him, and then a few minutes later he rated into me. So these are all Grid one, Rob Nor overlap. So, lot of friendly faces, sort of lurking around on the chat. I'm afraid that's okay.
Great
We do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. Silver Ogre's over here. What you doing, Silver Ogre? I think aren't you a mod for Fabian Liberty? I think you are. Definitely some base motherfuckers over there too.
Oh, absolutely.
So, DBO, I don't think you've been acquainted with lower class yet, have you?
Who?
Lower class. He's this guy in the chat with
Me, I'm the plebe in the chat.
us.
No, I have not. Do you go by lower class?
Yeah, lower class is just the tag.
On YouTube,
Here,
yeah.
hold on, let me see. All
Yeah,
I'll
that's
bring
fine.
Discord. I used to I used to do gaming stuff. And now is this a screen sharing thing for this in Discord, or is this something where?
Yeah, you can share a screen. There should be a few buttons on the bottom. One of them looks like a screen with an arrow on it. Are you on your computer? Yeah, it sounds like you are.
Yeah, I am. Sorry, I am inept when it comes to.
There you go.
Am I in here?
Oh, are you trying to share your camera?
Yeah. To join the cams.
Oh yeah, no, don't do a share screen. Then there's another button for a camera. Oh, he left. That was the wrong button.
Oh,
Twisted says no, he's tuning in from his abacus.
You want to hear the worst part about that, brother?
What?
There we go. I'm a millennial.
You should know how to do this shit. Yeah.
I should, right? Yeah.
hey, man. Technically, me and EOD are millennials.
Technically.
Hey, it's okay, man. You know, I just
We're kind of, I guess, what they call like elder millennials.
Right. Early millennials.
Man, it's okay. I wasted a lot of time doing a lot of stuff that I shouldn't have been doing, and now I'm here in the pocket. You know what I mean?
Best
Is
place
my
to be.
camera coming through at all?
No, it doesn't seem to want to connect for some reason, but that's okay. I don't require that.
There it is.
Aha!
There you are.
Wasso.
There you are.
What's up?
man?
Yeah, what's going on, dude?
How you doing? Good to see you.
Doing good. You too, brother. Yeah. Lower class. That whole concept is simply because of the way I live.
It's
See all these clothes here? This is my dryer, my friend.
Yeah.
You know?
it's all good, brother, man. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care if you're called lower class or Bugatti 252. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck what your name is.
Bugatti 42069.
But it's
Yeah,
yeah,
man. 42069, nice.
it's all good, brother. Nice to meet you. I'm
Nice to meet you
I
too,
go by
brother.
DBO.
Nice to meet you.
It's short for don't be offended.
Hey, that's something I can get behind, my friend.
And if you look closely, those are Trump flags in the background for him over there. So.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I got a fucking sheet of insulation that's supposed to be in my window. But yeah, there's a bunch of flags back there. Should
I love
probably turn a light on.
I love it, man. I love it. You know, I love this country very much. I have this like old tapestry that an old friend gave me at one point. But hold on, just so we're very clear.
we're all Trump supporters, lower class. That's all I wanted you to figure out. Thank goodness.
Too dark to see. Let me see, man. I think I got a light back here.
Yeah, you used to have a streamer backlight back there somewhere. There he is. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's like a brand new flag. There you go. All right. I always had my grandfather's flag up there. So I used to have one draped over that whole bookcase, but I put that on the front of my house.
Hey, dude, I get it. Yeah, I'm very grateful for the people that have come before me that have laid their life down. In my family, I have a few military men. I'm not military,
That's okay.
but I've always gotten along with military guys, and
Not everybody's perfect, I'm
nobody
just
is.
kidding.
Only one is, my friend.
Oh, is that not the truth?
Only one.
All right, you see that shit now, Skylar? Skylar?
Silvar.
Skylar?
Silvar. His name's Silvar.
Silver? Okay.
Silver Ogre.
I saw Skylar. And all I can think of is South Park. I would not put out for you, Skylar.
You guys got a topic of the day or anything like that?
Ah,
Or we
not
just
really.
riffing? Because I'm
Just-
good with just riffing.
We're riffing,
Yeah.
man. We're riffing. We're shooting the shit.
Yeah,
Shooting the
man,
shit.
that's
We're
great.
riffing.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
Anything,
Uh,
any topic, man. We can talk about anything. Doesn't matter to me. EOD's pretty chill guy, so
I
I
try
don't
to
think
be,
he gives a fuck. We can riff on anything.
pretty much. As long as it doesn't skirt toss, you all know what those rules are.
of course, yeah.
Sounds good.
So, the Rand Corporation. So, all right. So, what I do, DBO, what I do for my stream is I just look through different like topics, and it seems like I've learned a lot over like I said, I've only been doing this for about a week now, and over the past week, I have learned quite a bit.
There's a
Quite
lot.
a bit.
There's a lot to learn for sure.
There's a lot. EOD, you are correct, my friend. So today, I didn't even get through everything, but today, the stream that I was doing was focused around the Rand Corporation. So the Rand Corporation is it's a research organization that is, I don't want to say 100% funded by taxpayers because it's not, but it's very largely funded by taxpayers, and they are incredibly influential. The research that they do with our tax dollars is utilized as evidence for domestic policy in this country.
Okay.
So, one thing that I was reading through earlier today, which is from the Texas National Security Review, and this is just a quick overview. And hey, I may sound like I have a tinfoil hat on, and that's completely okay. I'm gonna go ahead and link this, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna link this in the chat.
If you link it in the YouTube chat, it probably won't come through. But if you look over to the upper right corner of the window we're in, there's a show chat button. That's what we call the side chat. You can put any links you want in there. I'll drop them into the YouTube chat.
Sounds great, brother.
Also, DBO is a big fan of the tinfoil hat.
Oh yeah.
So am I.
Over here, tinfoil hat.
When I was on Twitch, I had a bunch of emotes, and one of them was a tinfoil hat.
So this is a group. So the Rand Corporation, they were formed right after World War II, and what it was essentially formed as was this wargaming think tank that had primarily, and that's based out of this article from the Texas National Security Review. They had two teams. One was the MAD team, MAD, which primarily dealt with mathematics, and then the SSD team, which dealt with it wasn't social studies. Essentially, I'll give you a quick overview. So what these two teams did was they war gamed what the country would do in the event of any kind of nuclear holocaust, essentially.
Mm.
Especially after Russia tested their first hydrogen bomb in 1949. So
Okay.
the Mad Team, they were to look at these scenarios from the perspective of cold, calculated,
Ma-
emotionless, no humanity.
mathematics, yeah.
Yes. Well, there was, and in this article, you'll read this. There was someone, they don't mention who they came from, where they came from exactly. It's a first person perspective from this person who came to the Mad Team and trained them how to compartmentalize their humanity away from the fact that what they were talking about and discussing on a daily basis was death tolls into the tunes of like tens of millions, because we like we're talking about a nuclear holocaust here,
Yeah.
right? So this person was specifically like, their goal was to help the people that were on the Mad Team operate in their function while compartmentalizing their humanity and taking away from any kind of emotional connection to what they were doing. Now the SSD team was the exact opposite. So the SSD team was more of the, I think it was social studies. Like these were people who operated solely out of like the compassion for humanity, right? And the thing that we all have within us, our soul. That's, to me, right? So
Okay. Let me try to sum it up real quick. Like
yeah,
the what was it, Mad Team, MAD team, M the M team, right? They're mathematics. So they're gonna look at a nuclear holocaust, nuclear war type of scenario and strictly the numbers game. They're gonna say, well, bomb goes off here. We're gonna have this many casualties. There's gonna be this many casualties due from fallout, nuclear fallout, depending on where the cloud goes. Yada yada yada. They're specifically just trying to look at the numbers, which yes, I could see that being dehumanizing, right? But the SSD team is looking at
It's necessary.
the social aspect, right? Okay, so if these bombs go off, what happens socially? Are people going to, bunker up? Is everybody going to go to bunkers? Especially back then, bunkers were a little more um,
Viable. Yeah.
popular, you
Sure.
know. Uh, what happens? Are people going to flee cities and start going to rural areas? Are they going to team up? Is there going to be little clans? Is there going to be little groups here and there? So I get the idea of the pure mathematics side, and then the social side, like socially, what happens? How do people
What's the
react?
fallout gonna be? Yeah.
Versus the mathematics side of well, how many people are going to die? How many people are going to die in the initial blast? How many people are going to die in the fallout period? So on and so forth. Is that kind of summing up what you're saying?
not necessarily. So
Okay.
so the Mad Team was more of a statistical probability team, right? And what they found was, with the Mad Team, these guys were much quicker to hit the button. Where with the SSD team, the social studies team, the people who primarily operated out of like social compassion, like our genuine like love for the other man, very rarely did the bombs go off.
Okay, I got you now. See, I thought these
Yes.
teams were looking at what would happen on
The
an
same thing together.
impact,
Yeah.
Correct,
and
correct. Yeah, 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 yeah. I
you're
understand.
saying it like from a should we
Preemptive.
shoot? Okay, okay, okay.
Yes. So the MAD team, and this is a team that has been trained by somebody who, and like tinfoil hat, like I said, don't get me wrong, you can believe it whether you want to or not. Like I posted the article in the chat, or in the little private chat. You can read through this yourself.
I
They
got it
go
on the
through
screen. We posted it
every
in both
aspect
chats.
of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you getting at with
So
it? I mean, it doesn't surprise me that the team more concerned with the Fellowship of Man would be less likely to pull the trigger, and it doesn't surprise me that the government has people trying to look at this from a perspective that's purely numbers based. So
right. So there are government aspects that are teaching people how to, and they say this is a direct quote in this article. chatter to the death tolls of tens of millions when it comes to talking about how they would react in any given situation. The Rand Corporation, like, and I'm not just trying to plug my video here. Like, I can post all, like, I still have all the tabs open. Okay.
But yeah, what are you getting to though? That's...
This corporation has significant influence on our now domestic policy. That was a change that was made in 1966 after Kennedy was assassinated. Lyndon B. Johnson took office. He started the Greater Nations programs, which was like the real dive into
USAID, soft power,
Nice.
foreign funding. Yeah,
Yes, yeah, exactly. So
Kennedy started it with
government-funded,
USAID, but
taxpayer-funded programs, welfare, Section 8, HUD, SNAP, like where all of these things came from. The Rand Corporation has a very significant role in influencing our domestic policy.
well, I wonder, did they have anything to do with that war game where they played out what would happen during a global pandemic right prior to the coup happening?
So they didn't talk about that. Now I will say a big word with that is yet. So everything that I've told you about these war games and stuff, that I only got halfway. So I streamed this for 5.5 hours earlier. I only got halfway through that Texas National Security Review article. This is a massive article. I probably spent about an hour on it alone, right? Just reading that. But aside from that, I read 6 or 7 different studies that they did on their own website, the Rand organization. I read their history, which, you know, and this is not me. All they did was glaze themselves the entire time, right? Especially like when they started getting to the bottom, talking about how, you know, they focus on foreign policy, but then in 2016, and this is a direct quote here, in 2016, researchers found that the cost of integrating transgender troops would be overwhelmingly small.
Okay, I was wondering where this was going. Like, I got the,
Yes.
How did we get there?
after World War II. I got the nuclear studies of Fallout and stuff during that period of time. And
Yes.
so, like, I get that this Rand Corporation, right, continue to have influence in the government afterwards.
In our
So
domestic policy.
yes, and our domestic. So I'm trying to figure out where this is going exactly. So
Me too.
now you're kind of reeling it into modern day, like how they're affecting modern day policies, right?
Correct. So as I started out there, I was just explaining essentially the sociopathic tendencies of this corporation. Because when they started out, it was a post World War II war gaming think tank. That's what
Yep.
they started out with. They
Yeah, I caught all that, yeah.
specifically, as the 40s came to conclusion and the 50s came into play, as you had, you know, the United States and the Soviet Union testing nuclear weapons, their primary focus centered around either how they were going to deal with things preemptively or how they were going to deal with things after the bombs drop. So that's the SSD is dealing with things preemptively. The MAD, what they primarily focused on was how would they logistically and efficiently deal with things after the bombs drop, right? So this is the kind of corporation we're talking about. Someone who
more development.
and as you look, like when you really think about this person that went there and was specifically tasked with teaching these people how to compartmentalize their humanity when it came to dealing with situations where they would be pressing a button that would end the lives of tens of millions of people.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
So taking that into account, these are people who, as the middle 60s started to kick in, they slowly started integrating themselves into our domestic policy. And this is all something I go into that stream, but I'm not trying to plug my stream. It's more or less just spreading the news on this. So the
The
biggest
bad news, as it were.
oh, do want to mention this. This is a hot mention, okay? So, here I'll go ahead and put this in the chat, in the show chat for y'all, just so you can see it yourselves. This is the amount of money that they receive. Uh, it doesn't give me a year, but $435 million. And you'll see where this money comes from. They say
Okay, so
we strive for transparency, we
let
strive for this, we strive for that.
again
Right. So this is all
let-
stuff that we're already paying for.
let's
So,
try to land the plane, as they like to say on Sarah Tomato Face's chat. What you're trying to say is that they started out in the Cold War, fear mongering, and then trying to describe to people that we should be dehumanistic and think about not think about the moral impact, but more think about the tactical one. And then now these people are integrating themselves into domestic policy, and that is that's driving transgenderism in the military, or that's driving the woke ideology in our culture war, or that's having some impact on Democrat policies in the current time, or
no, so I they from their website, so I do want to reiterate, I haven't gone through everything yet. What I have gone through is their own research. So within their own research, and this is just from their history page, they're involved.
Are you just fascinated by the fact that a company is working with the government that has these kind of thoughts about mass destruction and global catastrophe?
It's well, correct. So yes, right. That's the right ballpark.
Okay.
What I'm aiming at here is this is a company that has the sociopathic tendency to compartmentalize the option to get rid of tens of millions of people, and that is a direct quote from what we're talking about here.
You got to understand, before the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the type of terror that is possible today was never possible before. It was a new thing.
Absolutely agree, right? And that's why, like, this is all developed in the 50s. But so they had, if anything, the closest idea of what would happen post the bombs dropping. And that's not even including like Tsar Bomba, right? Tsar Bomba
Was
made
massive,
Hiroshima look like an M80.
I know.
You know,
We dropped a few that made Hiroshima look like an M82, you know. Like the one over the islands out near Hawaii, the Pacific Islands.
Tsar
oh yeah,
Bomba
the Bikini
is
Atoll. The Bikini Atoll.
You're right.
Yes,
that one.
Tsar Bomba is crazy because they cut it in half.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a lot bigger.
Cut it in half, and it was still by far the largest nuclear bomb, and they cut it in half.
I'll be right back.
They were initially planning on something twice as big. They cut it in half, and it's still
this
the
is
largest thing
almost
we've ever
60
dropped.
years later.
Yeah.
This is almost 60 years later, and you can look at the strip of like islands where they dropped that bomb and still see the ramifications of what happened afterwards. Okay.
Yeah,
like
devastating.
Correct. Yeah. So I'm just piggybacking off what you're saying. So okay. So for instance, this is a little segment off of their history page. This is not looking into the research they've done. This is just a segment off of their history page where they're glazing themselves.
Real quick, and I don't mean to sidebar you, right? But
do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
I just want to point something out real quick. Have you ever watched a video on YouTube? There's a time lapse of nuclear explosions. You ever seen that video on YouTube?
Which
it looks like
I haven't.
what's that old 80s movie about nuclear bombs with like Matthew Broderick? War Game? It looks like something like that, right? It has a picture of the world, right? And all of a sudden you get these little blips, beep, 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 and you could watch it, and it starts from like the very first, like 1942 or whatever, right? And it
Yeah.
goes all the way through, I think, like 1990 something, and it shows every country's nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
And as it goes down through the timeline of every year, right? You'll watch this thing, and at a certain point in time, the the map lights up like a Christmas tree. Beep, 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 beep,
I was
beep.
wondering when we were going to hear from you, Nader.
Just blips everywhere, right? Blips everywhere of nuclear explosions. I remember watching that, and it's like a 10-12 minute video, man. It's pretty fun to watch. Um,
Yeah, there's
if
been
you're into this
hundreds.
sort of thing,
Yeah, oh,
it
no,
is
100%.
it's amazing. It's amazing to watch, and I couldn't help but to sit there and watch it and go, I wonder where like the explosion of cancer came from. When you're watching the fucking globe light up with nuclear explosions as you're going through the timeline of nuclear explosions on this planet, and you just watch the map just fucking light up, dude. Beep 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 by different countries. It's
Yeah.
it is
Generally
fascinating.
speaking, unless you were within the localized fallout zone, you've suffered little to no ill effects from the explosions over the testing period.
I'm sure that is. I'm sure
A lot of
that's
them happen
true.
underground too.
I'm sure that's true. And how you doing, Twisted?
Good. How are you?
I'm alright, man. I'm sure that's true, but I couldn't help but to think about it when I see all these explosions and nuclear radiation. And
Well, the people that
when
were
you're
affected by the fallout were people who were downwind, directly
downwind and stuff
of
like
the
that. Yeah, but I
testings.
couldn't help but to think
Yeah.
when you're watching the map and it's lighting up like a fucking Christmas tree, that all this shit is going up into the atmosphere.
Well,
Yeah.
again,
You know what I mean? And spreading around. And
modern
yes, I get
modern climate modeling and weather pattern modeling has shown that the concept of like the global nuclear fallout 4 scenario is not a thing. Neither is nuclear winter.
okay. I don't.
It's all localized, and the stuff that gets pitched way up into the atmosphere that does go globally takes so long to settle out that it's mostly decayed by the time it does.
Yes.
Like-
So you know what is attributed to the most accurate representation of post-nuclear fallout when it comes to bombs dropping? And this is going to sound stupid, but just hear me out. I promise you. There was a British cartoon in the 80s called Where the Wind Blows. Check that out.
Yes and no.
That is commonly attributed to being the most accurate representation of what happens after bombs drop.
That's a terrible appeal to authority, commonly attributed.
Fallout that incorporates itself into dust. But so that's like all of what I'm talking about here when it comes to
the other piece is you have to remember a lot of that early modeling on fallout was based on near surface bursts. When you start air bursting these weapons, the only radioactive material is the bomb itself. There's no neutron activation of surrounding materials. So even if you blew up thousands of these things, the actual quantity of material gets so diluted so quickly, it's really a non-issue. Now, if you have surface bursts in the Minuteman missile fields and you're downwind from that, get the fuck out because you're going to be glowing, right?
Fair. Well, I'm not disputing any of that, right? So what I was essentially going over here is this Rand Corporation, which what their primary function is a research organization that is primarily not 100%, but they are primarily funded by taxpayers' dollars.
They're a think tank.
Correct.
They're a government think tank on military strategies specifically relating to possible nuclear
Well,
Well, that's what they
let me introduce you here, lower class. Okay, Twisted posted a meme into the general chat of the Discord recently that was his LGBT meme, and what was all of them? Twisted, Lockheed, Boeing.
Lockheed, General Dynamics, Boeing, and I forget what the T.
I do too. That wasn't a very well known company, but no, Twisted's a graduate of Annapolis, I think, and studied physics, and you're meteorologist kind of, right?
No, I'm a graduate of Ohio State with a degree in nuclear physics. I'm a retired Marine Harrier pilot, and I did undergraduate studies at the U.S. Naval War College while I was in the Marine Corps.
Naval War College. That's
hey,
my
man,
bad.
dude. Go Buckeyes. My
I'm
granddad's
sorry,
from
postgraduate
Columbus.
studies, not undergraduate.
Right.
My
Undergraduate
granddad's
Ohio
from
State.
Columbus. I've always rooted for the Buckeyes when they're not playing USF because USF's a trash team. So you know, we're very good at losing. But so no, I didn't necessarily want to talk about what they do when it comes to their role necessarily in nuclear bombs dropping, but how much influence they have on our domestic policy here in the United States. So, for instance, and I've posted all three of the articles here in the show chat. So, Rand, the health insurance experiment, it is by far, so far, the largest experiment that any company has done with regards to some form of like multi-payer system into where like a cost sharing system is the way that they call that, but it's a multi-payer system, right, where health insurance, multiple people pay into this. um, at the end of the day, when you look through this, you will see they utilize these examples to push consistently the entire way through for a free healthcare program where multiple people pay into this. And they don't use at any point, and this is just me calling them on their shit. At no point during this entire experiment do they bring up their sample, which is the people that they're utilizing for this study, until it benefits their research. So they don't tell you, they say, well, the people who were in the 0% cost sharing bracket, they saw doctors the most. But the people who were in the 95% cost sharing bracket were in, they saw doctors the least. But what they won't tell you is, what is the medical history of the people that they're using in these samples? So are they using people that are really, really sick in the 0% cost sharing and then the healthiest people in the 95? And that may sound crazy, but here's my thing, and I'm just like, I'm doing my very best. I'm not saying that I'm a research expert or anything like that, but I'm doing my very best to put myself in their shoes. When I put myself in their shoes, if I'm using the most consistent and equalized database when it comes to the sample size that I'm using for the people that are being studied in this research, I would want that to be known to everybody. This affects
Well, I mean,
everybody.
this is what these people are doing is conducting research on behalf of the government for a bid, you know, and competing with other companies essentially for the ideology, I guess, and that drives legislation in the future.
Correct. And they're pushing for more tax money to go to the government to pay for healthcare systems.
It sounds like one that I wouldn't want to support, but that doesn't mean that what they're proposing is going to become legislation, right?
That's fair. That's fair. But what I'm saying is our taxpayer dollars are primarily funding this. That's why I put their funding reports on here. So it's just above the history of Rand. That's their full funding reports.
If they're doing government contracting, of course our taxpayer funds are paying for it. I mean, that's true of any government contractor. Whether you're talking about Rand, whether you're talking about SpaceX, whether you're talking about General Dynamics or Lockheed Martin.
Correct. No, I'm with you on that. What I'm saying is, as you read through this, they advocate for these free healthcare programs, which it I'm not meaning to necessarily digress, right? But I'll go ahead and link this one too, just so it's very well known. This is the Congressional Budget Office's website.
you said several times this is not to promote my own stream about this, but it really seems like you are.
No, well, I mean,
Well,
if I was promoting my stream, but
Again,
seriously,
it's
if I
a
was,
study, right?
if
I mean, they're not advocating; they're giving the results of their study.
yeah, but if I was promoting my stream, I wouldn't be posting. You said you were going to post all these links into the chat, right?
I mean, if
So all
people aren't
these
really
links,
engaging with
you
this,
can
man.
go here and look at this yourself. That's what I'm advocating for, is for people to read this themselves. Don't even fucking take my word for it. You can call me a liar. You can say that I don't know what I'm talking about. It's in plain black and white English on all of these websites what they're doing here. So like on the cbo.gov, publication 57126, research and development, that is where the primary money that comes from the NIH goes to the pharmaceutical companies. Go to reporter.nih.gov, put in 2024 for the fiscal year of pharmaceutical investment from the federal government, and then just scroll down and tell me how long it takes you to hit the bottom, because I never did. I'm serious. So
That's probably really big.
The Congressional Budget Office.gov, in this website, you got to scroll down just a little bit. All right, it's going to be below trends in R&D spending and new drug development. You read the whole thing. That's what I'd recommend. No, sorry. It's just above trends in R&D spending and new drug development, where it says the federal government affects R&D decisions in 3 ways. R&D is research and development. That's what our taxpayers' funds support. In oncology news, there was a doctor named Bashal Gyawali. This is an MD, PhD, works for FASCO. He's certified by FASCO. This is a man who is not just some random Joe. This is a big person who works in cancer research. Found that the primary investments from the actual pharmaceutical companies themselves come after they've mitigated the risks of all of the failures for new drugs with taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
So after they know they can make a safe investment once they've wasted the money that they will extort from our checks, and I'm not trying to sound like a libertarian here, but like the more I talk about this, it kind of like riles me up a little bit. So bear with me.
I think DBO and Twisted are more libertarian than I am. Maybe not Twisted.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm a fucking neocon, dude. Come on.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is great. This is great. So we have a great diversity of thought right here in the room with these 4 people. We have a libertarian, we have neocon, we have a tradcon and me, and what do you consider yourself, lower class?
Dude, I generally consider myself like a real true centrist.
Yeah.
Like a true centrist.
So classical liberal then.
Yes, classical yes, big L liberal. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, big L. Not little
But
L.
I see.
Not the little L we have today. Big L liberal. Yes.
I have no issue whatsoever with our taxpayer funds supporting research and development. None whatsoever.
Correct. Yes, me neither, bro. But that's what I'm getting into.
Are you still with us, DBO?
I'm
Yeah.
leading into something.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what did you label me as?
A libertarian. That's why I'm asking.
Label me as a libertarian?
Yeah, what do you think?
I honestly don't know, man. I often fight with myself between my libertarian views and then my far right authoritarian views. So part of me will argue with myself and go, well, no, like let the people decide this, let the people decide that, and freedom without government interactions. The other part of me goes, no, this is what's right, and we should force it on the people. So, like, I constantly fight with myself between my libertarian viewpoints and my authoritarian viewpoints. So I really don't know where I lie.
I
Dude,
feel
I'm
that.
with you 100%. The farther you go into a free market, when you take it to its extreme, you get authoritarianism from the corporations. But the farther you go in the regulation aspect, the more authoritarian you get with the government. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm with
I
you.
don't think that's what he was
right?
saying.
Like, so, but in this, right? This is the funny thing. I forget. I'm sorry. What was your tag again, bro?
There's some Twisted and DBO. Twisted is Nader Hunter.
Twisted. I agree with you. I am totally for the government funding research and development. I have no qualms with that at all. Here's what I have a qualm with, and this is in that Congressional Budget Office.gov publication 57126 website. Okay, it says the federal government affects R&D decisions in 3 ways. First, it increases demand for prescription drugs, which encourages new drug development by fully or partially subsidizing purchase of prescription drugs through a variety of federal programs, including Medicare and Medicaid. So they're using our tax dollars to create the demand for the drugs
This
that
is
we're already paying for. Second, the federal government increases the supply, which is what we were just talking about, where we fund the research and development for these new drugs. After all the risk has been mitigated, it says right here, it funds basic biomedical research that provides a scientific foundation for the development of new drugs
okay.
by
So
private
let's
industry.
let's clarify what you're talking about before we go any further. You're talking about either a proposal or something that's actually in practice right now. Which is it?
This is in practice right now.
Okay.
This is the
And this is coming
Budget Office.
this is coming from somebody who worked within the company that's testifying this.
This is on the Congressional Budget Office's website.
The Congressional Budget Office's website does not describe the payment system that you just described, and yet you're using that to justify this position.
I posted the link. You can go see it yourself.
I know. I see it on the Congressional Budget Office's website.
Yes. So just above trends in R&D spending and new drug development, just above that, it says, the beginning of the paragraph, the federal government affects R&D decisions in 3 ways. First, it increases demand for prescription drugs, which encourages new drug development by fully or partially subsidizing the purchase of prescription drugs through a variety of federal programs, including Medicare and Medicaid.
So subsidizing drugs.
When it's saying that it increases demand, they're not saying that the federal government is out there saying everybody needs to take these drugs. They're enabling more uninsured people to have access to these drugs
By
through
subsidizing
Medicare
them.
and Medicaid.
Yeah.
By subsidizing it.
No, they're purchasing them through federal programs, which any federal
Which is
program-
subsidizing them so that they can become available to poor people via the pharmacy. Yeah.
Right.
Correct. I'm getting to the final point here.
I mean, are we? I feel like you're just reliving your whole fucking spiel, bro, with your 5-hour video that you just did.
No. The 5-hour video I did was on the Rand Corporation. I did this video days ago. I'm just explaining this. Just trust me. I get. I'm not trying to plug my channel here. I'm just showing you what they're telling us that they're doing. Okay. And this is not a misrepresentation.
Okay, so
in plain black and white. So hold on. I understand. Oh, go ahead, Eudi. I'm sorry.
I guess I'm trying to understand your point here because I have.
So am I, and so's DBO.
Them having done anything that you've listed off so far.
But I'm not done yet.
Everything you listed off sounds pretty good to me.
It sounds acceptable. I wouldn't say it was great, but
I'll be honest, man. Listen, you seem like a great guy. I like you. And I'm trying to follow what's going on here, but
yeah, we generally
normally there's like a start to a story and then an end, right? Like normally you start with something, maybe you explain it and there's a lead up to go to an ending. Like this Rand Corporation started back in the 1940s, and it started with this and that and I was following all that. and then you go, well now, like this corporation that's been around forever that started like this, it's now doing this and this and that, and that's my point, and that's what I
I
was
understand.
looking for, but that's never happened. You know what I mean? Like I'm like it feels like you're building up to something,
He
but
did say he
we just
he
haven't
did
gotten there yet.
Correct.
he
That's
did say he was
exactly
getting there.
what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say. That's what I'm saying. I
All right.
haven't gotten there yet.
Well, let's land the plane like they say on Sarah Tomato Face's channel. All right.
Okay,
And-
well, without sounding like too much of a dick, can you hurry it the fuck up?
It's not that simple though. But hey, look, here's the thing, right? I'll take a step back. I don't want to push this too far. So if you guys don't want to hear this, I am totally.
If you can just get to the conclusion is all we're asking. What's your conclusion?
It's a lot tougher than just that. That's the issue though, because
Yeah,
like,
well,
I
okay.
have to provide for me personally, I have to provide the sources for where I'm getting the information and the backup for what I'm about to say.
Okay, so
I
what
can
you need
conclude this with some form of objective reality
Okay.
that these motherfuckers are telling us themselves.
Start with the point, and then if we have questions, bring up the sources.
Okay.
So we're going backwards. We're going backwards.
So I'll completely glaze over all this pharmaceutical stuff.
Okay.
Right? When it comes to the Rand Corporation, this corporation, they utilize their research that they do on domestic policy. I'll just really skim over all of it. The health insurance, all of their research that they utilize to support their ideas of free healthcare are used maliciously by not adding in specific information that would drastically change the sample size or the samples that they use in this to help fund things like Medicare, help fund things like Medicaid, help fund things like some kind of socialist program. Look through the link I sent you. Then you go to the housing, it's the exact same thing. It's an ask to the federal government with this research that is done in two places, Los Angeles and Washington D.C., who have the highest concentration of homeless people. Funny enough,
Well, what you've highlighted is that we have a problem with lobbyism and cronyism.
No, it seems like what he's saying is that this research group is skewing the numbers of their research to push a certain agenda.
Yeah.
And that agenda is being used for domestic policy.
Correct, to influence
that-
they are significantly influential in our domestic policy.
Yeah, so it's
these
like
studies are cited directly to pass bills.
So the data that our lawmakers are getting is skewed and compromised because the Rand Corporation isn't putting forth the proper data. They're putting forth data that pushes a certain agenda.
Yes. Or like in the reinventing of public education, in this entire study that they did, just to summarize.
Oh, come on, man.
What they end up pushing for is private sector contractors having most of the say on where public funds are going.
Okay. That's fucked.
Which takes away, yes, and that takes away from the say that like in a nutshell, right? The main thing that they're advocating for is that public funds will go to nothing but like the physical things that schools offer, which is whiteboards, desks, pencils, stuff like that. But when it comes to administration,
instruments,
money
for rental,
allocation, all of these things, that would have
sports
less
gear,
taxpayer funding. Now, I know this sounds crazy, but when you have less taxpayer funding, those things don't get less expensive. So there has to be some outside. And when they're talking about contracting private sector contractors into these things, that means the investment is going to come from private sector. So when there's less taxpayers' dollars going into this, that's taking away the leverage that parents and people who live in those communities have.
I don't think
to
so.
Influence school boards.
No, it's not true.
Research. I'm sorry.
I said it's not true. What you're talking about is trying to bring in teachers and staff that are of a private contract. Do I understand that correctly?
Not teachers and staff, no.
Oh, well, then what? That
Administration. People who are specifically designating where money is going. And
so
that is
you're
all
talking about
private
like the
sector.
school board.
No, the school board does not have as much control. Just like and that's why it's kind of hard to.
So then what's administration?
describe
The
this.
assistant principal, the principal, the counselors?
Yes, yeah. Generally, administration is seen as different than teachers.
Okay.
Yes.
They are like counselors, deans, principals, assistant principals, clerks, stuff like that. They're different than teachers. It's like the administrative staff of the school.
Sure.
Right. I mean, schools have
different-
treasury as the accountants.
Yeah, the accountants,
Correct.
the deans, the counselors,
departments.
guidance counselors, social workers, all
Yes.
all the principals, assistant principals,
And-
front desk clerks, staffs, like all that stuff. That's all administrative. That's different
Yes.
than teachers.
But
Okay.
I'm
But that's-
still
that's-
trying. I guess I'm still trying to understand where the problem here lies.
So the
with
like
this.
what I'm essentially here. I just gotta find where it is. Hold on, sorry.
Absolutely
Just like,
wobbly. Anytime, brother.
I
You're
spent-
welcome
I
anytime.
spent 5.5 hours reading through every word of these things. Like that's my big thing with these streams is I'm not trying to just find sensational lines and focus on those. I am going through every fucking word in these articles. That
Right,
they're
I
talking.
understand. No, I understand that.
Can-
But
can-
what's your purpose behind this? I mean, are you a? I'm not fully understanding what
Let me hop in here,
where your
Twisted.
stance
and
is
let
and
me
all this stuff.
let me say what I think his issue is. Right, is that this corporation, which had a dehumanizing origin, right, is now kind of compromised. And I think this is what can happen with government organizations, right? What was meant to be just a organization that did research and then provided it right to the government so that they can make good decisions has been compromised. And now they're only showing information to the government that is skewed, that is pushing a certain agenda, and
Correct.
thus it's like compromised. It's a compromised organization.
Correct,
They're not showing like neutral information. They're only showing information that will lead our lawmakers into pushing forth laws and agendas that they want, that suit their narrative.
Yes, correct. But these are also people who their origins were taught by really ambiguous figures where no one really understands, even in their own like documents, no one understands where these folks came from that came in and taught them how to compartmentalize. This is a wargaming strategy company. They were born after World War II specifically to stop the Soviets. And in the mid 60s, when Lyndon Baines Johnson started instituting all the Greater Nations programs, which was just a bevy of a bunch of social Marxist fucking programs that they started instituting in the United States, this company broke their barrier that kept them from moving from foreign and military strategy into domestic policy. And ever since then, in like 66, I believe is the exact year when they made that distinction. Don't quote me on it. Look it up yourself, please. In 66, they started heavily influencing American policy with these research, with the research that they do. So my whole thing with this is they're dipping their fucking greasy fingers into public education, into our housing markets. This Housing Crisis Explained is one of multiple research papers that they've published. This is just the most recent from September 11th, 2024. And then they've also gotten their hands into the health insurance market. Now, the health insurance market,
Well, hold on,
that's something
hold
that
on.
they started doing back in the 70s and 80s.
So all we have to do is go back to 1984, listen to Yuri Bezmenov talking about how the KGB is going to infiltrate all of our fucking institutions and probably already has in 1984. So that's probably what happened, man. Is the KGB fucking got in there and started flipping buttons and pushing switches, and yeah, now they're crossing lines that they shouldn't have been allowed to cross in the first damn place.
I'll be
Brother,
honest with you.
stay left. I really, after you bring that up, I really have nothing else to say on it. That is,
yeah, I agree.
total summary of what I was kind of leading to. So cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say
we're
I
on the
agree with
same
the
page.
idea. This is the long march through the institutions,
Right.
And this is just a wing of that, of
Yes.
getting into the institutions, especially the ones that what's the word I'm looking for? God.
That's fucking Chinese, though. The Long March is Chinese.
No, well, I mean, the long march through our institutions, that was a communist thing.
Yeah, it was a generalized communist thing. Yeah.
It's an idea that it's not going to be a quick influence our government. The influence is the fucking word I was thinking of.
Yes.
Sorry, it took me so long to think about it, but yes, that's the idea: is the long march through the institutions, take over the institutions to slowly influence the culture of our country, to slowly change it. And this was cultural Marxism. This was the idea that the traditional idea of Marxism wasn't going to work, and we had to do cultural Marxism.
That's primarily Maoist.
We need to do a slow march through the institutions. So
Stalin was much more iron-handed.
We couldn't do a quick idea
just take them over,
because they realized that communism wasn't going to take over. So the slow march was we get in, we infiltrate the institutions of America, and we slowly influence them, and then eventually they will turn to communism.
Often my tag on StreamYards is "Make McCarthyism Great Again." Man, you're not gonna hear any complaint from me about trying to oust that shit from our fucking government. But how do we do it at this point? They're so embedded. The lobbyism is so embedded. I'm not even sure what to do, except to try to end lobbyism altogether. And I'm sure Twisted would be completely against that.
He would, being a neocon. I think you can see the cultural Marxism all over the place now. Like, the traditional communism, right? It was the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie, which
class warfare.
Back then was the factory owners versus the factory workers, right?
Yeah.
And that didn't really hold in America. And so when they moved it from the traditional form of communism and moved it to cultural Marxism, and so now it is the black versus the white
race.
It's the
race
fat
war
versus the skinny. It's the vegans versus the meat eaters.
The queer versus the straight. Sure.
The queer versus straight. There you go. And you see it all over the place now. It's always pitting this person against that person, and then who is the oppressed and the oppressor. Because that's what it was back in the original communism, right? It was the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The factory owner is the oppressor, and the worker is the oppressed. And then they transformed it, and now it's everywhere.
Yeah.
The white man is the oppressor, and the person of color, which is everybody that's not white, right, is the oppressed.
Very true.
This skinny are oppressing the fucking fat people. The fucking meat eaters are oppressing all of the animals and the vegans. The men are obviously oppressing the women, right? You know what I mean? It's patriarchy, right?
Oh yeah, we hear about that every damn day, don't we?
Like you name it, and this is kind of my point is you see it everywhere at all these talking points. It's always this versus that, and then when it is this versus that, what does it come down to? Well, who has the power? It's the oppressor and the oppressed, and it is everywhere throughout our culture.
All right, so I'm reading what you wrote here, lower class, in the side chat. It says contracting builds on the charter schools movement from 92 and 89, which permits groups to run publicly funded schools without following all the public school system's rules. On a contracting system, every school would have a charter. Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. That's not what we have right now. That's something that the right has actually been pushing for quite a bit. But I think what that does is it opens the schools to the free market. It sends the money where the money is most successful. It's a good thing. So how is contracting bad then?
All right, so I will say that's one. I didn't type all that. That's a copy and paste
I know.
from the Reinventing Public Education article from the Rand Corporation back in 1995. So that was just one aspect where, as you move past that, where it says they have a charter, it said a school board would not directly run schools, but would contract with independent organizations to run them. A local public school system would manage many different contracts, some for high schools.
Right, so go back to that. A local public school system would manage the contracts. Who elects the school board? The plurality of parents in that school system.
No. It says a school board would not directly run schools.
Oh. But would contract. Well, what that's saying. Okay, so what says would not directly run schools, but would run the contracts. Right.
Contractors.
Right. So if the contractors are not doing their jobs, then the school board still holds the school to account, and the school board is still accountable to the people.
But then as you read forward, it says some for highly distinctive schools when it comes to Montessori grade schools and high schools focused on health careers, great books, multicultural curricula, and others for more conventional schools. Every school's contract would specify the amount of public funds it would receive, the type of instructional program it would provide, and the student outcomes it expects to produce. That's one paragraph out of that entire.
Okay, so
What's the problem with that?
you're talking about how a school manages itself, and that it's
I'd like to see some STEM dedicated schooling.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Fair.
We have a
That's fair.
real problem with a shortage of STEM in this country.
You know,
I personally, I wouldn't want to see any Montessori shit popping up, any money going into arts. That's ridiculous. But that's just me. That's my opinion, right? If someone wants to get into arts, you
wait.
give them
How do you
pastel and a paintbrush, and you tell
look,
them
man? For a lot of kids, being able to rent an instrument from the orchestra at school is the only way that they can actually get one. Instruments are incredibly expensive. All right. Same goes for kids playing. Same goes for kids playing athletics, right? It's the only opportunity they get.
No artsy type at all. You can ask UD. I don't know shit about any of that stuff.
Unless it has something to do with
It's-
avionics.
It's still a important part of a culture, and we need to encourage that in our young people, if that's the path they want to travel, right?
Absolutely.
The things that are ridiculously useless is not art and all that. It's stuff that gender studies.
It's
you know,
politicized content. That's what we need to get out of our schools.
Yeah, that's what needs to go.
I can agree with a lot of this, and let me just point something out from what I'm seeing here in my state of Florida. And I believe Ron DeSantis has done a great job. I voted for Ron DeSantis twice.
Excellent
and I believe,
governor.
I believe our state does really well as far as our budget. I think we actually run like a surplus. I don't think we have like a deficit. I think we're doing really well as far as our budget and stuff. Um, I I noticed recently, and I work in the school system, that there was a cut being made to a certain program, which I think is a very good program, right? Like there's a program in the schools where if you're in high school, you can go to trade school your the last 2 years. So instead of taking electives, right? Like I don't know, art or fucking music or something like that, right? You get to go to a trade school for 11th and 12th grade. And I think this is a very, very good program, right? Like these kids get to go to trade school, get education in a trade. So by the time that they're graduating high school, they've already spent 2 years in a trade school and they already have maybe certificates so that they can come out of high school and get a job in a certain type of trade because they already have certificates. I'm certified as an electrician, I'm certified in um, this or that. I think that's very important. Or you can always then go to college, especially I think a local community college, and those credits that you accumulated while you were in high school at the trade school get transferred to your community college. So you have a leg up when you walk into community college. I think this is an incredibly good program
Absolutely.
for kids.
Absolutely.
And I think it's an incredibly good program. I think for the right wing talking points, because a
Yeah.
lot of us will say, well, listen, a lot of people go to college nowadays that don't need to go to college.
Yeah.
Like people are going to college, they're racking up insane amounts of debt, and then they're hamstrung by that debt. They get useless degrees in fucking and lesbian basket weaving or fucking some stupid shit. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah,
we
I don't
always
think
say,
that's what
well,
we're talking
yeah,
about.
not everybody needs to, go to a tech school and be an electrician or a carpenter or an HVAC technician or something like this. So I
I
think that
mean,
this
my
program,
school, when I went to back in the ancient days when I was in high school, we had similar programs. I
was that like
mean,
1950 something?
yeah, fuck you very much.
Okay. I'm gapping. I'm gapping. All right. Okay.
He's older than us. He's not that much older than
I know.
us.
So I said I'm joking. I'm joking. But I get.
I
I'm
know.
just saying. Like
I
I
mean, we
think
had
it's
all that. I mean,
yeah.
like,
I think it's an
I
incredibly
got to
good
do
program.
Yeah, it
I
is.
got to do an aviation program at the airport. I would go to the
Sure.
airport every day my senior year, and my class was basically my ground school. My final
Yeah.
exam for that class was my FAA written exam.
Fucking A.
And
You know,
and then you're getting experience and hopefully certificates or something like that. Or like I said, you
Sure.
can always transfer the credits that you got to community college. So either you can get out of high school and already have maybe certificates that you can use to get into a certain type of blue collar job and start making money right away.
I don't know about that end on it.
Well, maybe not
we
for the
didn't really
aviation
have
school.
that. We had some very specific courses like the aviation course, and there was a nursing thing where they could go and work with a nursing school and all that. But
Well,
the
surely
big
that
thing we
landed
had
them.
was big thing that we had was like certain classes that we would take gave us college credit. Like I took calculus in high school, which gave me my calc credit when I went to Ohio State. I didn't
Sure.
have to take it my freshman year.
I should have done that, but I
And
didn't.
so
That
on
was
and so
we had
forth.
that too.
My honors physics program at my high school gave me a physics credit, which was a big deal for me because that gave me a leg up considering I was in a physics program at Ohio State. So, that's more what we had more than the stuff for
Sure. Was that
trades.
a
Now, we
private
had
school
an
or a public
entire
school?
we had an entire
It had to
another
be private,
school
right?
that kids would go to. So they would go half the day at the regular high school, and then they would bus them over to another school where they had welding, automotive repair, blah 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 blah, plumbing, all those courses that they could take.
Interesting. What's like?
They
Oh,
had an entire another school, so the
yeah.
entire
Well,
county,
that's
all the schools in the county went to that one for those trades.
Hold on
And
a second.
well, that's kind of my.
Well, wait.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There's something I've been trying to get in here. Okay. We're veering away from arts and music, and then you're talking about vocational stuff. Twist is talking about high level academic stuff to prep you for college. These are all fantastic programs. None of this is incompatible with the charter school system as it's proposed.
Right.
The whole point of that is to give people a choice, and to give parents a choice, and to give students a choice as to what it is that they want to pursue, and that they can find it, whatever it is. So a great example there's several examples within our own school system here, but I'll focus on one, and that's DuPont Manual High School. DuPont Manual High School is an engineering magnet. So there's a shit ton of STEM people that will go through there, but attached to DuPont Manual High School is the Youth Performing Arts School, which focuses on plays and learning how to put on, live theater and orchestra, actually in a fucking orchestra pit. They have real performance, halls in the schools. It's one of the most prestigious public schools in the system. So another thing is, I think your school that you grew up in, Twisted, was probably private, right? The nursing and the aviation specialty kind of stuff, right?
No, it was a public school.
No fucking shit. That's crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, part of the charter system is to blur that line between public and private schools. So I think that's really important too. But
Well, EOD, what I was trying to get at was the fact that Florida is, I think, doing really well. I believe, like I said, our state is running a surplus, not a deficit. And the idea that we're cutting a program that is dual enrollment that allows kids to go to school at a tech school half the time in 11th and 12th grade to learn carpentry, electricity, plumbing, HVAC, diesel system technicians,
Sure.
audio,
Vocational stuff,
digital
yeah.
audio, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All these programs. I don't see that as good that we're cutting this. You know what I mean? Like I feel like,
I think,
again, there's a talking point that kids are going to school, they're racking up a ton of debt for what are often useless fucking marketing degrees. Whereas then people are constantly saying you don't need to do that, go to tech school. And this program allows kids to go to tech schools and get certificates and stuff like this when you're in 11th and 12th grade. And I don't know why we're cutting.
I think you're simplifying it by saying that we're
any bit-
cutting it.
Any bit of
I don't think a marketing degree is useless.
Yeah.
it's one of the most basic fucking degrees you can get.
Well, the understanding how that
Call it
business
useless.
understanding how that
Yes,
business
I
works
mean,
helps.
Yeah, how that business works, the psychology of advertising. There's a lot more that goes into that than you might
Design
think.
too, yeah.
There's people all over this country that have marketing degrees that are waiting tables right now because they can't get jobs because their degrees are fucking useless.
What do you got, lower class?
So, okay, I will say this, right? I am no public education expert, so I am totally happy, if anything, to admit that I was wrong when it came to the public education aspect of this research organization, right? But the other two examples that I had listed was free healthcare, massive push for that, which has come to fruition in some degree, not in a universal sense, but Medicare, Medicaid, that's all funded by taxpayers. And when it comes to the homelessness situation, we are already paying for the HUD and the Section 8 programs out of taxpayers' dollars, with no kind of like reciprocity system involved in that. We're generally paying for a lot of people to get free housing so they can sell drugs to other folks, kill each other, and do whatever, right? Now that may sound fucking harsh, but it is what it is. So I'm totally fine with recognizing that my take on maybe I read it wrong or whatever, I may have looked too far into it, but the way that they labeled that the public education, totally willing to say that I was completely wrong on that.
That's it.
Because like from what I've heard, at least in the way that y'all have described everything, as it pertains to the way that they've portrayed it in that article, it seems as though that would be a net positive in and of itself. So that could be definitely a bad example to use.
So then what you've discovered is that the company that you thought was all evil is actually not entirely all evil. Occasionally, even a bad nut finds a good egg, right?
I mean,
There is no such thing as a bad nut. Every time I nut, it's always good.
I just
On how you apply it.
one bad example out of 6 that ended up being
Make
okay.
sure it's torqued correctly.
I want to point
That's
out that
right.
my talking point had nothing at all to do with your RAND corporation.
Yeah, it was about
articles or anything like that. Like it was just a an observation that I had that working here and seeing that they're going to cut the parts of the dual enrollment program. I personally just feel like that's not a great thing. And while I get the idea of cutting spending and cutting investments and public education if you're a right-wing type of guy, but I think if Florida is running a surplus, we're not even at a deficit in our
Nowhere
state.
near.
they ought to be able to afford it.
I don't see why cutting dual enrollment would be a good idea.
It's not.
Yeah,
I feel like people in the conservative wing of things, the right wing of things, like I said, are telling people you don't have to go to college. That you could be a plumber and make $100,000 a year.
Potentially.
Like you don't have to go to college and rack up $60,000-$80,000 worth of debt, $100,000 worth of debt that you'll be paying off forever and wind up getting a ridiculous degree and go to school for 4 years being pushed with fucking Marxism ideas.
I hear that.
Right?
Sure, but I also want to give a little.
So I don't see why we would cut the dual enrollment program.
I want to give a little bit of pushback on that, and that pushback is, while I am 100% on board with encouraging the trades, I am 100% opposed to discouraging college.
And listen, I totally get what you're saying, but I don't think the dual enrollment program discourages college.
It doesn't.
Well, I'm just saying, when some of your talking points that you just said about a useless degree getting pushed with Marxism, blah blah blah, that's discouraging college. Period.
That would be my talking point. That wouldn't be the program in school. That would
all right. Hold on, just a second. The thing is, the federal government should never have been involved in this shit in the first place. All of this belongs to the states. The school boards have final say in everything. All the DOE really does is push money around, and they do it with strings attached. You have to include this type of curriculum. You have to include this.
DOE. My brain goes to Department of Energy with nuclear.
I'm sorry, the Department of Education. I'm talking about the Department of Education. So it means that there's strings attached to this money, and there's propaganda strings attached to that. That needs to stop. That's the ideal behind that. So what's happening in your state is your state's fault. So if you don't like that, we gotta petition. We gotta vote some people in there that'll actually do what you want to do. That's it.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that what they've done with cutting those programs is good. I'm 100% on board with encouraging, technical programs. But again, we are living in a world in which the reality is, this country isn't no matter what you want with Trump, blah, blah, blah. This country is not a manufacturing country anymore. We provide high-tech goods and services. And that's what we need to concentrate on. We need to We need to be pushing STEM hard in the high schools, with a secondary push for the technical stuff, the trades. Because if we don't push STEM, we're fucked in the future.
China is.
I want you to understand, Twisted. I'm not against the idea of going to college, but for me, coming from a lower economic status, I think it could be done a certain way. For instance, there's programs where you go to school for the first 2 years at a community college and get your basic courses out of the way, and then transfer over to a state, a big university, and then do your last 2 years there. Now that's going to cost you a lot less money, right? Of course, if you go out of state tuition is a lot of money.
Well, yeah.
There's ways to do this.
Yeah, because state schools are partially subsidized by your taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
If you're a resident of the state, you get a discount.
There's
huge
ways
discount.
to do this, and I agree. If you're going into STEM, okay, that's great. But if you're going out of state to get a marketing degree, right, and you're gonna rack up, I don't know, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 worth of student debt to get a marketing degree, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's a lot of a marketing degree is the most basic fucking degree you can possibly get in my head.
Well,
right?
going out of state
not
for
a
a
lot of
marketing
stuff
degree
that
is
you can
kind of
do.
dumb.
There's
That's just a
kids.
dumb choice.
There's kids all over this country that have degrees that don't work. My sister has 2 degrees. She has I think a fucking bachelor in like psychology and a minor in like criminal justice. She sells timeshare. She works in timeshare for the last 20 years.
I don't work in,
You know what I
in
mean?
my degree. I never spent one day working in my degree field.
Exactly. And the only reason maybe you even got the opportunity to get that job is because you had a degree at all.
Well,
And so
yeah, you're required. A little bit. You're required to have a college degree to be an officer in the military.
So
That's
you
true.
could have
And
like
you
a
have to
marketing
have
degree.
typically you have to have a STEM degree to get into aviation in the military.
Again.
And the other thing was that degree was my fallback. If something happened where I couldn't fly, if I'd have broken my back or something, God knows, any number of things can take you out of military aviation. It's very demanding physically and mentally. I had that fallback that I could go and do work within the the nuclear engineering or nuclear physics realm, right?
100%, man. And again, I'm not against people going to college. I'm just saying if it's a STEM degree, sure, but I think there's also a proper way to do it without straddling yourself with a ton of fucking student debt, right? For a useless degree. If you're going into STEM, sure, I can get something like that. But going out of state tuition to get a fucking degree that is almost useless, where most people are having jobs that have absolutely nothing to do with their fucking degrees at all.
That's poorly advised.
You know what I mean? That's poorly advised. That's what I'm saying. And so the idea of the dual enrollment tech schools, where I would advise, don't go out and get $80,000 in student debt to straddle yourself for your entire adult life, right? For a marketing degree that you wind up still working at Starbucks because you can't get any fucking job in today's society because you have a what is essentially a worthless fucking degree. Don't do all that. Maybe go to the dual enrollment tech school, become a plumber, and you know what? Plumbing ain't going nowhere. HVAC ain't going nowhere. Air conditioning ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, but do you really think somebody that is interested in doing marketing is going to be happy being a plumber?
Well,
No.
Really?
Somebody that's interested in doing marketing as a job doesn't know what the fuck real world is like.
Nah, that's not true at all.
All right, hold on.
It is true.
Hold on. Wobbly's been in here a minute. He hasn't weighed in. What do you think, Wobbly?
mm, I'm confused because you're look, there's other ways to get a higher education. I mean, I did it. Um, um, I was unique though. I really can't say anything, to be honest with you. I had a sort of a background in electronics. Um,
I was gonna say you had a very technical field that you had a career in.
yeah, but I started out in high school being kind of a middle of the road, C plus, B average high school student, mainly because I was bored. Um, I had a couple of teachers that knew that I had a talent for writing. I could be creative. I was really into history, civics, things like that. But when my father finally got um, um, we lived in Delaware. Delaware had a vocational program called VICA. They also had another one called for distributed education, DECA. It was I went and I took printing. Come time that I had a draft lottery number of like 32, I wanted to go in as a printer into the Navy, into the military, but there was no slots available. So they pushed me into electronics because I had a high math aptitude. I don't regret it. After I got out of the military, I worked as a mechanic. I did anything I could to support myself. But again, the schools, vocational schools, arts and sciences, all teach one thing: discipline. And I think that's actually the problem that people have when they go towards a degree. They forget the fact that when they come out with that degree, it's not just a narrow vision. There's all kinds of things in marketing. You can go into logistics, you can do supplies and in demands.
Yep.
There is a wide variety.
Right.
Later, after I got out, I had a security clearance when I came out of the Navy so bloody high, it restricted me from going into something that I was really interested in, electronics, for 10 years. So I had a motorcycle business, I had a printing business, I had a bunch of different things, right? I learned how to run a business and all aspects of it. I had 32 employees in my printing business. And then Desert Storm hit, all the business went away, and I was paying out of my own pocket to keep my door open, so I closed it. Because I have discipline, I built a building, and I'm sitting in it right now. I built a building and moved all of my printing equipment into it, and was just doing specific jobs for just a few clients. Northridge earthquake hit. I had an opportunity to make quite a bit of money on a 6-month contract. I went for it.
Oh, yeah.
I was doing electronics. Through that, networking, when that contract ended,
You managed a career.
I managed to get another career in electronics finally.
Yeah.
And because of the fact that I had such a good aptitude and I worked for a really good man, he helped me get my degrees in electronics and finally get my master's in communication technologies, which means I can work on anything. He pushed me down towards San Diego and put me up in an environment where I got all of my FCC licenses. every one of them, all the way up to element 8. But most people don't get that kind of a break. Let's put it that way. The Forest Service and out of my own pocket paid for my higher education. But I had this background in it to where I could go, other than the normal academic classes, those I had to still work really hard at. But I could go, sign up for the class, get the books, read the books, come back and challenge the course, and move my way through that academia a lot quicker. I think education, higher education, is a trap in a lot of ways, because it still wants to pigeonhole you in a particular area. And that's the fault of the student more than anything else. They don't want to be challenged. They just want to get through it and have all of the life experiences while they're doing it.
Well, a lot of these students also tend to come out of college expecting to be making what somebody with college and experience makes, right? And so they turn down jobs in their field because, oh, it's not enough money. My cousin's aunt's uncle makes 80 grand doing this. You're only offering me 60 grand? Nah, man, I ain't taking that.
Do you think that's what's going on? That
I
they're
think that's a big part of it.
I think that people
I don't think that's what's going on at all. I think that people are getting college degrees and they're coming out of college and they can't find jobs.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I know of 2 jobs right now that just require some balls and the ability to get over maybe personal fears. High tension line workers.
Oh yeah.
They make $100,000 a year. Do you know that you can make $190,000 a year by changing light bulbs on towers?
I'm assuming those aren't college degree jobs.
No, but you have to go through a really, really hard school to be qualified for it.
You also have to think that it's not always all about how much money you can make too, right? Money, I mean, you work for money, but a big piece is, do you like what you're doing, right? If you're somebody who, I'm going to bring it back to marketing because CBO brought it up. If you're somebody who wants to get into marketing, you have a certain mindset, a certain personality that you want to be able to get into marketing. That person is not going to be happy being a plumber or a auto mechanic. Just like me. I had that drive for aviation with the nuclear as a backup career.
Well,
would I have been happy being a plumber or mechanic? Fuck no.
Okay,
But,
so
Hell no.
there's a million other things you can do, though.
Son of a bitch.
Wait a minute. I think that people are taught that you can't do something unless you have this kind of an education.
Yeah.
I can build a house. I can do all the wiring. I can do all the plumbing.
Sure.
I didn't have to go to school for it, but because of the disciplines of mind, I've managed to be able to put myself in a situation every time and successfully done it.
I don't know, man. Like, I think you guys might be a little disconnected from what young people are experiencing when they're coming.
You living in a home that you built?
My dad built a home that I grew up in.
Let's not.
My grandfathers did too.
Let's not go dick swinging. No, that's not the point.
No, I didn't. I don't understand whether I built my home or bought it. I don't understand what that has to do with what I'm saying.
It's all about you're limiting yourself to just one thing. I get up every day And the thing that I want to do is to learn something new every day. And I challenge
Same
myself
here.
for it.
Yeah.
Again,
That's why I have an MIT Open Courseware account.
that's great, and I applaud you for it. But I don't think that has to do with what kids are experiencing when they come out of school right now with college degrees.
They're experiencing it when they're in school. They want to niche you.
All right. Well, I think we're kind of hung up on the side of it that DBO is naysaying, marketing. What if he's naysaying gender studies? What if he's naysaying psychology? Right? These are generally useless degrees. They really are.
Well, psychology is not.
Yeah, it is. It is useless because it's purely academic for most people. Most people do not actually get into a psychologist's office to work as a psychologist assistant with a psychology undergrad degree. They don't get there.
Well, again, you also have to think that there are a lot of positions and careers out there where they just look for a degree. If you have a degree,
Yes, that's the problem. So if you're going to look for one, look for a vocational degree. That's DBO's point.
No. Not necessarily. Why would you not, if you were interested in a certain field, why would you not get a degree in that field?
What if I had special? Well, okay, go ahead.
And then potentially go into a different degree. And there's a vocational is not a degree. Vocational is
it's an associate's degree. It's an associate's degree.
No, that's an associate's degree. That's a different thing. But I get what you're talking about. I just think that when we're talking about pushing people into this and that and the other thing, we're putting way too much emphasis on how much money can you make when you get done with your schooling. You got to think about, is Jimmy Joe gonna be interested in doing this thing that you're trying to push in?
What I'm trying to
money, but be miserable the rest of his life.
What I'm trying to get at is that there are other things you might be interested in that you can make good money at. Maybe not plumbing, maybe not being an electrician. Maybe what you're interested in is logistics, and just running a comm center for a trucking company. Maybe what you're interested in is understanding how to coordinate a warehouse, something like that. Maybe what you're interested in is home renovation and carpentry, right? Those are things that
not a thing wrong with any of that.
Yeah.
My granddaughter last year got her degree in viral biology.
Virology.
Field.
Virology.
Her mother, I pushed her into getting a degree in distribution, right? And now she's running a successful business.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to work for somebody else. You're getting a background that teaches you how to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing about a degree program is it's not just, you don't just study I didn't just study nuclear physics when I went to college. I had general physics, which now I can apply that to all my meteorology stuff and my storm chasing. I had just general education, all the different math and science and general English, and had to do this and that and the other. It makes you a more well-rounded person, which
a renaissance man.
Not everybody needs that. But some career fields, you need to have that a little bit more rounded. That's why these jobs require a degree, even if it's not a specific degree.
Well,
right? Just like engineering. Engineers, you could be a mechanical engineer, you can be a aerospace engineer, you can be a
automotive,
whatever.
That's kind of more vocational.
They cross. So you could easily, with a aerospace engineering degree, go work for Chevrolet designing cars.
Electrical.
Perhaps, but there's a lot.
That's
There's a
what cars and airplanes have in common.
well, they both need
Aerodynamics, right?
bodies. Yes. But what am I saying is,
Do
if
you think there's a ton of those jobs out there?
Yes.
Yes.
How many?
And there are more every day because we're
I'm just
becoming
saying.
more and more high-tech oriented.
I mean, let's just say, what, 10,000 jobs?
don't try to put a
I'd
number on
say
it.
there's more than that. But
All right, so
I don't know a
so
definite
if there's
certain number.
100,000 kids that graduate with those degrees,
engineering jobs.
yeah,
There's millions of engineering jobs in this country. Millions.
STEM.
Yeah.
Generalized engineering. My point is that like a bioengineer can't go and build a fucking airplane. Okay, a civil engineer can't go build a car.
A bioengineer is more related to the medical field, right? A bioengineer could probably go become a pharmacist pretty easily.
Well, yeah, probably.
More courses.
Pharmacy is more vocational though. That's like the marketing. That's like the marketing degree. Going to fucking McDonald's.
Being a medical doctor. My cousin is the head pharmacist for CVS in this region.
The head pharmacist.
He went to college for 8 years.
Okay,
to become a pharmacist.
Have you guys not heard at all about kids coming out of college that can't find jobs?
Yes, all over the place.
Right now,
all over the place.
Are we completely oblivious to this idea that there are tons of fucking kids coming out of college racked up with student debt that can't get jobs with their degrees, and they wind up working at Starbucks or waiting tables or any other fucking retail
flipping
job
fucking burgers
because they riddled with massive amounts of student debt. This is a thing that's happening all
Honestly,
throughout this
sounds like
fucking
to me
country.
They don't
Like,
have the
do you guys
discipline to get the job they need.
have you guys not heard about any of this stuff?
You know, I hear about it, but it doesn't.
I
It
don't
doesn't
see it.
mean that there's a fault with employment. There may be a fault with they don't want to relocate to some area where the job is at,
Mhm.
or they don't want to splinter off from that degree and use it as just the basis for getting a job related to the field
Right.
in some other place.
Get a
You
little
can't
experience
do-
under your
it's-
belt,
it's
and then
all-
move into it.
I just cannot put this point out enough. You have to be proactive and not just wait for something to happen.
And you have to have the discipline to pursue something.
And willing to take a risk.
And you also
Then you
have to
may
be
not
willing to
You may not get the illustrious high-paying job right out of college. You may be
Right.
working in a lower paying position and have to work your way up through the people that were there before as they retire or move
Right.
on to another place.
as an aerospace engineer, a friend of mine now works for McDonald or for Lockheed Martin. He started out at Boeing on the floor, turning screwdrivers and building airplanes.
Yeah.
Having some sort of engineering degree, yeah. Like there's kids that are getting out of school with, like, again, marketing degrees, right? That apply to 200 jobs online, and believe it or not, folks, that's where a lot of this stuff happens nowadays. You don't walk into a place anymore and fill out a paper with your fucking name on it for an application and shake the hands with the manager. It's all online. So there's kids that are like, listen, I applied to 200.
Wait a minute. Whose fault is that?
Whose fault is what?
Yeah. Are they
Is
are they too lazy to get away from their computer and do it online instead of just
Wobbly,
going to the business and becoming
Wobbly,
You can
you walk into a store and you ask to fill out an application. They say, do it online.
Then I go to the next store.
You can't even fill out a paper one
Go to
wobbly.
the next door.
That's not the way it works anymore. This is a generational thing.
If we're
This is what I'm
talking
saying.
about,
I don't think that you guys understand. I take
Yep.
my daughter around to try to find her first job. I take her to grocery stores. I take her everywhere. You know what happens when we walk in and we ask for an application? They say do it online. And she fills out an application online just like hundreds of other people.
well,
And
And
it gets
then
brushed aside.
you're
she
talking about
never
a
gets a
different
call
type
back.
of.
You guys are
You're
disconnected
talking
from the
about a different.
reality of
You're
what's
talking
going
about
on
a
in today's
different.
world.
I think
You're talking
you're
about
living
an
in a place where
entirely.
it's pigeonholing people.
All right, hold,
Yeah,
I'm not.
we're talking about an
No,
entirely
hold on, DBL.
different
Hold on.
type of job versus a career. Those are two different things.
do you think it works
And
differently?
walking, yes,
Yes.
You think
100%.
you think you'll walk into a different place and fill out a paper application?
No, no.
Paper
But you can,
applications are completely
no,
obsolete.
At this point, they are,
But
yeah.
you can still show the effort of making a visit and learning about the company, doing research about the company. And then when you do send your resume in and you land that interview, you're a step ahead of everybody
Well,
else.
here's
Who didn't make that effort.
here's what makes a difference is when the hiring manager sees something on your resume, on your application that actually relates to their propagandist corporate speak. That's what they want. They want keywords highlighted out of your application that will stand out. This is something that I've run into. I studied computer engineering, okay? And I'm talking to the old guys in the room right now. I studied computer engineering. I went to college for it. I didn't get my degree, but I had some experience. I went out into the world and I said, fuck it. I'm tired of learning about corporate finance and corporate law. So I went out and I started working. I'm out there. I'm working. I'm doing a good time. I had a good time for about 10 years or so. And then come this AI horse shit. I couldn't make the turnaround that everybody else could. The market fucking shifted. And so now suddenly I'm a little bit obsolete because I don't work with AI. Right? So I mean shit like that happens. People end up with thousands invested in having a degree and time and effort and energy and years and blood and sweat and experience, and your fingerprints are all over how many fucking projects can you point at in the world and say I touched that, and it doesn't fucking matter to people anymore because you can't turn around what takes me a week in half an hour. So the shit happens.
And this is why everything's done online. Boys, if I take my daughter to Winn-Dixie and she can't fill out an application on paper, it's all online. What are we to do? If I take my daughter to Cracker Barrel,
so for that,
and she can't fill out an application on paper, it's all online. What are we to do? If I take my daughter to Publix and she can't fill out an application on paper,
I'll tell you.
It's all online.
I
take her to McDonald's.
How I used to secure.
Wendy's, it's all online.
Are we talking about teenage jobs or real careers?
He's talking about his daughter.
On the teenager jobs are all online. You don't think the higher
they're going. They are they are going to be online, but you can still make an effort. You can put forth an effort, which a lot of these people are not willing to do. They want to sit in their fucking bubble and not go out into the real world and touch some goddamn grass.
Part of how I landed a few of the jobs that I landed was by finding a way to pique that hiring manager's interest. And that's by paying attention to what's listed in the job listing and then saying, I'm good at this, I'm good at that, exactly what it is that you're looking for. I'm exactly what it is that you're looking for. That's what you have to say to them. You have to find a way to say that. And part of saying that is, I'm compatible with Cracker Barrel's culture. I like all the cool shit you guys have on the walls. I have some cool shit that I think you would like to have on your walls, and I'd like to bring that with me to the interview if you're interested. Shit like that.
Thank you. If there's 300 people,
that's how you differentiate yourself.
To the fucking Cracker Barrel job. How many people do you think that are online filling out applications for the job that you're talking about?
Okay, so for an astrophysicist, probably not a lot of people. For a web developer, probably.
Astrophysicist, yes.
For a web developer, probably a lot of people.
I'm not talking about kids that are going to school for astro fucking physicists. I'm talking about kids that are going to school for marketing degrees, regular degrees, not STEM degrees. I agree with Twisted that going to school for STEM degrees is a good idea. It's everybody that's not getting STEM degrees that I'm talking about.
But again, those degrees are not useless. We need people in marketing.
Yes, but when you go to fill out an application, just like Cracker Barrel, there's going to be 300 or 1,000 people filling out that application.
Yeah.
And this is what young people are saying. I'm filling out applications all day long and I can't get hired. I can't get hired. I have a degree. I spent all this money going to school. I racked up all this debt. I got a degree, and I can't get hired anywhere. And I'm resulted to fucking waiting tables
Resorting.
or tending bar or something like that. This is a common story in today's
said that.
society with young people that are getting out of college with these degrees.
Everybody wants instant success and not willing to work their way up.
You got to start somewhere.
That is 100%
Yeah.
true.
And I'm sure you're going to work your way up when you're working at Starbucks and you have a marketing degree.
Maybe.
Why
Maybe.
not?
Work your way up to management position.
Who makes the menu at the Starbucks store? They got to draw that shit on a chalkboard, right?
What does that have to do with your marketing degree?
Design. Design has everything to do with marketing.
Starbucks without a degree, without all the student loan debt.
You could.
You still have to, with a degree or not, you have to pay your dues at a low level, menial type position.
Part of how I got into the
You're
industry.
not going to walk in the door, fresh out of college,
Yeah.
as the head marketing division. You're going to work as some have.
Okay, hold on.
slaves drawing fucking advertisements, while some other person with more experience says, "There you go.
Okay, so
Do it. Do this. Do that."
part of how I got into the industry before I had my degree was by demonstrating my skill in the first place. I built websites. I built scripts. I proved that I can do this first. And then somebody was willing to take a risk on me and bring me into the industry. And from there, I had experience that I could draw from. So
Same thing with me.
yeah,
I had my printing business. In
I'm
the back,
torn
I had
between
2
this
tables
conversation,
set up.
honestly.
And because I was networking with a bunch of people that were in the two-way community, they would bring me things that their own technicians had given up, couldn't figure out how to fix. And I'd be back there. I'd get out my SAMs or buy a SAMs and look at the schematics and figure out what the possible problem was, and then go through the troubleshooting part of it and fix it. And
Yeah.
that led me to that job that gave me a 22-year career. And a well-paying one, too. It's all about effort.
Initiative, sure. That plays a huge role in it. And part of filling out that application in a way that placates the hiring manager's job ad in the first place is that initiative to understand that this is what they're looking for and you're willing to fulfill that role. You're willing to demonstrate that you're willing to fulfill that role.
Listen, boys. When I was young, my sister was on my ass, right? It was get out there and fill out jobs, fill out applications, and I would go to places and I would fill out applications in paper, right? In
The
paper,
market's changed, brother.
like 10 a day, and then it was follow up, and then I would go back to that place and say, "Hey, I'm looking for the manager." I would try to get a manager to come out and say, "Hey, I filled out an application. My name is this. I'm hoping to get a job, blah blah blah." And I
That's
would talk to the
initiative. That's
manager,
excellent.
right?
Yeah.
Sure. It doesn't work that way anymore.
It's a different market.
No shit, really.
It doesn't work that way anymore.
It's okay. It's okay.
Boys,
The world
it doesn't
changes.
work
Said
like-
it fucking
It
did.
doesn't work like that. You guys are living
You're breaking up on us,
in
bro.
days.
said
Nothing
it
works
did.
like that.
Obviously, there's no paper applications anymore. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
So when you fill out an online application and there's 300 or 400 other online applications,
You have to differentiate
You
yourself
gotta do
somehow.
something to make
all,
yourself stand out.
all you could do is again hope to differentiate yourself by saying something, or it's a numbers game. You fill out 200 applications. You throw applications all over the place. You're fucking the Oprah of applications. You get an application, and you
Yeah.
get an application.
I've been in
and
that
you get an
situation
application.
before.
You're all over the place, right?
I fail to see the problem here.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if these people aren't getting hired,
Let me.
Sounds
Can
like
I
they
ask
need to
a
put more
question?
resumes out.
What do you say, Wally?
All right. So you're hyper focused on marketing. You would think that one of the basic skills that you learn in marketing is how to market yourself.
That'd be a good
one.
And I don't know what your daughter's social status is, but is she around people that are in retail or in some other business? Has she built up a group
No.
that she
No.
networks through?
Wobbly, my daughter doesn't have a marketing degree. My daughter's in high school.
Okay.
Is
I
that
thought you were using your daughter as an example.
I was using my daughter as an example earlier as like a first time job type of example. She's in high school. She doesn't have a marketing degree. First time job. That was my daughter.
Well,
I'm sorry.
let this sink in. Again, most of the opportunities I got came from associating with people that were in the trades that I was interested in. I wasn't even working anywhere near those trades. A motorcycle business as a mechanic and running that, a printing business, but because I had an interest in electronics and still could get a ham radio degree, people in the two-way business started seeing what I was doing on hilltops. I built repeaters from scratch. I installed them. I did my own tower work. I did all of this. And I managed to get into a group of people. Do that with your daughter. Push her to be marketing herself all the time.
Well, and
All the time. It leads to opportunities. Sometimes you're knocking on doors you don't even realize. And I think that's the problem with people today is they sit behind a computer. They're not going out and actually, like Twisted says, touch the grass. Sit down, have a cup of coffee or a soda with somebody, and just communicate back and forth.
Well, and to reinforce what Wobbly said, let's take my current career now, since I retired from my aviation career. Storm chasing. Do you think I walked into a chase team that had sponsorships and everything that I was able to get paid and everything? No, I had to network. I had to get out there to be seen by the other chase teams and the chase groups out there, getting into the storm, getting into the tornadoes, show my skills, show network with these people. And finally, I was invited to join this team. And the team I'm on is great. We have sponsorships. We have some big sponsorships. Didn't walk into that. Even after a 22-year military career as a fucking fighter pilot, I didn't walk into that. You got to pay your dues.
Right.
I get all of those talking points, boys. I'm 40 years old. I've worked my days. I've worked at a bunch of jobs. I get it. Okay, I'm just saying that kids that are coming out of school
are getting fucked.
They are not in the same experience that even I was in. And I was in a different experience that you guys were.
then you as a parent,
So you guys
it's
are like
your
3
responsibility
times
to make
away.
sure that she is in an environment where she can succeed and gets all of the life skills
I'm not that
necessary
much
to do it.
older than you, DBO. I'm only 49. We're only 9 years different.
I think the big difference between you guys is like a class difference. I think Twisted grew up in a different sort of family. Okay, like you all were seriously focused on aviation and that sort of thing. That's a different world. So
And good for good for him, and I'm happy for him. You know what I mean? And listen, I mean no disrespect for many of you guys. Don't take my argument of where I'm coming from as disrespect to you guys. Okay, I'm just
Oh,
saying.
I don't at all. Trust me. If I took that as
I
disrespect, you'd know
I
it.
and yeah, I get that, man. I get that, man. I don't mean any disrespect to Wobbly. I'm just saying that I believe you guys are a little bit of a different generation from what is going on right now. And what's going on right now are these kids are not able to get jobs. And they're spending money, they're racking up college debt, and they're coming out and they can't get jobs.
well,
And
it's at
they're
least
winding up working, they're working retail jobs, they're working jobs that uh anybody could do, right? Just to pay the bills because they can't get jobs with these degrees. And then they have all this college debt, right? That is straddling them down. Doesn't work. This isn't good. And yes, a lot of it does depend on what degree you get. If you're in a STEM degree, like Twisted was talking about, if you're in engineering or aerospace engineering or something like that, yeah, sure.
Get an EMT
Maybe
license.
maybe you can get a good job somewhere, right? But
that's
if you
fair.
have one of these basic ass degrees that kids nowadays that they don't give a fuck about anything and they just want to go to school and get some fucking blah blah degree, right?
Blah blah blah. Bob law
And then
blah.
they come out and they're racked up with student debt and they have a blah blah degree and they can't fucking get anything because there's a million kids with blah blah degrees.
All right, so I got two things out of the chat. Urkel asks, "Are you smoking cloves, Wobbly?"
No, I'm smoking Dutches.
Dutchess, classic. All right, Bandit also says, "Tell DBO for entry level positions the 3 best ways to get hired are show up early to an interview, dress professionally, and engage with the interviewer." Like I said,
100% agree,
differentiate
but
yourself.
you gotta get a fucking an interview in the first place.
Sure.
That's just part of the game.
I agree. I agree.
So I think one of the strong delineations we really need to draw here is between people exiting college and people who are just entering the workforce. Those are two very different positions in life. Is that fair? DBO, do you think that's fair?
Oh, it's because they're $1.29 for two, but I get them for 78 cents.
My God.
Yes, COD. I think that's completely fair. Obviously, you can make a difference between people that have college degrees coming out of college, filling out applications with a college degree versus someone like my daughter or someone who is coming out of high school with no technical certifications, nothing from trade school, no college degree, and just entry level. Like
Yeah.
I need a job doing whatever. Yeah, absolutely, you can make that different.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I also smoke some expensive cigars every once in a while. I got a humidor over here full of them, Estro or
Urkel, I think.
But I go for the less expensive ones when I'm just sitting around working or something. When I get out the scotch, man, then comes out the good cigars.
There you go.
Some good Monte Cristos or something.
Oh, hell no, not Monte Cristo. Yeah.
No, you don't like Monte Cristo?
Yeah. Oh no, some Gloria Esta or some Nubs or some Vegas
my God,
Fives
Urkel.
or something like that. Better cigars. CAOs. I got a selection.
Urkel, I'm trying to be patient with you, bro, but if you continue to harass the panelists, we're gonna have a problem. These are my friends, okay?
What's happening?
He said,
I'm not even paying attention.
he
What
said,
are you saying?
I'm not even gonna read it because it's not even worth reading. So I already got a problem, huh? Okay, Urkel. You have a nice night, bro. We'll see you another time, I guess. I swear. I don't fucking get it, man.
Urkel?
He might as well be fucking Urkel. I try, man. I try to be patient with people, but they just leave me no option at one point.
He was an alright guy. But you know, it is what it is.
I only timed him out for 24 hours. We'll see him another day. Maybe when he's a little less drunk, I hope. I'm out of fucks to give at this point. I really am. We had some shit happen in fucking Rob's chat earlier tonight. It blew up. There's all kinds of people saying all kinds of shit that was just trying to irk the mods, and it pissed me the fuck off.
Sure. You guys want to change the subject? We can talk about something else.
It's okay. We can keep going on this if you all want to. I feel like we beat the horse dead though. Any objections?
I guess to finish out my point, my only point is there's no such thing as a truly useless degree, because even if the degree subject matter might seem useless, the discipline that you get from getting the degree and the general education you get from getting the degree has applications outside of the immediate field of study of the degree. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It makes sense to me.
I'd modify that too. Sometimes I think it's where you're at also. The environment that you're living in.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just,
has a lot to do with the market.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you're not going to get a marketing job if you're, in the middle of Kansas somewheres.
I guarantee if you go to LA or New York, you're probably going to land a dime a dozen marketing jobs.
Probably.
You think?
Oh, hell yeah.
Or do you think that there's
San Francisco,
or do you think
LA.
there may be thousands of other people trying to get marketing jobs there?
And I guarantee there are thousands of jobs.
All right,
there.
so you really don't know much about Southern California. Southern California has turned into the distributive empire of the world. No matter where you go, when you leave the greater Los Angeles area, there's all of these warehouses and logistics centers and trucking outfits and all kinds of different things. It's become a burden, actually, because it's gobbling up so much real estate. But I mean, you're not even Los Angeles. Just start moving east, Riverside County, San Bernardino County. Move up into the Central Valley, Bakersfield, Fresno. Oh gosh, Fresno's trucking empire up there, huge, and it's growing. And that's one of the things that California is trying to squash because they don't like gas and shit like that. But you got port areas. There's logistics centers there. all kinds of crap.
Wobbly. We're not talking about trucking and logistics.
But marketing is part of it.
It's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Like you're saying there's all these jobs, there's logistics and trucking and this and that. Like nobody's talking about trucking and logistics.
Well, trucking and logistics companies need marketers, don't they? Don't all companies? Yeah.
Marketing ties on all of that.
Every job needs marketers.
Mine didn't.
Right.
Literally every job
Yeah.
could probably hire some marketing person.
Mine didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
It depends.
I'm not surprised. Which is why when you go to a flooded market like Southern California or New York, you don't think there's a ton of fucking people filling out applications for those jobs. You don't think that you're
skill
one.
that I have.
You
the
don't think
skills
that you're.
I have right now. I could go anywhere and get a job.
Nobody's talking about your skills, bro.
But he's saying that some skills are more valuable and marketable than others. That's all.
Of
They
course,
always will
the
be.
skills that he has probably is not the skills of a person fresh coming out of school, which is what we're talking about. We're not talking about his skills.
If they're coming out of it, if they're coming out of it,
skills of somebody coming fresh out of school.
if they're coming out with an electronics degree, they probably will have similar skills. Bandit has a question for you. He says, "Are you in California, DB?"
Were we talking about electronics, or did he say marketing?
Well,
He said marketing.
marketing's part.
He said marketing in Southern California or New York. Do you not think if you fill out an application
A lot of-
somewhere for a marketing degree in one of those fucking markets, that there's not going to be 500 other people that are filling out an application?
There's a
for the
lot
same
more-
job?
Yeah. Do you know how many people try to get into fucking military aviation? How many people I had to compete against?
Military.
It's all competition. It's all
military-
competition.
It goes back.
It's all competition.
It goes back to differentiating yourself.
Desirable job fields
Holy shit.
enact high competitive levels.
That's true. If you have a bad job history like I do, you're fucked.
A high quality level job is military aviation. It's
I'd
not
say it
fucking.
is.
It's not marketing.
I've said desirable jobs.
Yeah, desirable job. Military aviation. Yeah, that probably is a high bar, right? Fucking
Yeah, guess what?
marketing.
Marketing is a desirable job. It's going to be high competition.
Real fucking low. Real low.
Still going
Not
to
fucking.
obviously it's a desirable job if so many people are getting degrees in it.
Holy shit! No, it's not. That's the point.
Then why are people getting degrees in it? if
Because
it's
it's
not
the most
desirable.
basic. It's the most basic, easy ass degree you can fucking get. And then you go to school and go, "Oh, I got a degree."
And everything.
It's not the
Then
most
you
basic.
go, I went to school and I got a degree.
Should have got a degree in something else.
Yeah, I agree. You should get a degree in something else, not fucking marketing.
Oh.
You shouldn't be fucking stupid, rack up a ton of debt, and get a fucking degree in marketing, and they can't
Hi,
find a fucking
Cat.
job and you work at Starbucks.
I
That's my point.
agree. I agree. So in order to maintain a career in marketing, there's two things that have to happen. Number one is you have to differentiate yourself from the market that you're in. Number two is you have to be in a market that's willing to hire in that field. Florida should be a good market for that. Florida's full of tourism. Florida's full of all kinds of different agencies and touristy stuff and fucking boats and stuff like that. So there should be a way to do that. Disney, sure. That's probably your biggest employer in the entire state, isn't it?
Disney has a billion fucking marketing people.
And a billion fucking marketing people applying for those fucking jobs, to
Yeah.
DBO's point.
It's competitiveness, right? It's a desirable job, so it's going to be competitive. But you're not going to have a competitive job emptying porta potties.
Not a
You
desirable
could probably
job.
walk in there and get a job tomorrow emptying portalettes. You know.
Okay, so what are these people to do? Why they're filling out applications with massive student loan debt that they have to pay
Work
every
at
month?
Starbucks.
Like,
Okay, so
fill the
that's
gap.
my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. Why they're
Right, you
filling
pay
out
your
why they're
dues
filling why
until
they're
you can
filling
get
out
your
an
foot in the door
application and
somewhere.
they get no jobs. They're stuck working jobs,
Move
right?
to a different city.
That they could have done without any
Move. Yeah,
fucking student loans.
but that's a stepping stone. It's not like they're going to do that forever. As if they put the effort forth,
You
they're
say
not going to do that forever.
You say that, but there are millions of people, right? In
Oh gosh,
today's
you're just building in the the defeatism and the negative
Very
of
black
all
pilled.
the time.
Yeah.
Right.
We're trying to address the issues, and you just keep circling back around to the issue. It's like, yes, nothing's perfect, okay, and it's gonna be rough, and it is hard to get started, but there is a way.
And you're going to pay your dues. You're not going to walk out of college into one of these positions if it's a competitive field immediately.
I'm just trying to tell you guys the reality of what people are doing.
Well, okay.
I'm not in any of this position. I worked at a strip club for 16 years and now I drive a fucking bus. Do you boys think I wanted to drive a bus when I
I
grew
don't.
up?
No, I
Do you
don't.
think I was a fucking kid and I was like, "Oh, I want to drive a fucking bus. That's what I want to do."
No.
No. I did it because I'm a grown ass man. I got responsibilities to take care of.
Here.
Okay.
So that's why the marketing. That's why the marketing graduate works at Starbucks. Same reason.
They have a certain situation. Their situation is what it is. They can't get fucking jobs with their fucking degrees.
Sucks to be them.
And you guys are just like, well, fucking suck it up, big boy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm like.
Well, if it's like fucking suck it up, big boy, then why should they fucking get the degree at all?
Because eventually there's a career there.
Where?
Right.
After a year or two, struggling around.
Going to be fucking handed to them. A degree is not something that says I come out with degree, give me a job. That's not how it fucking works.
Do you think they're getting experience at Starbucks when they can't get their fucking
no
job anywhere?
DBO.
They're working at Starbucks. Do you think they're going to be like, oh,
DBO.
Give me a job. I've been working
hold on
at
a second.
Starbucks for 2 years.
DBO, you asked me to warn you. You get a little bit saucy. You get a little bit saucy. Wobbly, you had an interjection there. We didn't hear it.
Bro, I'll calm down. I'm just saying. Listen, no disrespect. These people are fucking out of touch with what's going on in today's reality.
It's not all black pill, bro.
The reality hasn't changed. The reality of the reality of
paper application. You're not living in reality.
All right.
The reality of coming out of college and walking into a goddamn job in your field and having that job handed to you just because I have degree, I get job now. That's not how it fucking works. That's not how it's ever worked. It didn't work that way for my peers. Yes, I did because I went in the military. Big fucking difference, right? But most people do not walk out of a college with a degree and walk right into something right there in their desired job field, exactly what they wanted to do. It's not reality. Never has been. So to say that we're out of touch and whatnot is absolutely disingenuous because that's not true.
Which one of you muted him? Yeah, unmuted.
I did.
I know.
Because he wouldn't shut the fuck up and let me talk.
No problem. My apologies.
It's all right. We're getting heated. I feel like we've run into a brick wall here, DBO.
I said again, we can move the conversation on to anything else.
All right. Well, why don't we do that? Kentucky bourbon is the greatest whiskey ever invented in the history of man.
And it's made in South Dakota
It is not. Goddamn
in a nuclear missile silo, a retired nuclear missile silo.
it. See, there's no bourbon except for Kentucky bourbon. That is the reality of the situation. Shit. No, Bandit. Virginia bourbon doesn't exist. That's a lie. It's a myth. Virginia's not a Commonwealth either. That's also a myth. I'm just kidding about that.
Virginia's not even real.
No, it's not anymore. We split it up into about 4 different states. Shit. Virginia became what? Kentucky, West Virginia, I think Ohio and Pennsylvania too. Maybe not Pennsylvania.
Don't put that curse on us Ohio people.
Virginia was big, brother. When it was a territory, the Virginia territory is fucking massive. It covered a lot of land.
Gosh. Open your own coffee shop.
You could.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the things me and my cousins sort of toyed with. We were trying to start a business, and they all had fucking fuck you money from being deployed on hazard duty pay and shit. They ended up wasting it on cars, but we were gonna take that and then pooling it into like 10 or 20 grand worth of starting capital to open up like a liquor store or a bar. And we had this big fucking debate over whether it was gonna be a liquor store or a bar. It was so silly. We didn't know shit about either. And the fucking investment company knew it. So we did not differentiate ourselves appropriately to win the investment.
What are you doing? I have the tabletop terrorist here.
Sorry, I muted you, DBO. I was just, I was trying to get a word in edgewise. I couldn't.
Sorry.
No, you're good, my friend. I don't take it. I don't take it personally. If I was stepping out of line and over talking, then it's fine, man. I don't mind being muted.
That's what I feel like we've gotten to an impasse where you think that it's not possible for young people to get jobs in their silly degree fields such as marketing, and I think that there's a way. I think that Wobbly and Twisted agree that there's a way, but it's not going to be handed to you. That's all.
Right, and that was my point. That's my whole point, is it's not going to be handed to you.
And
Work parallel.
That's my only point.
Work parallel, and then when the opportunity comes, then move over into the
Right
field that you want.
And that's fine. Like, I get that, man. I grew up dirt poor in fucking trailers. Nothing was handed to me. You know what I mean? Nothing was handed. I get it. And I get the idea of if these kids need to get out there and fucking do better. Like, I get it. But I can only go off of what I hear young kids saying nowadays. And young kids are
They're struggling, for sure. They're struggling.
saying what they're saying. And what they're saying is not what you guys are talking about.
Kids were saying the same thing when I graduated high school and when I graduated college.
And to quote Yoda,
And
that's why you think.
there might be a little difference in 2025 than when you graduated high school in 1995.
No, that's about right. It was 94 actually, but
Yeah, I thought so. I graduated about 2003, so I figured.
But yeah, I mean, my point is, yeah, there's certain like procedural things that are different, but the things the kids are seeing is the same thing. I can't find a job in my career field. I can't find a job out of college. I can't find a job out of high school. Blah blah blah. It was all the same thing. It's nothing. Nothing is new with that. Now,
Yeah,
things have changed as far as procedurally goes. Like, like you said, filling things out online. Blah blah blah. Yes, that has all changed and changed significantly.
Shaking the manager's
But-
hand, introducing yourself. Yeah.
But the actual like issue that you're pointing to existed then and still exists today, right? And a lot of it is entitlement. Kids come out of college feeling entitled and on top of the world. I did. I absolutely did. I'm still a cocky, arrogant bastard, but I was even more cocky and arrogant when I first graduated college. And God help me when I first graduated flight school. Jesus Christ. You couldn't have fit my ego in a fucking, a goddamn super tanker, right?
and listen, man, I got no problem with that. I get it. I get these arrogant kids, man. I'm currently raising a teenager, and listen, she thinks she knows everything in the world. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, didn't we all? Yeah.
She knows
No,
everything.
I didn't.
She knows everything,
Mm.
and I get the arrogance of young kids, and when they come out of college, they yes, they probably feel a certain. I'm just trying to relate, what I'm saying. What I'm saying are young kids saying that they're getting out of school with college degrees and can't get jobs. They can't get jobs anywhere, like with anything.
Right, and
And,
my whole point is that that's no
I
different than when I graduated from college. No
and,
different.
and that's cool. Again, I didn't go to college. I worked, in strip clubs. I drive a school bus now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a very blue collar guy. I've done my own thing. I pulled myself up on my bootstraps. While I didn't build my own house, I did buy my own house.
But could you?
You know what I
Not
mean? Like,
not not the fact that you did. Can you?
you know what I mean? I did, regardless of some of those things. I did, make something out of myself.
And that's great.
And and
100%.
and I'm sure those kids could, you know what I mean? But and sure, I'm sure there's certain degrees. Again, and me and you agree. If you're in a STEM degree, an engineering, a science degree, something like that, maybe it's great. Maybe you can, you know, do something. But there are a lot of useless degrees that
That's
aren't
the thing,
STEM.
though,
That aren't
that
STEM.
they're not. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. They're not useless. They
Yeah,
might not be immediately useful to get into the job field that the degree is applicable to, but the discipline required to get the degree, the general education of the degree, makes you more. I'm going to use the term more marketable, right? So and more desirable as an employee. I mean, if I were an employer, and I had somebody equally skilled, let's get that out of the way. 100% skill is first, but equally skilled. One has a degree, one does not. Who am I hiring?
I agree. And
Well,
I,
I'm hiring the one
totally
without the
agree with
degree.
what you're saying. But my point is the economics of it. If it cost me $60,000 in student loan, right? $60,000 in student debt to get this type of degree, then it might not be worth it.
Okay, so this is a fantastic thing because I can come at it from the other side too. I can be like, so some of the jobs that I got because I came in bidding low for the salary requirement because I don't have a degree. People with a degree think they're worth more because exactly of what you're saying, Twisted. But if I can demonstrate that I have the same skills, if I can demonstrate that I have more experience than somebody fresh out of college, generally I'm actually a more valuable employee. So, and then I'm still coming in under the guy with the degree. People understood that in the industry when I was working at it, and it helped me a lot. So
I would say that that's probably more true in the tech industry. I don't know about these days, but historically at least.
I think that's probably true in marketing too, though. Is kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like if you can demonstrate some marketing skills, like I put together an online community of 10,000 people or something like that, you know, or I built a website that
I would
ended
say
up.
potentially. I would say that it depends on the company, and that's one of those. It's
Sure,
probably
smaller companies are
enough
more
to,
amicable to that for
probably
sure.
enough to, if you get lucky, to get your foot in the door with a smaller company and then move up from there, right?
Yeah, smaller companies are much more amicable to that, and so
You're
that
not going
goes
to
back.
go. You're not going to go work for some big Manhattan marketing firm
Right.
with that.
That's what I was saying. That goes back to what Wiley was saying with the logistics companies. Logistics companies need logos. They need advertising
Right.
material. They need ways to hire people, job ads, shit like that. All that's marketing. All of it.
Exactly.
Look,
That's
look.
another
Okay.
problem
Okay.
with some of the kids. They get too narrow scoped on what they mean by marketing.
Yes.
Or success in general, right? I need $100,000 a year at a New York marketing firm. Otherwise, I haven't actually done what I meant to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Real quick, let's think of logistics. How many people in marketing do you need to have versus how many truck drivers do you need to have?
Well, a truck driver is going to be a lot easier to get into for sure.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's going to be easier to get into. Sure.
How many? How many?
Well, the numbers are going to
Say-
favor the truck drivers. I'm
say-
conceding that.
Say you need 50
Well, let's
truck
look
drivers.
at it. All right. So let's look
Say
at
you
that.
need 50 truck drivers. How many marketers do you need?
Dominate everything. Anyway, let's look at it seriously. Let's say
Sure.
that. Let's look at say each logistics center is a corporation. All right. So if you need, say, 3 marketing agents in each logistics center for that corporation that might own, oh gosh, you know, maybe 1,000 warehouses across the United States. But let's narrow it down. Let's narrow it down just to what I see around me. There's probably anywhere between 1,000 to 5,000 warehouses, logistics centers here in Southern California. And if they all hired 3, do the math.
So if they are all hired, what, 3 marketers?
Marketing.
Okay. How many of those centers? How many truck drivers do they have?
But you know, you're trying to get away from the point I'm trying to make.
I'm
If
not.
you're talking about people that are coming out of college with a marketing degree, not a truck driver, a marketing degree, the jobs are there, but they have to compete for them.
I'm not at all. Well, let's walk through it. How many? You said 3 centers.
No,
How many?
anywhere between 1,000 to 5,000 warehouses between the port of Los Angeles to the Inland Empire or beyond.
Okay.
Right. So
And
let's go.
How many marketers do you think they have?
Probably at least 3, because there's one that's going to be dealing with new contract research. There's going to be somebody dealing with present contract research and future contract research.
So 3.
Estimated 3. That could be as
Okay.
many as 30,000 jobs or more.
Wait. You say 3 jobs or 30,000?
Oh gosh, can't you do
3,000
math?
spread across the?
That's why you're a bus driver.
See, that's an ad hominem, and that is something I have not done to you, Wobbly.
You didn't
If
listen
you
to what
if
I
you
was
want
saying.
Wobbly, if
Between
you
the
want
fourth,
Wobbly,
shut
it,
up! Holy shit! And listen for a change. That's your problem. You don't listen.
EOD.
Yes, sir.
If Wobbly wants to be rude, I can be rude.
I understand
Oh, I
that.
can be rude, but-
Wobbly's getting frustrated. He keeps getting talked on. Let him finish his point real quick.
Wobbly, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So stop, please. Don't
Just don't patronize him. Just let him finish his point. Let's go, Wobbly. Where are you
don't
going?
patronize me. He just told me I was a fucking retard. What are you talking about?
No, I didn't use the word retard, but if that's the way you look at yourself, fine.
Oh,
He said you were
Wobbly. How many marketing jobs, Wobbly?
3,000 to 15,000 is what he said.
3,000 to 15,000. How many truck driver jobs?
What
More
does
than that.
matter?
I've already conceded that to you, DBO. It's more than that.
There's gonna be more truck
Yeah.
driver jobs in the logistics company than marketing jobs. I mean,
Wait,
that's a
can
given.
Can we talk? Can we give me a number or no?
No, I don't know.
No.
I don't work in logistics. No clue.
Okay.
There's gonna
So,
be more.
Probably a lot more. Like 3, 4,
DBO?
5, 10 times as more.
Lots more, yeah.
There's gonna be
Okay.
more.
And how much money do you think truck drivers make?
Plenty. What are you getting at? You're saying that
How
instead of
much?
being marketers, they should be truck drivers. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying you can get a job as a truck driver without any of the overhead that comes with getting a marketing degree. You
But
don't
is the
have to
person
get
that
all
wants to
of
do
the
marketing gonna
you,
be
you
happy
don't have
driving
to
a
get
truck?
all of the college debt that comes with a marketing degree, right? And there are what a third of the jobs compared to truck driving.
It's very circular. Wobbly's right about that.
Is a person gonna be
It's
happy
okay.
being a truck
Okay.
driver instead of a marketer?
I'm sure.
I
I'm
would say
sure.
no.
I'm sure people grow up and go, "I really want to do marketing."
Yeah, people do.
Some of them.
Oh my god! No, people don't grow up and go, "I
I-
want to
okay,
fucking make
to that
make
point-
fucking signs."
To that exact
for
point,
other
okay?
people.
To that exact point, one of the things that I used to do when I was in preschool is I would have to go out and sit at the bus stop and wait for my parents to come pick me up. The bus wouldn't come out and pick me up. And I had to go out there with a counselor from the preschool. And you know what I used to do with that counselor? Is I would look at every car that came down the road and I'd look at the icon on the front of the car. And I would identify that car by that icon, by that iconography. I was actually fascinated by iconography as a kid. I got in trouble for drawing swastikas on my fucking music book when I was a kid because I was like, this is a Hindu symbol. And it's like, well, no. Well, it was a Hindu symbol first, damn it. That was my reasoning about it.
Yeah, but the arms go the other way.
Yeah. And I drew it the right way. The teacher didn't fucking realize that, but
The math here is quite simple, folks. Like there are
we understand the math, DB. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. You keep reiterating this over and over and over again. Yes, there are more truck drivers than marketers, but there is still a place for marketers in the world. That's the only point we're trying to make. You're saying that, yes, but there's all this other shit. Well, of course there's all this other shit. Some people don't want to do the other shit. Some people don't want to be stuck in a truck 19 hours a day. They'd rather sit down and draw icons. That's what I'm trying to get across to
The
you.
whole point that I'm trying to make is that
sure.
you can't expect people to look at it. It's not all just about money and numbers, right? There's about desirability. What do you want to do with your life?
It's about numbers.
What? You broke up, bud.
You're right. Working isn't about numbers.
Right. It's not. There's a lot more to it than that.
Yeah, there's plenty of marketers out there working at Starbucks, and I feel I'm sure they feel the same way.
Okay.
I tell you what. If
So wait a minute. Take a look at those flags on the back of your wall right there. Who do you think made those flags? Who do you think designed those flags? Do you think marketing had anything to do with that at all?
Yeah, some graphic artist did it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you hold on. You boys think that there's somebody with a marketing degree that made that?
Yes.
Yes.
There was somebody with a marketing degree that put together how to sell them.
Not only that, but approved the imagery, approved the cloth that it's actually printed on, and decided how they were going to sell it in the first place. Yeah.
You guys are absolutely out of your minds. That shit was made by some dude in Pakistan.
Yeah. Marketers in Pakistan.
Who doesn't have a marketing degree?
Hey, the one behind me is American made.
This one is too.
It's a choice, man. It's a choice.
Ultimately. Just like choosing to be a truck driver or a marketer is a choice. And there's still a fucking facet, and there's still an industry, and there's still a place in society for people who are marketers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there's people that want to sit around and draw on papers, right? And I'm sure there are
Marketing is far
millions.
more than
I'm
just
sure
drawing
there are
on paper.
millions of people that want to do it.
You can
And
go
I'm
up
sure,
into
I'm
Big
sure,
Bear.
I'm
You
sure
can
there
go
are
up into Big Bear,
millions of people that
California,
want to
man,
do
and
it.
it's just one store
and
after
there's
another after
two-
another of people that draw on paper.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
Did you hear what he said? He said there's tons of businesses where people draw on paper. People make art.
Wow, thank you for that insight. People make money from drawing on paper. Thank you, Wobbly.
Okay.
Well, actually, having worked in the printing industry for quite a long time, summer jobs, yeah, did that. Part of it is graphic design, marketing, understanding what the client wants. Somebody comes into your business, he's got a real estate business. His last name is Month. So you start doing a little bit of research into what that actual name is. And they came up with a beautiful letterhead and business cards with mountains in the background of it. Because he not only had the last name of Month, but he also did real estate in the mountains.
Yeah.
That's marketing.
Okay.
Yeah. Or answer
Well,
notes.
I hope the best for these young kids that have marketing degrees. I hope they can find jobs and make good money. What about you, Wobbly? You hope they make good money?
I hope they learn to not restrict their thought, to take on challenges whenever they come up, not to just get complacent and blame other people for whatever life hands them. I turn 75 here just in a few more days.
Really?
That's awesome. My bus driver is 74.
And I've done a lot.
Don't you drive the
different
bus?
things. I've been a painter, a house painter. I've worked on engines. I've built drag bikes. I've done all kinds of different things. I never limited myself.
Or they
tell you the truth,
bikes?
I think one of the reasons why I succeeded is because I could market myself.
I feel you, man. I mowed lawns. I washed dishes. I made drinks. I served tables. I drove buses. I feel you, man.
My question is, are they drag bikes or trans bikes?
Drag bikes. Still have that bitch too, let me tell you.
I swear, y'all are getting heated tonight. We got to chill the fuck out. We're getting too fucking antagonistic in here. So I don't know. I want everybody to remember that we're all.
Defeatism is being taught way too much than rather people trying to take advantage of every opportunity.
Right.
Yeah. We gotta remember that we're all Americans. We're all in it together, and at the end of the day, it's about opportunity. It's not about being handed on a silver platter everything that you ever fucking wanted. It's about having an opportunity to go out and seize the day. Seizing the day means having some gumption and having some initiative and having some innovation about yourself.
Take risks. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Get out of your comfort zone, touch grass, and take a little risk.
Do that.
There's a job opening at an FM radio station for an engineer. I'm qualified for it, but I'm too old. And they've asked me to go up there and work, even part-time.
Really?
You know what you ought to do? You know what we ought to do? You put me in that job, and then I just call you every day and ask you what to do. I'll figure it out eventually. I am a computer engineer after all.
And a lot of that is in broadcast. A lot.
Yes, sir.
Almost all the studio is computerized now.
Oh, I bet.
Oh yeah.
Did
I
you
mean,
see?
Joe showed me. I actually got on the air with him at a station there in Australia, and then they have several cameras in the broadcast room where he was working, and he showed me everything. There's timers, there's schedulers, all kinds of stuff that goes on, and it's all computer run.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to. Joe passed away, didn't he? I thought he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
God rest his soul. I said that earlier tonight, and the reason that I brought it up is because I was looking at a Tommy Emmanuel video with Molly, some bluegrass lady who does kind of gypsy jazz stuff sometimes. She played white streamliner with Tommy Emmanuel. That was an amazing fucking video. You showed that to me. I played a little bit of that, and I was talking about Joe Cool, and somebody mentioned that Tommy Emmanuel is actually Australian. I was like, what? Wally probably heard about him from fucking Joe Cool, didn't he? So, God rest Joe Cool, man. That's cool shit. But so all that plays into what I'm talking about. Like, I got fucking programming experience. I got some sound production experience. I could probably figure that shit out. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm a wizard when it comes to mixing board.
I think EOD should start an OnlyFans.
I just show my dirty ass feet. There you
go. Exactly.
I agree. All feet pics.
You got
Guess what? You can hire a marketing.
They're 11s.
EOD, you can hire somebody with a marketing degree.
I would need one, wouldn't I?
Yes.
Maybe you could just take pictures of dirty fans around your house. You know what I mean?
I do have a dirty fan.
Holy fans.
My dirty fans.
Just take pictures of dirty fans. You know what I mean?
That's
dirty
hilarious.
Fans, dirty box fans.
I love that. That's hilarious. That's a good idea. If I use it, I'm going to have to give you 5% of it at least. That's funny.
Maybe put a foot. You know what I mean? Put a foot in the picture as well. Background. Just be like, oh shit, there's a foot.
There, now all you foot fetish fuckers can get a fucking off.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
That's right.
You wouldn't even see it coming. You know what I mean? It's a random foot.
Oh shit, fellers. It's fucking 6:45 in the fucking morning. Are you kidding me? Wobbly, you're going live in 20 minutes.
No, Saturday.
It's Saturday. It is
Yeah, it's
Saturday.
Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah. I've already done all the work on my servers, and that's why it took me a while to jump in.
That's okay. I do appreciate you coming.
Normally, I do all that after the stream, get it all squared away, make sure everybody's happy.
Are you not gonna try to hop in on Speakeasy?
Are you trying to hop in on Speakeasy, or am I trying to hop in on Speakeasy? What are you saying?
I was asking you.
Yeah, I tried. It didn't work. Is he still going?
Oh yeah.
You're fucking shitting me. That dude's been going for like 12 fucking hours. I don't know. I like hanging out with you guys instead. Honestly, I feel like it's as much of a shit show as it has been over here. It's probably 10 times a shit show over there.
Whatever shit show has been happening over here, it seems like it's all my fault.
No, it's not. But kind of
Oh,
is.
it is. It is. See, Wobbly,
Yeah.
my fault.
I just.
Okay. And then we're gonna go over to
Shut up. No, mute. Okay, sorry. I'm looking now.
Yeah, they're still going on.
I'll be damned.
What's that?
Speakeasy's another small streamer on YouTube. He does a panel that involves lots of super chats in order to get people moved in and moved out. That gets interesting. I mean, no, I don't want to. You know, I'm more of a loyalty kind of guy rather than a grift kind of guy. I like you guys better. I know you guys better, so I'm gonna hang out with you guys. When I start making money on YouTube, maybe that'll change, but I'm not yet.
Notice the VOD. The VOD had 258 views. Your last VOD on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Was it 200? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's the most views I ever got on any video ever. Rob's been raiding me. He'll raid me with whatever audience he has left over at the end of the fucking night if I'm live. And so the problem with that is sometimes the end of the night for Rob is like 5 o'clock in the fucking morning, and I'm like, I don't want to go live. Here we are at 7.
It's only 4
Yeah.
here.
I do kind of miss Hawaii time.
Yeah. Here's Gorams. Gorams is Rob's brother. He's good people. What's up, Gorams? He says, "Man, are you still streaming?" Yeah. We're still hanging out. We're solving the world's problems, Gorams. That's what I used to say around my uncle's fucking bar. He built a bar on the back of his house. And we used
Boys, do you feel like we're solving the world's problems?
No, that's just what we say we're doing.
I don't think we are. I don't think we got
I
very
have
far.
the easiest solution for the world's problem.
Yeah, you just want to nuke everything. That's your fucking solution.
Yes.
Dobry! I got a Dobry Putnik over on Kick. Dobry, what's up? Holy shit, bro. My Russian brother from another mother. Dobry is very Russian. He's
Very Russian.
very
I
much.
didn't know you could only be a little bit Russian.
What I mean is,
very, very, very Russian.
when you talk to him, it is painfully obvious that English is not his first language. But that's what I mean.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Sometimes it's like, did you grow up in a Russian household, or are you just like, you know? But like with Dobry, it's like, oh no, you're from the backwoods of Siberia, dude. Like what? I'm kidding, by the way. I think he's in the city somewhere. But Not far from it, at
Dobry is
least.
super Russian.
Dobry's like, I fuck your mother on a bear, and I smoke cigarettes and drink vodka.
While shirtless, yeah. Oh shit. And it's ironic. I have gathered the most desperate, as in interesting and different fucking personalities that you could ever fucking find across the internet. It's insane. Y'all join the Discord. Come be part of our fucking shenanigans. There's all kinds of crazy people running around. Because I'm not a Russian sympathizer, and fucking Dobry knows that. But that's okay. I love you, Dobry. Cheers. But and
I'll be right back.
yeah, I was gonna say, Twisted would probably rather fucking nuke Moscow than fuck with Ukraine.
I mean, yeah.
Oh,
I
shit.
would evacuate Dobry first, but after that, yeah.
Oh shit, fair.
Well, okay, well, I guess this like topic change. Twisted, we earlier in the night we
hold
were
on,
talking
hold on.
about.
We'll talk in just a second. I'm getting ready to go pee.
Let him go pee.
Give me like, I'm gonna pee and get something to drink. Give me like 5 minutes.
Let the old man go to the bathroom. Silver says it is also Polish. No, Dobry's a self-identified Ruski. He's very pro-Putin and pro-Russia in the Ukraine war, for sure.
He's a gamer too.
He is, yeah. He's an okay guy. He's willing to come in and have a conversation. Usually just shoots the shit. He doesn't really talk politics a whole lot, except with some memes and stuff. So. What's most interesting is that he recently built a house for his mother, which is really cool. But
I'm assuming he built it by hand,
yeah,
like a proper Russian.
yeah. Like a proper Siberian fucking redneck, yeah.
Yeah, unlike the Democrats that go, you get a house, you get a house, you get a house.
I'm assuming he built it by wood.
Uh-huh. I didn't see the whole process, okay? I just saw he posted the kitchen and he's like, we finally finished it. I'm like, dude, you've been working on this for years. That's awesome. Good job.
Wood, which comes from trees. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Assuming that's how that happened.
No, man, it's all pre-manufactured shit that they ordered from China. I'm kidding. Shit, that's what my parents floored their house with because it was cheap. But
Got himself a pre-built cabin
no,
from
A friend of mine, a few years back, bought a pre-built 3,000 square foot pre-built. Wasn't too bad. I mean, nice
house?
house.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess that's what's replacing trailers these days. Because that was all pre-manufactured housing before. You know, that's what pre-manufactured meant. They built the house, stuck it on the back of a truck, and shipped it out to wherever they want to plant it.
Yeah. I mean, that actually started way back with craftsmen.
Yeah.
Way back. A lot of the houses there in Santa Monica that still exist up on the hill are all old craftsman houses.
We know.
Came in a truck.
You know what they want you to
Assembled.
do? You know what they want you to do now is live in a tiny house. They want to build a tiny little fucking trailer that's a bit of a cottage that can fit on the back of a fucking Subaru, you know? It's just nuts to me. It's like one room. You just live in one room. Are you kidding me?
Be glad you're still there, Gormas. They closed them all down here in California. Terry and Alpha and what's the other one? I closed them all down.
Subarus are lesbian cars. I'm just saying. It is like the preferred car of lesbians. Lesbians love a Subaru. They do. They do. Like a new Subaru Forester. Lesbians are like, oh shit, son. They love a Subaru.
Man, there was this guy.
Subaru Outback. What you name it, right? Lesbians galore.
Okay, there was
They love Subarus.
there was this guy in this first studio that I worked in, a marketing firm. Go figure. Where that they took a chance on me as an early fucking developer, and I worked as a backender. There were 3 backenders and 5 frontenders. So the frontenders handled all the design and the way things looked. We handled how everything fucking actually worked, the engineering of it. All they had to do was make stuff look pretty. One of those guys was this fucking dude who always wore a hoodie, no matter what. It'd be fucking middle of June, 96 degrees outside. He'd be wearing a hoodie, a little beanie, and these thick fucking glasses, and the short little scraggly fucking brown hair. He looked like a fucking lesbian. He really did. More so than I do. And he drove a fucking Forester, dude, and he was fucking proud of it. That shit cracks me up. That's when I think of a Subaru owner, that's what I think of when I think it in my mind. It's that little fucking mealy mouth dude.
Yeah.
He was very quiet and soft spoken too. He didn't contribute very much to anything other than the projects that he was assigned.
I mean, for whatever reason, the lesbians are big fans. Big fans of the Subaru.
Indeed.
I never really noticed.
They are. They are.
I thought about it. That's one of the reasons why I remember it, is because I was talking to him about owning a Subaru and what it was like with the 4-wheel drive and all that shit. And I was like, I like 4-wheel drive cars. Like, that makes sense to me. I want a car that can go anywhere I want to go. So having an all-wheel drive car made a lot of sense. So I started looking at the Subarus, looked at the fucking Outback, looked at the Impreza, and I was like, meh. I just bought a truck.
Wow. I don't know what it is, man. There's a thing with lesbians and Subarus.
It's that lumberjack fucking mentality,
It's
man.
a thing. I'm telling you, Google it.
Google it. Google it. My mom says that to me all the time and annoys the fuck out of me.
Look it up. Type in lesbians and Subarus.
I'm not doing that on the stream. We're on YouTube. I'm not doing that.
See what you
Does
get.
it get them laid?
No, we're gonna get in trouble. That's fucking persecuting people based on the nature of their sex. That's a problem.
I don't think so. I don't think it is. You're not pure persecuting anybody.
Not my sandbox. I didn't draw the wall.
I imagine EOD buying a Subaru and then getting in it and realizing he's a lesbian.
Well, he does have small feet.
You know what I mean? Like, he gets in it and it's like, oh shit, I'm driving a lesbian car. You're like,
I didn't know cars could be lesbians.
they can't.
Going up, oh gosh, I forget the route number. Goes up to the mountains. There used to be this one turn, and there was a building there, and it had the Subaru logo, and it said Subaru sucks. So, I don't know. Maybe more low-level prostitutes buy them too.
Maybe. But it's pretty funny thinking about EOD buying a Subaru and be like, oh shit, I'm a lesbian.
Well, wouldn't he actually be
I
a
love it.
lesbian technically? I mean, he does like women.
Technically,
I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure he likes women. I guess he could be gay, but I kind of doubt it.
I mean, maybe he's like, bi. Like maybe he's Oh man.
I mean, he did
somebody's
collect the
saying
semen samples.
he was a part of the whole semen thing. Yeah,
We love you, OD.
it's a good point.
Lesbians do not care for semen. Okay, that's what makes them lesbians.
Are you?
Well, I want to
sure?
make it. I want to make it perfectly known now. I was a contributor, not a collector.
Are you sure lesbians
I was
don't
a
like?
depositor, not a withdrawer.
What if it's a lesbian penis?
There's no such thing as a lesbian
That
penis.
doesn't exist.
No. You're talking woke commie garbage now.
There's no lesbian penises.
Only if
No,
they're fake. Yeah. You get a dildo that shoots some white goo out of it. That doesn't make it semen. You know.
Woodsy tricked me into playing a video on my stream yesterday. It was just that as an off of X. We've been having some fun this week.
Oh,
It's been a laugh fest.
Woodsy is racy. He gets a little out there sometimes.
Yeah, I like him though.
He's good people. I don't know. It's just like this fucking other dude earlier tonight. He just, you gotta learn some streamer etiquette, man. That's it. There's certain places you can't go. There's certain things you can't say, and it's not because I don't want you to say it. It's because I can't let you, because they will fucking ban me.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like you said, it's just streamer etiquette. It's what can be said on, the platform and what can't.
Exactly.
And
And
folks may
at
not
at
know,
the end of the
you know.
day, it's not your fault for what the guy was saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You gotta let that go.
I reckon.
Well, Ogre, I tell you what, I guess almost all the people that drive here in California are bi then, because they always go left to turn right.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say they all drive Subarus. I thought for sure he was gonna say that. Oh fuck! I thought for sure he was gonna say they drive Subarus.
Oh, shit fire.
The only thing that Subaru has is all-wheel drive. But there again, my fucking M3's all-wheel drive, so, and it's not lesbian, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it is. No, I don't think M3s are lesbian. I mean, I gotta check like my Urban Dictionary. Let me check my
It
gaydar.
does make me an
But,
asshole driver, apparently, though.
That is true. That is absolutely yes.
I mean, it's true. I bought my first BMW and I took all the turn signals out of the rest of my cars. I even took the navigation lights off my airplane.
I love it.
There's a switch right there. Turn them off.
So yeah, when you're switching in and out of lanes, no turn signals, right?
What's a turn signal?
Yeah.
All right, he's a BMW owner. He doesn't know what a fucking turn signal is.
Hey, I'm also a Chevy owner, though.
That's fair. You own the best Chevy too.
Well, that's
Are
kind of
there,
gay.
are there turn signals with the Chevy?
Yes.
I think so. I don't know how to use them, though. I lost my turn signal skill the minute I bought my first BMW. I haven't used a turn signal since I was 30 years old.
Well, to address Graham's in chat, he's asking about Toss and Kick and Rumble and Twitch and YouTube. Twitch is the worst of all of them. YouTube's a second. I wouldn't exactly call it close. There's a lot more leniency on YouTube than there's on Twitch. Twitch is abysmal, especially for somebody who's a conservative. Kick and Rumble, it's like I don't even have to think about it, bro. It doesn't matter. Y'all could be like N-word, F slur, F slur, F slur. It doesn't fucking matter. So
Yeah.
So you're saying it's
Good
okay to
point.
say it?
To a point.
no, I'm not saying it's okay to say it because we're on YouTube still.
So
It's
don't
still
say it.
it's the platform with the most viewership. I'm not gonna shut it off.
But
But
if I was to say it, it'd be all right.
on those platforms, on Rumble and Kick, yeah, that we could get away with it. Let's put it that way. I don't particularly like it in any case. We can have a conversation without having to resort to this fucking garbage. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, without a doubt.
We do. We often do. We never ever. I mean, like most of it. We all cut our teeth on fucking Twitch, so we don't have a problem with that. But it just sucks that. Silver Ogre says, "Owning a BMW makes you a New Jersey driver or Michigander." Yeah.
There's no way in hell I'd live in fucking New Jersey. Jesus Christ.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to bed, folks.
Okay.
It's been fun talking to you.
It's been fun talking to you, DV. I'm sorry she gets heated sometimes. It's not, the intention of the panel to fucking get into shouting matches.
It was not my intention to get into a shouting match with Wobbly or Twisted.
Yeah.
I have, nothing but respect for the guys. If we have a disagreement on something, then it is what it is, right?
Oh yeah,
But outside of a disagreement on a topic, I got nothing against the guys.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that.
All right.
Trust me, EOD and I have had screaming matches with each other too.
Occasionally.
Yeah, I feel you, Wobbly, and I think at the end of the day, we can find common ground on some things, and like I said, we have a disagreement here or there. It's all good, and if it got heated, it is what it is, and if I stepped over bounds and any point in time, then my apologies. All right.
No, you're fine, dude.
No, you're good. Only time that I really got truly pissed at EOD was when he kept saying, "You're just a damn Democrat."
Because you're neocon.
No, I'm not.
All right.
Well, that was the night that I wasn't here, so.
Right on.
Oh yeah.
You're
that's old lore from what, couple years ago.
Yeah, probably. There's DBO or there's Dobry. What's up, Dobry?
Yeah, Dobry showing.
On your face, man. Look at this.
DBO, your channel is DBO_TV on Twitch, yeah?
Yeah, don't even worry about it, man. I never stream.
Well, you trying to come back a little bit.
I stream like once a month, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
You all check out DBO on Twitch. If you got a Twitch account, go follow him. He's an alright dude.
No, and when I stream, it's a shit show. It's not worth watching. Don't come to my channel.
At least you don't pass out on stream like fucking Grumple and sit there for 12 hours fucking asleep.
It wouldn't be a Grumple stream without snoring.
I'll be honest with you. I have passed out like Grumple a ton of times, so I feel sympathy for him. I know what he goes through, so I It's all good. It's a hard time when you pass out on stream. It's embarrassing.
It
It's
is.
nothing like waking up the next morning and then going to your Twitch and be like, "Oh fuck, did I do anything stupid?" And then there's pictures of you passed out. You know what I mean? Like that's not a good way to wake up in the morning. Like I feel, and I delete everything. You know what I mean? If there's some bullshit clip of me, passed out, then I instantly delete it the next morning whenever I wake up. So, but hopefully there's none of that, because at the end of the day, I never stream. I stream, like I said, once a month, maybe, but that's about it. So,
It's all good.
all right, boys, I'll see you later. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, salute, man.
All right, we'll see you.
It's good
Good
seeing
night.
you, bro. So what's for breakfast today, Dobry?
It's like a salad.
A salad?
Mm-hmm.
That's what food eats.
But yeah, you gotta have some meat, man. Come on. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right. Brandon asks, used cars, there was a character that did that, and I thought it was a joke. What are you talking about, Bandit? I don't even know what Dwayne is talking about right now. I don't know, Dobry. We've been on a fucking journey tonight, brother. It's been a while since I talked to you. How you been? You doing good?
I quit my job.
Oh, no. That sounds bad.
Yeah. They tried to scam me. Not paying me for my work, so I quit.
Oh shit, yeah.
Well, if you're not getting paid, fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing? If you don't mind my asking.
So I have some free time, so I need to do some job in the garden.
Okay. Gardening work, landscaping, that's an honorable profession.
Yeah.
Sucks that they didn't want to pay you though, bro. That's crap. I hate when that shit happens. I've done a few freelance jobs that fucking fell out from under me too. It come time for the bill to come due, and I was like, we don't really have it. I'm like, well, then you motherfuckers don't get any hosting. Boom. But then I didn't get anything for all my time. That's great.
That's wild. They just stiff you on your fucking pay.
Yeah, it sucks. Especially with gardening. Like, you can't undo that, right?
So,
That's just
AUD, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm still in between jobs. I'm still struggling with that. I'm thinking about being a truck driver, so that's the irony of what we were talking about a minute ago.
If something you like, I can talk. A buddy of mine literally just on my the chases. I know him from chasing. He just got his CDLs, and within 3 weeks had a job.
Yeah.
CDL.
What I'm trying to do is
And
get
he's
in.
making good money.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do is get in a company that will pay for it or actually facilitate it, and then
Okay.
that way it's 100% covered. I don't have to fucking worry about reimbursement or anything like that, and then I'm straight on the road. And it's for me it's like I want to travel the country, and I like the idea of driving big ass trucks. It sounds really cool. Don't know a lot about driving, starting a manual transmission on a hill, that kind of thing. That's going to be an issue for me. But I think a lot of these
Most
trucks
aren't even manuals anymore.
I was going to say a lot of trucks these days are automatic, so it's not that much of an issue. And then, parking the fucking trailer, that's always the challenge. But I feel like it's something that I can overcome, I think.
EOD, you just want to play American Truck Sim in real life, right?
Yeah. Pretty much. That's what I want. But then I have to think about the reality of the situation, right? That there's truck stops with fucking filthy fucking, truck whores all over the place. And I gotta live out of a sleeper cab for weeks on end.
But a lot of the sleeper cabs, you can have Starlink in your truck and stream from the truck.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
an idea.
Cowboy Trucker on Kick does it.
Yeah.
You can even live stream your drives. Just bullshit with your audience while you're rolling down the road.
That's something. That's an ideal. It's an ideal. And I kind of like it, like from a romantic perspective, I really like it. But then from like a realistic perspective, I'm like, there's a lot that could go wrong. You know?
Remember what Wobbly said about taking a little risk.
Fair enough.
If you never step out of your comfort zone, you're going to live in your zone your entire life.
That's
And
fair.
is your zone what you're happy with right now?
No, because I'm not making any fucking
There
money.
you go. Then you got to change your zone.
I reckon. Good night, Abe Deacons. It's good seeing you, brother. Thank you for lurking. If y'all ain't checked out Abe Dinkus on YouTube, definitely check him out. He's another struggler trying to build a fucking following, just like me. So good. He's a Marine. Good Christian. Fine man. I like talking to him. Very fair. So definitely check out Abe Dinkus on YouTube.
Donate the man a crayon or two. While you're at it, donate me a crayon or two. God damn it, I'm hungry. I want some breakfast.
You don't need no damn crayons. You got plenty of crayons.
I'm hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. God damn it.
Fuck, I'm talking about breakfast like it's night over here. It's fucking breakfast time over here. So then you're eating supper, aren't you,
That's what I'm
Dober?
talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm retarded. I think that link's right. Let me check. Nope,
I'm
that
about
ain't
to
right.
DoorDash some goddamn biscuits and gravy from Bob Evans.
Fucking A. Hmm.
Somebody says, keep on trucking Ginger.
That was K2. Really? How come I didn't see that? Oh, that's K2. Okay. There he is. I see him now. Let me find this
He
fucking
calling
chimp.
you Ginger?
He's calling me Ginger. They're calling me Ginger, y'all. Apparently, I'm a fucking redhead, according to Sarah Raging Tomato.
You kind of are.
Shut up! You are not helping right now.
Dude, I don't know if it's your lighting or what, but or your longer hair these days, but it
I
does
know.
have a red tint to it.
Red head and small feet.
Nah, bah, 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 bah.
I think I'm gonna agree. EO Ginger.
I swear, you're not helping. I've been denying this for weeks, and you're just gonna inflame the issue.
I would never. I
Yes, you fucking would. You would do it on
never
purpose.
Any issues?
All a brunette is a redhead without the commitment.
You know what's hilarious? Is I got to look my little nephew Isaac looks just like me when I was a kid. And I got to looking at him the other day. Yes. I got to looking at him the other day. I'm like, his head is awful red. And I see little faint freckles on his fucking cheek. And I'm like, he's a fucking redhead. Are you kidding me? And I'm like, maybe I am. Maybe I am. But I'm not. I posted pictures in the sunlight. You can tell my hair's yellow. My light just sucks. It's a tiny little fucking 20-watt light. And it just does not put off enough light to actually highlight what color my hair really is.
You even wave your hand like a redhead.
Kind of does.
Oh shit. K2, you are gonna be the bane of my existence for the coming months. I'm sure of it.
Ginger wave, yeah.
You can, You can come on the panel, K2, if you want, brother. The fucking Discord link is pinned at the top. Oh, shit.
E.O. Ginger.
Gosh, we've all known each other for so long. We can have such a good time.
We can.
Oh,
man.
I know. It's great.
Good times.
I love it.
So Dobry, I feel bad because I was talking about the house that you built. And I didn't completely understand the nature of its construction and all that. You built that fucking thing though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Like with your bare hands and doing all the carpentry and everything.
No, he did
No,
it
no,
all
no.
with his bare feet.
Let me answer.
The electronics I did, and some plumber things.
Okay.
All the rest, the work is did.
No, wait a minute. Now you did do
That's pretty damn cool.
you did do the electronics and the plumber things, or the electronics and
Yeah.
the plumber things you did not do.
I did.
You did. Okay, so
Yeah.
then the other things, the carpentry and the hanging the walls and insulation and all that, that was somebody
Yeah.
else.
Yep.
Okay, I got you. Well, that's the guts of the house. That's the important part for real. That's
That's
skilled
pretty
labor.
damn cool.
Yeah.
If I can do it, I do it.
Right
If
on.
I don't know, if I do not nothing about like carpentry, I don't want to do stupid things.
I hear you. That's a smart man. That's cool shit though. I couldn't even do that much. Like I'd be lost. I might be able to square a wall,
Yeah.
but that's about the best I could
know
do.
the first thing about doing any of that stuff. Are you kidding me? Hell no, I don't.
It's just labor.
Yeah. Silver Ogre says, plumber things is code, just like laying pipe. That was good. That's good. All right, KT, when you come in,
Gotta pull out your turbo encabulator.
when you come in, you gotta hit the rules. Make sure you react to the rules. Everything else will open up. You can also hit this fucking erect penis over here, which Twisted added to the rules. That's fine.
I mean, I could add a flaccid one too if you'd like.
No, one's enough. One dick is enough. That's fine.
Why the flaccid penis?
No, don't stop it. Don't. There, one dick is enough. I'm gonna find a way to get rid of it.
Oh, that's easy.
I just have to remake the post.
No, you can get rid of the emoji.
It's from a different Discord. You did it, you son of a bitch.
I get out of a micro penis. Gotta represent everybody, okay? The erect, the flaccid, and the micro.
Why did I make you a mod? It was such a bad idea.
Because you love me.
Uh-huh. It's also because our mod chat serves as kind of an inner circle kind of thing.
Hey, Buckeye's been on the stream and streamed the other day also.
Buckeye? No shit.
Buckeye was? No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. He's relocating.
Oh, is he?
He's got a teaching position, and he's relocating for it.
Excellent.
Moving,
Oh, well, good for
selling his
him.
house and buying another house.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
yeah. Good for him.
I hope it's an upgrade.
Did whatever happened to Preacher?
He just basically dropped off the world, I guess.
He
Yeah.
tried like 4 different channels and like I don't know. I guess they didn't take off the way he wanted them to. That's a shame. I enjoyed hanging out for Sunday sermon with him, man. That was cool stuff. Gave me hope for the
I
world.
liked his more degenerate hours, but you know, to be expected.
Uh-huh. That was good times. It was good people. I'll never forget that fucking hot tub stream he did. Sitting in a fucking kiddie pool with fucking camo pasties on his tits.
Easy too.
That was hilarious.
There, I'm gonna add a couple more emojis to the.
Oh, there's titties now. Oh, that's excellent. You totally not convincing me to redo the entire damn post. How do I get rid of these things, Wally? What are you talking about?
I'll do it for you.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Now I have an erect dick. I don't want to do that.
You don't want to have an erect dick?
No, not right now.
You like the little Trump one that I did?
That's a good one. I can appreciate that one. Ah, shit. Y'all are terrible. See, this is what Powder Dusty and fucking Sarah the Raging Tomato don't understand about me, is that I've been dealing with this hazing for all of my time as a streamer. I'm just used to it.
I'll tell you what, if these goddamn allergies don't quit, I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah, well, it's that time of the year. The trees are pollinating and shit.
They're kicking my ass.
It
Check
fucking
that one out.
it kills me
It's
on my mind
hilarious.
too.
In the side chat, I posted something in the side chat. Check that out.
I see it. I can't share it to the Discord, but I can put it on the stream. This better not be titties, Wobbly.
Nope.
What's wrong with titties?
Watch this. This is hilarious.
He's jerking off. Why is doing What the fuck? What the
Pussy's always putting up for me tonight.
I swear.
We have been having such a good time in the mornings, the last couple of mornings.
Y'all are terrible. You know what Andrew Wilson would call you guys? Is terrible fucking degens. That's what he'd say.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I think it would be too. I never thought it was the place of the government to try to enforce culture. I never did. It's a place of the government to facilitate it, but nothing more.
What's that?
I said it's the place of the government to facilitate it, but nothing more. That means free speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion. It means you have the capability to determine your own culture, not that the government is going to impose one upon you. You're seriously ordering fucking biscuits and gravy, aren't
Fuck
you?
yeah, I am. My girlfriend's working a double today, so she's going to be gone for another 24 hours. So
Oh shit!
she's going to be gone total of 48 hours. So yeah, she ain't here to cook me breakfast, and Bob Evans is going to cook me some goddamn breakfast.
My God, patriarchy for the win. It better be a fucking woman chef too.
I don't give a damn about that, as long as it tastes good. Last I talked to my girlfriend, she was in surgery with a motorcycle accident.
Oh no.
Yep.
Is she okay? Or...
No, she's a surgeon. She's a trauma.
Oh, duh. Okay, I get it now. I thought you said she got in a motorcycle accident. I'm like, oh my god.
I wouldn't be here talking to you fuckers if my girlfriend got in a motorcycle crash.
Okay.
I love y'all, but I don't love you like her.
That's fair enough.
But no, I meant she's conducting surgery on a guy who had a motorcycle crash.
Right now. Well, I hope she's successful and he turns out okay. Let's put it that way.
I do too. I do too.
Sakes. Yeah, Silver over gets it. Says government needs to get the fuck out of the way. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
You guys don't have it anywhere near as bad as.
Yeah, California's fucked, brother.
Ooh, do I want some bacon too? Of course I do. It's fucking bacon.
And sausage.
Right, the gravy has sausage in it. I'm good with that. But I want eggs.
I have deviled eggs. I made deviled eggs the other day. It was amazing. Do you know how easy that is? It is insanely easy. I had no idea. It was like the greatest thing ever at every family get together, and I did not know how easy it is. You boil
2 eggs.
You boil the 6 eggs, cut them in half, dump the fucking egg yolks into a bowl, mix it with mustard and mayonnaise and relish, just mash it all together. Shove it all back in eggs. Boom. You're done. It's delicious.
It does sound easy.
It's
It
very
is. Get a little creative next time. Just a little bit of garlic salt. Tiny bit of it.
Yo.
I'm Italian. Garlic makes everything better, okay?
Oh, hell yeah.
I did add garlic
good.
pepper. I like garlic pepper. That's good. And I got a little grinder for it, so it all comes out kind of fresh. Kinda.
There are 2 things that I learned from my Italian grandmother when she taught me to cook Italian food. There's no such thing as enough garlic nor enough Parmesan.
Fair. Cheese makes everything better. Very American of her.
But you have to use real Parmesan.
Hmm.
Not the shit you get at Kroger.
Oh, come on. That Kraft grated Parmesan cheese in a plastic cup. Come on. That's the good shit.
That's not even real Parmesan. It does not come from, I forget the town. Might actually be Parmesan. Might be the town name in Italy.
It would make
Parmesan
sense.
legally can only come from one factory in one town in Italy.
You don't say.
Yep.
Sort of like bourbon.
Because bourbon comes from South Dakota. You just claim it with your magic rocks.
They make bourbon in Arizona.
They do not. It's not bourbon.
Yeah, they do.
That's not true. That's a lie.
They make it in Tennessee too, don't they? Isn't
That's
that where,
criminal.
The distillery is right there at the Kingman Airport.
Most people in Tennessee know better.
There used to be a Jim Beam bourbon factory in Cincinnati.
That's not bourbon. That's everything else Jim Beam does. Jim Beam's bourbon distillery is in Claremont, Kentucky. I've been there. But they do have a giant facility in Cincinnati. It's actually a lot bigger than their bourbon distillery. But that's flavored shit and mixed shit and not necessarily bourbon. Schnapps and you know, vodka and all kinds of
I
crazy.
got a glass of Macallan right now, and Very delicious.
It's early in the morning, dude. Really?
I've been up all night.
Me too.
That's no excuse.
Yes, it is.
That's a pretty good excuse. Also, it's Saturday. Shut up.
If I were just getting up, yeah, no, I would not be having morning scotch, but
Well, I got the makings out there for a nice Bloody Mary, but
ooh. I'm almost done with this glass. I've been sipping on it for an hour now. I gotta finish it because I want my biscuits and gravy, and scotch and biscuits and gravy. I just can't imagine that going together very well.
Nah. Beer would be okay though. Beer would probably work. I don't know. Maybe
I don't drink beer.
Maybe I'm an alcoholic. I'm probably an alcoholic. Check those Viagra warnings. Oh, goodness sakes.
I don't think he has that problem.
What's that?
Silver Ogre says, if you've been up all night, maybe you should check those Viagra warnings.
Oh.
I was gonna say, like, you got banned on Twitch because you had a naked woman walking around in the background, didn't you?
Yes, my girlfriend and I were in Hawaii. We were staying in a condo while we were shopping for our property that we bought, right? And I went live. It's a bullshit a little bit while my girlfriend was taking her shower, and I was like just sitting there, and all of a sudden she walks out of the freaking bedroom, absolutely butt naked, head to toe, right smack dab in the center of the damn camera, because I was showing around the condo to people that were watching the stream. And about 30 seconds later, bam, I get clapped by Twitch.
Yeah, I'll do it.
It's amazing how they are so quick on the conservatives, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Somebody's just sitting there waiting for you.
Right?
Right there.
She was embarrassed as hell. She's like, I'm so sorry. It was partially my fault for not telling her I was going to stream, but you know.
Well, yeah. If you're going to be in the house with somebody, you got to tell them. But
yeah. But I also didn't expect her to walk out of the bedroom butt naked. But oh well, it is what it is. So I became Nader Hunter instead of Twisted Aviator.
yeah, I did that and they banned me again. And then I tried another one and they banned me again. And now when I went back and tried to be like, hey man, it's been a year, can you let me back on? They're like, fuck you. You ban evaded twice. I'm like, well, I guess that's in the Twitch.
Let me back.
They didn't let me back. They said, fuck you. So I say, fuck Twitch.
They even sent me an email telling me that they'd reinstate all the stuff if I started streaming again. I just politely told them, no, I'm just gonna, catch up with friends and watch some of the World of Tanks players.
There you go.
That was it.
Now Twitch is asshole. Don't touch Twist. Oh, fuck. That's a tongue twister. Don't trust Twitch.
Yeah, that's very true.
Twitch is asshole.
They denied my reinstatement request, too.
Did they?
Yep.
It's because they're assholes. Probably because you're associated with me.
Maybe.
Moving on to greener pastures. Let's get it done. We got 176 views on the fucking stream tonight. I'm up to 101 subscribers last I checked. Maybe more than that right now. 16 viewers in the chat.
131
131, is it?
on
Nice.
YouTube.
Excellent. Excellent. So, on to greener pastures. That's what we're doing. Bucket. Silver Ogre, they offered reinstatement to everybody who had been banned for longer than 6 months, very recently. Because they're getting desperate for streamers. They're running out of people that don't just show tits and try to fucking gamble.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they keep banning everybody who's not Hassan Abi. Fuck that piece of shit. All right. I don't care. You know what? Death to Twitch. Yeah. What's the who say, Wobbly? Old boss, same as the new boss, right?
Yeah.
So be it. There's a new boss. Y'all go fuck yourselves.
They are losing people, but I can't attribute to the policy so much of Twitch. It's just people are going to Rumble for stuff and Kick's
Kick.
numbers growing.
Kick's growing quite a bit.
I'm still there.
Now that new platform, I think it's called Blaze or something like that. But I'm not really interested in that one.
I keep thinking about starting a stream back up again. I think I'll do my storm chasing and stream that live. I got to be careful with that though, because I have some contract. My team has some contracts for exclusive video to companies that market like footage out to News Corp.
Oh, there's that word again.
And stuff like that.
You
So,
You need to hire a marketer fresh out of college right now and give them a job immediately in order to make that actually happen for you, bro.
no, my team already has that. I just got to figure out whether I can actually stream live or not, whether that violates the contract we have with that company.
Yeah.
Because that's the last thing I want to do, because that's a major source of the team income, is that contract.
You heard me, huh? So you came back, huh?
He's talking to the cat.
My tabletop terrorist here. Oh, she's not going to lay on the keyboard this time. Good. Good for you. The wife and I joke all the time. I literally made this table another 11 inches deeper just to make room for her, but she still wants to be right on top of the keyboard. Oh.
It's whatever you're interested in, my man.
But yeah, it's the video marketing that we have a contract for, and then we have a couple of sponsors that is the other piece of income for the team.
That's cool.
Yep. You heard of Casey's Truck Stops? One of our big sponsors. They're big in the Midwest. I don't know if you have them down there.
I haven't heard of them. Casey's Trucks. Casey's Sandwiches.
Yes, Casey's. Yep. Well, it's not. Casey's. Casey's is kind of a joking thing, because people say that it's a pizza place with a truck stop attached to it, because they have really good pizza.
I think what's his face did something about that. The fat electrician said something about
did he?
yeah, the best pizza you've never heard of comes from a truck stop.
Well, yeah, that would be Casey's then for sure.
Yeah. I didn't watch the video. But
You were
it's,
saying earlier that truck stops and stuff are dirty, and well,
Most
not
of
all
them
of them.
aren't. Yeah.
Not all of them.
you know, in my experience traveling, I found that to be the case, but I'm fearing that that's going to happen at some point. I'm going to be stuck in some bumfuck fucking corner of North Dakota and there's not going to be any other option, you know?
I don't think you'll have a problem in North Dakota
No.
Probably not.
or South Dakota.
That's a bad example. You get what I'm saying, though. There's probably a few out there that are bad. I don't know. Like I say, in my experience traveling, between the few places I've been on the eastern half of the United States, it's actually not been bad. No. So I should just fucking grow up here and jump in the fucking pool with that. I reckon. Because
Yeah,
I do like
that's,
I do think.
I mean, what's the worst thing that happens? They come knock on your door saying, "Hey, you want to bang my meth head ass?" And you say no. They move on to the next fucking truck.
Well, the worst thing that happens is somebody breaks into my truck in the middle of the fucking night and tries to stab me to death and steal it. You know.
I don't think you've got to worry too much about that either.
No, that's not.
Well, you asked what the worst thing was.
Okay, the worst realistic thing. About that.
I want a sidearm before I do it. I gotta do that.
All things come at the proper time.
I reckon.
You got to lay off that, though.
Yeah, I can't drive the truck and do that. I know that. I don't drive my fucking pickup truck and do that.
Oh, that's definitely a good thing.
I've never got a DUI, not once in my life.
Could move into a good life. Actually, I tried to talk the wife into becoming a commercial tourist for a while.
That's what attracts me
Wouldn't
to
be too
it.
bad.
That's what attracts me to it, you know. And my dad told me the same thing. He's like, "That's a good life," you know. Some of my friends. This is my dad talking to me. Some of my friends grew up, and that's how their dad made money, and it was good for them. They had fantastic lives. It's a great way to go. And
Even doing short haul stuff.
that's what they want me to do. My parents are adamant about that. Stay home. Like, it may be an option. It may not be an option. It seems like a lot of the entry level stuff is like over the road shit. So it may be a year or two of over the road shit before I can get, into a day cab running across
the
town.
market that you live in,
Yeah.
basically. There's a balance here in Southern California, but we have ports, so.
Yeah. It's an idea.
And they
it's
went
a
on
good one.
strike, what, a week ago or something?
There's no shortage of fucking trucker ads in the fucking classifieds around here. I'll tell you that.
Nope.
I know that.
And you speak English, so there's.
That's an important thing.
Yeah.
They recently made that a requirement. You have to be able to demonstrate that you can speak English to law enforcement. So I can do that really well.
I think that's a pretty good idea, to be honest. I mean,
I do too, especially considering all of our road signage is in English. Hello. Why wasn't that always a requirement?
fucking exactly.
Yeah. I think I could do that. I think I could be happy with that. That's the other thing I'm thinking about. Like what could I be happy with that I can just jump into right now? Like driving a truck, I reckon. Yeah. I could do
Plus,
that.
it's a way to meet people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it would be a gimmick for your stream too. If you're streaming from a different fucking city every night.
Yeah. Potentially, yeah.
Or while you're on the road.
Yeah. Like I said, throw Starlink Mobile in that thing. Fuck.
And bot tricks rather, excuse me, shit. Has a built-in text-to-speech.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea.
Oh, it has text to speech built into it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Something new they have.
Damn cool.
Botrix is getting better. It's a little ways off, I think, but it's getting there. It's almost
Yeah, now you can log directly on to Botrix and use the kick rather than having to log into something else and then go back and.
I don't have to log into Botrix after I start streaming. It just comes. It's like
Yeah, but if you want to make changes or something in Botrix, for the longest time, I had to log into Discord first to authenticate it, and then go back and authenticate for Kick. Now you can just authenticate to Kick.
Right.
And they've added some new features.
They're working on it. It is in progress, and it's making progress.
The AI bot is a bit of a frustration sometimes.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that. Fuck AI.
It doesn't like certain words.
AI stole my career from me. It can go fuck itself. That's how I feel about that. That's what I fear about AI. We're writing ourselves out of the fucking equation. And you know, it's like I talk about this like way too much probably.
It's a tool.
I know that's what the fucking fence sitters say. But
Dude,
the
thing you got to remember, Edie, is this stuff was all said to be a problem with when anything changes, right? Automation for car manufacturing line is going to destroy all the jobs. Guess what? The skill set just changes. You still need people to take care of the machines and blah, 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 blah. Program the machines. It's just,
I know.
It's a shift in how things are done, not a loss of jobs.
I am not ignorant of the Industrial Revolution.
I know.
Okay. So when I look at this, what alarms me about it is the way it's introduced into the consumer market is exactly the place where it should have peaked, which is in art. It makes pictures, it makes movies, it makes music. These things should have been unobtainable for AI. This is where it starts in the consumer market. So now apply that to shit that's a little bit easier to actually, work through, like logic diagrams, building a program, figuring out a schematic, sorting through 10,000 images, sorting through 10,000 emails, sorting through 10,000 different websites. Okay, so AI is already excelled at the things that it should be reasonably applicated to, and then it's moved on to things that it should be reasonably not applicated to, such as art. This is alarming to me.
All right, I put something in the side chat that actually has something to do with it.
Okay.
And it's rather disturbing.
Yes, AI is disturbing. Yes, that's what I'm getting at. Let's see this. I can't share this with audio to... Okay, there isn't any audio. That's great. So this is from the Vigilant Fox. A bit of an alarmist sometimes on Twitter, I think, but disturbing. Trump taps Palantir to build a master surveillance system, and Doge helped open the door. Okay. We talked about this a little bit, but President Trump has enlisted Palantir Technologies to build a massive cross-agency database tracking every single American citizen, which is all it's doing is converging all the data that the government already tracks on us. This isn't just government overreach; it's the blueprint for digital dragnet. Trump's executive order called for unprecedented data sharing between federal agencies. Now Palantir's Foundry platform is being embedded in DHS, HHS, and the IRS. Okay, why is DHS in there? I don't know. If they're investigating Americans, they should require a warrant. But giving the government access to everything from your bank accounts and medical records to social media activity and more. It gets worse. Palantir's Gotham software was quietly tested in New Orleans for pre-crime policing. It mapped social ties, scanned social media, and flagged people as future offenders, all based on predictive data. Now add AI to that, and you've built the ultimate weapon of control. Palantir CEO Alex Karp even bragged about single-handedly stopping the rise of the far right in Europe. Let that sink in. A private company deciding whose politics are too dangerous to exist. This isn't theory. It's already happening, and Doge may have been the Trojan horse that led it in. That is a little bit terrifying. But ultimately, I think all that Doge is doing is collapsing the boundaries between federal bureaucracies and how they correlate information with one another. I hope that's all it is.
Ogre, I don't know if Vance is involved in it. I really don't. I did start looking into Palantir, but it seems there's not a whole lot of information about who they are and what they're doing, other than that one post that I found.
What do you think about this, Dobry? You all have some massive artificial intelligence managing everybody's aspect of everybody's lives.
We call it Putin. Well, okay. No, I don't care about that at all.
You have one. That's interesting. What'd you call it? Poochum?
Putin? Mm-hmm.
It does the same thing, it's just not automated.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that.
I can't, Ogre, I can't confirm that. I did look. You guys, well, you may not know me, but I'm a digger. I really dig into things sometimes, and I just couldn't find too many connections, other than the fact that the administration is trying to put this forth, and it has scary things about it, and then again, they did the same thing with the Patriot Act, and Patriot Act had a time limitation. It was supposed to go away, and it never did.
No, it's echoed across our bureaucracy for 20 years now.
Yeah.
It's hard sometimes to fucking stand stalwart against the black pillars. Is it the end of America? I don't know.
There's even now a push through the Supreme Court trying to limit free speech now too.
On what?
Let me do a little more research in it. It was a post that was made by Alan Gorshwit, and he was talking about it. I don't know if I have the post where I could put it up for you, to be honest with you.
Sorry. I'm just curious.
It's okay.
I know there's a ton of shit flowing through the Supreme Court all the time. Sometimes we get wins and sometimes we don't. But that's how the Supreme Court ought to work. You know. I just don't know if we're trending in the correct direction or not. It feels like we're trending towards authoritarianism. Well, I should say totalitarianism. Not cool. Not cool at all. We need less federal
I'm not
government. Not more.
thrilled with the surveillance state.
Well, it's the fucking neocons.
No, it's
Well,
not.
hell, we did it to ourselves, really. When you get right down to it.
We did. We certainly did.
For the sake of convenience. These bloody things.
Yeah.
They use them against you too, Dobry. You know they do.
Oh,
The road to serfdom. Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
indeed.
I agree. But hell, I'm old. I can honestly say I haven't given up too much. I can still get it on.
There you go. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, I reckon as long as you get your dick hard and you can grill a fucking steak out in the backyard, life is good.
Well, they're trying to do away with that here.
Grilling a fucking
What,
steak?
your dick hard?
No, not that.
That's next. They'll
wouldn't
figure out a
put
way to
that-
tax that.
That's-
too.
I wouldn't put it past fucking California.
Ah. Get an erection, you're a sex trade worker.
Right?
Shit.
And you have to get, but they'll accept that. You can be a sex worker as long as you pay your taxes. So every time you get a boner, you have to pay a boner tax.
Yeah. Yeah, their latest push is to get rid of all gas appliances again. Looks like it's going to pass. Average cost per household to switch over to all electric will be anywhere between $16,000 and $20,000.
Good
They'll
lord.
go as far as turning off your
Wow.
Turning
Seriously?
seriously.
fucking California.
Jesus Christ, what a fucking shit show.
I'm saying, man. You know, they pride themselves on being the progenitor for all this fucking communism that spreads across the Union.
I'm telling you, they built the wall on the wrong board.
Yeah?
We should have walled off California. Fuck you, assholes.
Can we evacuate Wobble and then bring on the big one that lets it slide off into the ocean?
If we bury a nuclear weapon inside of the San Andreas Fault, I think it could work. Yeah.
We got to evacuate Wobbly and his family. 'Cause,
Absolutely.
You know,
I don't think you can get far enough away from it. I mean, they've literally screwed Arizona,
Yeah.
they're
Nevada.
starting to screw Texas.
Yeah.
They're working on it. They're trying. What was it? The fucking Cory Booker and them were all like, "Oh no, Texas is gonna be purple in 2021 or 2021. Texas is gonna be purple." No, it wasn't. Fucking jackasses.
It is getting there, though, unfortunately.
Austin and Dallas are always going to be blue, but I don't know about the rest of it.
It's really crazy though here in California. 65% of the voters in California are Republican, and yet
Well,
the Democrat
how do the
choice
commies keep winning?
they cheat. Now
Oh,
California
yeah.
allows illegals to count votes.
What?
Yeah,
Wait,
they
okay.
passed the law last week. Illegals
Whoa.
can count votes in California.
Wow.
That is unconstitutional as it can fucking be.
They passed a law to make it legal.
Okay, so votes in what? Votes in a presidential election or votes in local elections?
Yes, all elections.
That's fucked. Come on. No, you can't do that. That's unconstitutional. The DOJ will challenge that. They should. They're obligated to.
Will they? Will they?
They're obligated to. Let's put it that way.
I ask again. Will they?
I'll tell you when we get the Epstein files.
We're not gonna get the Epstein files.
Yeah.
I don't think Elon was BSing. I'd bet Trump is on there. That's why he's not. They're not.
Trump has already been revealed to be on the flight logs to Florida, not to Epstein's Island, but to Florida. He's definitely in there. That's not the issue. The issue is there's too many fucking Dems and too many fucking Republicans that are going to be exposed, and they all want to fucking cover it up. So if you ask me, this whole fucking Elon Musk and Trump fucking feud is a ruse to goat the Democrats into calling for the release of the Epstein files, so that the bureaucrats don't have a choice anymore. I am Jack of Trades. How you doing? Right now, I'm awake. I'm not sure.
Posted the article in the side chat.
What's this? Insane California bill allow non-citizens to count ballots. Yeah. I don't doubt you, Wobbly. Fucking Newsom is full of all kinds of retarded fucking surprises. They're fucking... It's madness. It's beyond mad. How is it...
That should just be a term added to the dictionary. Fucking California.
Fucking California. And it's just a picture of Gavin Newsom's face. No, I'm just kidding. Man. It's the bleeding edge of socialist politics in America, though. It is very true. And what happened? What happened when fucking Xi Jinping fucking visited San Francisco? They ousted all of the fucking homeless people. They put out cops to stop all the fucking theft, and they put up, $10,000 worth of Chinese propaganda on the fucking streets to make him feel welcome. It comes to
If the Chinese invade California or invade the U.S., they'll come through California.
Absolutely it will. Absolutely it will.
As happen, California will welcome them.
Yeah. Especially the homeless people who are getting paid $600 a month to be homeless. Shit amazes me. The fucking garbage they will pass.
Is that real?
Yeah, that's fucking
I
real.
thought that was a fucking meme.
No, it's not a meme. This is a meme, though. From Dobry.
Memes are life. Memes are love.
What's a Verve client, Dobry? What are you talking about? He doesn't know. That's just Stewie from fucking Family Guy.
I don't know nothing about no memes.
Oh, surely not.
I would never consider dropping dank memes in a channel.
Not once, not ever. Never. I dropped one that you would have appreciated. I don't know if I should show it on stream. I probably shouldn't. It's
Of course you should show it
no,
on
I
stream.
shouldn't. No, because it's Shrek pulling his dick out.
Boobs.
Boobs. There it is. This is how men try to comfort you when you tell them they're depressed, and it's like you're on the ground looking up at the fucking moon, and then Shrek standing over you, and then it's like his dick is hard, looking you in the face.
There you go.
I can't show it on stream. Y'all have to join the Discord for that one and look at the memes channel. I would show it in the side chat, but I'm probably gonna be looking at the side chat in a minute, so I'm not gonna do that. Oh, shit. Silver Ogre says, I think everything's a distraction in theater. I think you're right, Silver. The real shit that's going on is a lot deeper than anything we can control. Maybe that's part of what Lower Class was trying to get at earlier tonight. But he's focusing on I don't know, reliving his own experiences, I guess. He hasn't come to any strong conclusions yet. That's why I always point back at Yuri Bezmenov, my favorite dude. He called it long before it happened.
The other day, and I couldn't because it had a limitation on the link characters. And I noticed that you showed that. I noticed that you were talking about that drone capability to now be able to shoot missiles from a drone.
Yeah.
But there was another post that I had. That I couldn't share because the link is too big. But I'll put it in the side chat now.
You should be able to post a fucking book to side chat if you want.
Yeah, I can in side chat, but I couldn't link it the other day because it was too big. But this is kind of interesting too. Pantex completes its first B-61-13, the latest nuclear gravity bomb.
Oh
It's
shit.
small enough to be dropped off of a drone.
Yep.
Okay, wait a minute now. When they announced the B-21, I said we would have drones that would drop nukes. And Twisted, you told me that's much too fucking, mission critical shit that we're not going to leave that up to
No,
drones.
I said there would be a man in the loop. I didn't say it wouldn't be automated.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference. You can have a drone with a man in the loop.
That's all I was implying at the time. That there'd be a pilot operating the B-21 from a remote location.
See, I'm well, again, I'm a digger. I'm always digging for stuff. So when that came across my vets military times thing, I went looking for it and found that article.
That's
Now,
the scariest.
Put that on a drone that can be either sea launched or long deployment, and you've extended the reach quite a bit.
I think the Predator's capable of carrying a lot of fucking ordnance. I really do. So, I mean, we've...
The Predator's not in service anymore.
I know, but it's a long range, air launched drone, an airfield drone that.
Yeah, but that article I shared the other day, that's a new drone technology that they're using.
I'm saying that this has been possible for a while. That's what I'm
Not
saying.
Nuclear.
It is now.
Good morning,
Oh, yeah.
Achilles. Achilles is a mod on Rob's channel. In fact, now he's a mod on my channel. Whether he wants to be or not. But what am I saying is, we've had this capability has been in the works for a long time. I've seen it coming. I knew it was going to happen, and I'm terrified of it because if there isn't a human element at risk with a flight that contains a nuclear weapon, we can be a lot more liberal about it. You know what I mean? That's scary to me.
Damn liberals.
Goddamn liberals, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You can deny the responsibility if you want, Achilles. I'm not going to force it on you. But I will select you as a mod if you'll accept it. I realized after Rob's fucking raid earlier that like I'm the only one in here with permissions to fucking bop anybody. Like that was a little bit scary because there was like fucking 80 people in the chat. I'm like, so I need some more. That's okay. We get about half a dozen over here on YouTube. I think we'll be good. But yeah, I've worked with Achilles for probably 8 months now on Rob's. I appreciate his mod style. It's fine. You're good people. Welcome in. You got the fucking wrench. So. It's getting heavy with Rob, yo. Rob's fucking blowing the fuck up. It's like somebody put a nuke underneath of the mountain that was Rob Norris channel and just exploded it. Everything's up in the air right now. It's nuts. You hear about that fucking nuke in North Korea that collapsed a mountain? That was pretty crazy.
I did not hear about that, but I'm not surprised. Hear about their ship that fell over?
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Again. They have it upright again.
Oh, did they get it up?
Yeah, they managed to get it standing up again.
I'm surprised.
That was funny though.
Fucking Kim Jong Rocket Man was not happy about that. I remember that.
Oh. Big time embarrassment.
I'm sure there were some executions that happened from that one.
At least one or two. It's not like we're above such things, though. Hillary Clinton's killed quite a few people. Achilles is asking if you guys are a bad influence.
I am only the best influence. I want to know where
I have no influence at all.
My damn biscuits and gravy better hurry the hell up.
Oh, it's gonna be cold. You're silly for ordering that shit.
I ain't be cold. I did the expedited version where they bring it straight from the restaurant. They don't make any stops.
Oh, I thought you were. I didn't realize it was this late. Okay.
Yeah.
Who are you talking?
EOD, Twisted, and Dobry.
Hi, Mrs. Wobbly.
People in chat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
See, she knows to put on clothes before she comes out here.
Yeah, my girlfriend needs a couple of tips on that one.
That's what
This
Sil.
particular part of the house is definitely not clothing optional. There's way too many cameras.
Hmm. I don't know, man. These are my good buddies from Twitch days. They stuck with me for a long time, and I'm happy to see you guys. I really am, especially you, Dobie. You ain't been around in a while, so I'm real happy for that. I don't know. You know, on Twitch, it was really more about sticking together and trying to maintain our fucking ideology than it was about trying to in our friendship. Than it was about trying to make fucking money. But
Oh, for sure. That's what I was saying. Sometimes I think about getting back into streaming again, just not because of making any money from it, just I don't know, have the people come around. You know, it was fun.
it is, man. It is a good time.
That's why I do it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something I'll look at doing in the off season from chasing.
For sure. It's a big off season. I mean, all you've got is spring and fall. But
Right.
Any revenue I get, I donate it. So I don't. It's not about the money. It's just about having some fun and being around people.
yeah. I dig on that. I dig on that. It's always been a hangout stream, man. I've never hosted debate panels. Not once. It's always been a hangout fucking stream. We just chill and hang out. And
Well, let's have a debate right now.
oh my goodness.
First subject is EOD a ginger?
No.
Yes.
Fuck you. You're full of shit.
Definitely.
Ah, come on, Dobie. You're supposed to be on my side. I'm not a ginger.
You can't side with a ginger.
Inconceivable. You're supposed to be my friends. You're supposed to help me. I was gonna like put you guys into the communities where they're calling me a ginger so that you would say that I'm not a ginger, and yet now you're calling me a ginger. This is all fucked.
Well, you should put us in the community so that we can make sure everybody knows that you're a ginger.
Ah, fuck
I
that.
don't like
No,
ginger people.
I'm not ginger. I've never been ginger. Swear. You're terrible.
You know,
Like my
I
dog
don't
realizes
know.
I'm getting
I
upset.
don't think you can blame it on the poor lighting.
It absolutely is the poor lighting. Come on, come here. No, you come here. I'm not coming to you. You come here. No, fuck you then. All right, fine.
He's afraid of gingers.
He's not afraid. Swear to God. Look at it. Look. Does he look scared of you right now? Now he's right in between my knees. Fucking
He's
dog.
terrified.
He's not. He's lazy. He just woke up is what it is. I woke him up because I'm getting all upset and shit. Big baby.
Well, that was a good panel.
There it is.
At least we all came to a conclusion.
Yeah, that I'm not a ginger and y'all are full of shit.
I don't think that's the proper conclusion that we came to.
That's the conclusion I came to.
Yeah,
Oh, my
not
God.
everybody can be right all the time, EOD.
Ow, that's my hip.
You need to go down to the local beauty shop and get some highlights done, bud.
I need to get my fucking hair cut off. Shut up.
And died.
Mhm.
Take that ginger edge off.
He's probably gonna go pee. Go pee pee. Go outside. Yeah, no, you do. All right, I'll be right back. I like shaving my head bald too, Achilles, especially in the summer. It gets too damn hot, and the shit is not cool. Sweat, it gets all greasy. It's disgusting. I hate it. It's fucking $30 to get my hair cut. I gotta do that. Okay, dog, we're going outside.
Okay, now he's out of the room. I usually have about this time, my head's pretty shaved also, but this time I chose not to do it. It was getting pretty long there. I had flippies out everywhere. And it gets hot here. So far, it's been really nice, though.
Yeah, we've been having some odd weather patterns this year.
Ours is about normal for this time of year. We even
Well,
had
there's a
one hell of a squall move across last week.
yeah, that's what you're saying. There's a weird pattern going on right now where the Atlantic oceanic oscillation is positive and the Pacific is negative. Usually they're in sync. So it's given us a really, really weird um, weather pattern since they're opposites instead of being in sync. So we're really kind of having a lack of a better term, a competition between El Nino and La Nina conditions. So both are kind of occurring simultaneously, which is just fucking wild. From a meteorological standpoint, most people are like, yeah, okay, I'm going to take a nap now and start talking about that shit. But
Hell, we don't even have anything along the coast this morning.
yeah,
Just a little bit. It's early yet, though. Still early. There's nothing off, and doesn't look like there's any real activity in the basin either. Oklahoma's getting the tail of one.
yeah,
Yeah, it's moving east. The East Coast is getting quite a bit, and then Canada, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan.
Canada,
Yeah, Canada.
the People's Republic of Kanakistan.
Yeah. Looks pretty calm there in Texas.
Yeah, it's going to fire up later in Texas today, then.
Yeah. big storms down around Central America out there, Pacific. There's one that's really brewing up.
Yeah, we're kind of expecting a early hurricane season this year too.
And there's a low in the North Pacific pushing stuff up into Alaska.
Yeah, last year was the first year since the 1950s that every state in the nation, including Hawaii and Alaska, had tornadoes.
Oh, the African stream is really pushing into South America big time. That's kind of weird. Out of Guyana and pushing east or west hard. A lot of storm activity. Crap.
Huh.
A lot. Just barely hitting the top of Brazil. Just barely. Virginia bourbon.
There ain't no such thing as Virginia bourbon. It's a lie, Achilles. Don't listen to him. It doesn't exist. He loves tearing up boxes. My ma started. He just wants something to fucking destroy, I swear. It's got to fall apart. That's the whole point. It's got to be able to fall apart, and then he'll be happy with that.
Cheap toys.
Yeah, you're not lying. The simplest little things. A stick, fucking boxes, entertains him more than the fucking, probably $120 we spent on toys for him. There's all kinds of shit scattered around the whole house that belongs to him. He's not interested in any of that. He's chewing on that damn box.
Well, my cat's the same way. Only she just likes to get in them.
Yeah.
And then sort of peer over the top, wait to spring out at you.
Achilles' ass is wobbly a veteran.
Yes.
I think all three of us are, except for Dobry. I don't think Dobry served in the Russian military. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, even my new driver's license has veteran status on it now. My old one didn't. Yeah.
Fucking A. I got a VA fucking medical identification card that says I'm a veteran on it, but my
Does
license.
Kentucky not do veteran stuff on your driver's licenses?
I have to pay extra for that. I was like,
Oh.
We just got one of those all IDs or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Real ID?
Yeah, real ID.
Yeah.
I gotta bring in my goddamn.
Yeah, my DL has the Marine Corps logo and then the silver oak leaf, and then my plates have the silver oak leaf.
You got your fucking rank on your plates?
Yeah.
Yeah, mine just says veteran on it. That's it.
You were lieutenant colonel?
Yeah.
No shit.
05. Yeah.
Semper Fi. No, mine doesn't say anything about me being a veteran. But my VA ID card does. It's got an Air Force emblem on it too, and I got an Air Force haircut too. When I went
Yes,
down
you
there.
do.
I mean, when I went to the VA, I had an Air Force haircut.
Oh.
This wouldn't fucking fly in the Air Force anymore, and it wouldn't the Marine Corps, asshole.
I know. I'm just giving you shit.
Boo. What's up, Boo?
Ironically, it wouldn't fly in the Air Force.
Look at it. Yeah, Bandit's got it right. Lieutenant Colonel Clown Penis.
Yes, exactly. I get my I get my pun token for the day for that one.
Cheers for that. Achilles says my grandfather was a full bird colonel in the Air Force. Well, hoo-yah to that, I say.
One of my grandfathers was a major, and the other retired from the Navy as a captain, which is a full bird equivalent.
No, stay off the keyboard. Thank you.
My dad was a same rank, light colonel, when he got out.
Nice.
Yep.
The only member of my family that was, there were two that were officers, and they were both in my dad's parents' generation. But
I have an uncle that just got his first star.
No shit. Brigadier General. I'll be damned.
Yep.
That's something.
Air Force.
Is he?
Yep. He flew B-52s and then B-2s.
Fucking excellent aircraft. Imperative.
Not sure what he's doing these days. I haven't talked to him in a while.
We got heavy over on Kick at 8:27. That was 10 minutes ago. This might be a fun day for Dixie Alley today. Not sure what he's
I
talking
have to
about.
look at the models. I didn't really look at the models since I'm home. I'm not out.
What, B-52?
Mm-mm.
No.
He's talking about
models.
weather.
Oh.
Yeah, he's talking about tornadoes. Shit.
I'm going back on the road Monday.
Are you?
Yep. That's the plan. Taking the girlfriend with me this time. She's taking 2 weeks vacation, and she's gonna go chasing with me.
Oh, I guess she's along for the ride, ain't she?
Oh yeah.
My mother's brother was a full bird colonel in the Air Force.
Excellent. Salute. Bandit says his was a full bird colonel in the army. I can't recall if he did the same in both Korea and Vietnam, but at one point his job was to go pull out tanks that were stuck in the mud. So that's logistics, one of the most important roles in the military. Fucking amazing.
Yep. Logistics wins wars.
Absolutely. I learned that at Air Force Materiel Command, in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's our contribution to logistics, is moving that shit into theater in the first place.
People don't realize that is one of the biggest strengths of the U.S. military is our capability, our logistics capabilities.
Absolutely. We can move the world around the world. If Russia and Ukraine could get the Antonov 225 off the ground and actually start producing more of them, then they might have beat us at that.
No. they wouldn't have. There's no way. It's because it's not just airlift capability; it's sea lift capability too. And Soviet Union didn't have. I mean, they had
Okay, I bet. How much?
the Soviet Union had a lot of submarines. That's what their submarines were fucking just nasty.
Yeah, but they kept running into each other.
It's because there were too many of them, I guess. I don't know.
They weren't as technologically advanced as ours, but they had some nasty tactics and some just nasty. They had a ton of them, and they concentrated more on tended to concentrate more on speed, whereas we concentrated more on stealth. But they also had their fucking hulls were made out of titanium.
That seems like a good material to use.
So yeah, you could hit one with a fucking torpedo, and it'd fucking laugh at you. Man, I'm not a fan of Soviet equipment, but god damn if their fucking submarines were not just freaking vicious.
I just watched a movie the other day on you ever, on it was from Tom Hanks. It was called The Greyhound, and it was about a naval escort mission across the Atlantic Ocean.
World War II destroyer.
Yeah, and they were escorting about 50 or 60 different commercial or rather cargo vessels. And it was just 2 or 3 destroyers and frigates, and
yep.
They came up against like 5 different fucking U-boats that were just popping them off left and right. And eventually they did actually down all 5 U-boats. It was really an interesting fucking story.
That's a good movie.
It is. And it really gets to the heart of the chaos of what that type of battle is like, In the middle of the fucking night, you've been on the fucking ocean for a week, and you don't know where your fucking head is at because shit keeps popping off every 3 or 4 hours. It was nuts, man.
The other thing that the Soviets were really good at was local logistics. They didn't really have the same kind of power projection capability that we had.
Yeah.
Right? Because we designed our military to fight in Europe. Let's be real. During the Cold War, right? They were fighting on their home, quote unquote home turf, and their ability to move goods up to the front line with some of their trains and stuff like that was just insane.
Yeah.
That's why one of our big doctrines during the Cold War was that that's why the U.S. never had a no first use nuclear policy. We still don't, because the Soviets could move so much manpower and equipment into Eastern Europe so quickly that really the only way to stop them in time to get Reforger underway to bring men and material to Europe was to use tactical nuclear weapons.
Holy shit.
Yeah, our primary doctrine was, as soon as the Soviets rolled across that line, was start dropping tactical nukes on them. The whole reason we developed the neutron bomb.
I knew we had
neutron bomb. The radiation can penetrate the tank, and in fact, it can turn the tank radioactive and kill the crew inside.
God,
The
that
tank
sounds
can
awesome.
withstand a relatively close blast from a small tactical nuke. So we had to be able to kill the crew inside.
Right. Oh, we lost Dobry. We're talking about tactical nukes. I don't know. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was his internet. I do like Dobry though. He's
Oh,
a
Dobry's
good sport.
great.
He's a good sport.
Oh.
You know what he's doing? He's probably just feeding all of our fucking streams into fucking KGB databases. Is what it is.
Oh, you know, absolutely. He's got a direct line to old Vladdy boy. Isn't Vladimir his uncle?
No. If Vladimir was his uncle, he wouldn't be building a house for his mother.
True. I was gonna say maybe he lost favor with Vladimir, but in that case he wouldn't be streaming.
He would. He probably wouldn't be alive. Yeah.
He'd be somewhere in Ukraine right now.
Right. On the front lines, fucking dropping mortars. You know. Oh shit.
They're being launched like a mortar.
Shit, fair. He's a good dude. He's all right.
Oh,
DB.
yeah, he's been around a long time.
Yes.
He
DB.
puts up with our degeneracy.
He does. DBO's been around a long time too. DBO's an alright dude. He gets fucking off the wall sometimes. But I like DBO.
Yeah, seems to be when he gets to drinking.
That's what does it. Yeah. He told me early on, he's like, if I get too saucy, tell me. I'm like, well, I told you. You still got saucy. I like DBO. He's got a good heart. That's why I like Dobry. I like Dobry. He's got a good heart. You all got a good heart. That's why I like you guys. I judge people from their, I don't know, internal moral calculus insofar as I can fucking perceive it. That's it.
What? Back and forth, back and forth.
Finally, my DoorDasher's on his way to pick up my food. Finally,
Wow.
It's Bob Evans' fault. It's been sitting and preparing your order forever. It's Saturday morning. I bet 1 billion people ordered Bob Evans this morning.
Wait a minute. It goes back to DBO's argument. There's too many people looking for the jobs. How does DoorDash make any money? I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Y'all talk about something interesting, like Abrego Garcia getting sent back to the United States to be tried for human trafficking.
Ugh.
They bringing him back?
Yeah.
Hmm. Well,
Just so they can send him back home again.
well, the reality is he should have had a day in court for it before he got deported. But
Fuck that. He had
they
his
did
day
have
in
that.
court.
Well, they had that order of withholding of removal. So that is a legal document, as much as we may not agree with it. As much as we may not agree with it, he had the legal document. So
Gonna have to hold her down. She's starting to. Yeah. Gonna have to start brushing you every day, kid. Now what are you doing? Yeah.
You know what's hilarious to me about it is the fact that the Democrats were like, oh, he didn't get his due process. He didn't get his due process. Well, guess what? We're going to give him his due process. Hey, come back to America and get tried for
And
human
he'll spend
trafficking.
20 years in jail here and then get to.
You know what? It would satisfy me if his sentence was to get deported. That would satisfy me.
Yeah, I mean, he does deserve the due process, but he needs to get deported. I mean, let's be real.
The problem, what all these fucking lefty fucking propagandists completely overlook or don't want to admit is that he got due process in the first fucking place. The problem was where we sent him. It wasn't that we deported him. It was that we sent him to El Salvador. That was the problem.
That was the only ban. He was not barred from being deported, only from being deported to El Salvador.
Right. From what I understood, it was worse than that. It was that for any crime, he should and could be deported because he was arrested with MS-13 gang members in some fucking raid, not being guilty of any particular crime except being associated with MS-13 gang members. And then they found the tattoos on his arms and his hands, and they were like, well, you must be part of this fucking gang. That was a determination by the court. And then another determination by the court was, because of his testimony, was that we cannot send you back to El Salvador because of retaliation from another gang other than MS-13. That was the problem. So the immigration court found that he was associated with MS-13 and that we can't send him to El Salvador because of his association with MS-13 and a potential retaliation from other gangs. Like that's due process. But we sent him to El Salvador. That was wrong. That was against the court. So we're fixing it. We're fixing it. Now we're gonna try him for fucking human trafficking and then send him somewhere else. I love it.
Which is perfectly okay, but we have to follow giving him due process. I mean, that's only constitutional. We wouldn't want to have us charged and accused of something without due process, right?
Yeah, but you and I are American citizens.
That Article 5 applies to all persons, not just citizens.
I understand
if you read it, it does apply to all persons.
I understand that. I understand.
Well, it's good to know that our administration's just a lying sack of shit anyways. Oh, we already knew that.
What's up, Debbie?
We can't bring him back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Now we do have a consummate libertarian on the fucking panel. What are you doing, Heavy? How you doing?
Hey, guys. My biggest complaint was I felt justice wasn't done. I mean, you get what I mean? You really want to tell people who's negatively impacted, hey, guys, we shipped this guy off, and yeah, that's real due process. And I mean, he does have the right to due process. I mean, that's the whole thing about being a criminal.
Okay, we didn't just shove him in the back of a van and send him to El Salvador. There was a process.
Oh, mistakenly. I'm sorry.
They got a big prison. They need to fill it up. What can you do?
Oh, I'm going to have a hot take on this one. The moment that they start shipping U.S. citizens, like it's been, kind of hinted towards.
Oh my God.
I am A-OK with open warfare.
Yep.
Cool.
Me too. They start trying to deport actual American citizens. It's lock and load time, you son of a bitch.
Democrats will claim that's already happened.
Well, I mean, they are detaining and arresting some American citizens, and this is, you remember when all this stuff, I was like, when this was being talked about, how do you do mass deportation without mass surveillance, making mistakes and all? And if you remember, I asked you a couple of times, how do we compensate or how do we deal with the situation when that occurs? You can't just throw up your hands and go, "Oh, our bad."
Right.
I think what the Democrats are doing is faux outrage. I don't think it's real. In the instance of Jerry Nadler, it was obstruction of justice because they wouldn't let federal investigators conduct a lawful fucking search.
I think the extremes that the Democrats are going to is completely abhorrent, but I think that even the concept of deporting American citizens is abhorrent, and deporting anyone without due process through court is abhorrent. Because that's everything our Constitution stands for.
Yeah, warrantless search and seizure.
Right.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I agree. However, I do not think that is what's happening. I think the Democrats are blowing everything out of proportion. When they say that American citizens have been deported, what they're talking about is people who were born here and their mother or their father was deported and they didn't want their children to be separated from them, and so they were all deported together. So that's
not all that's happening.
But
we've actually got people that's getting picked up by accident.
American citizens.
How many?
So far, it hasn't come.
I think it's been
much.
7.
Yeah,
7.
Like I said, so far it hasn't come to much, but
I want to hear at least one of these names. Which 7?
The latest was here in Alabama.
An American citizen.
Yes.
Like just a redneck white honky just got picked up and fucking deported.
Does it have to be a white honky, or are you all for racial profiling? Is that
Well, for the sake of accuracy, what was it?
For sake of accuracy of what? You said what was it? What do you mean?
What was this person? Background, black, white, purple?
Could they have been mistaken for someone that they were not? And then, yeah.
When you show up and you start rounding up people on location, it's not targeted.
Okay. 7 people have been deported.
They've been detained. There's a big difference being taken into custody and detained.
Okay.
That's still taking steps that shouldn't be.
I agree.
Oh, if an American citizen, like I said, was deported, that's when we lock and load.
I mean, because they're doing the job, they found out that they weren't deportable, so they released them. But they were in the vicinity of this raid and got swooped up in it.
Mm-hmm.
So process was done correctly.
You throw a net, you catch some fish. Some of them aren't keepable. You throw them back.
Right. Okay. Now apply that to any of your family members. You okay with that?
I don't
apply
think
that to yourself.
I don't think that's great. I don't think that's great.
Work and building a house is being at the wrong place.
Heavy. I don't think that's great. I think that's bad. Okay. What I do think is that that's a correctable, transgression. That's what I think.
All right. Then how do you compensate them? It's easy to say, but impossible to do because the tort system.
Impossible to do is not true.
The tort system for the U.S. government, it has a massive loss rate. Most people who file torts do not get compensated for it. That's after a long legal battle too. I mean, we're literally celebrating a raid, the law enforcement being held responsible for a raid on the wrong house just this week. Because it is so rare.
Where's Eric gone?
I think on one hand, what you're saying is celebratory because the United States system is so balanced on checks and balances, and then on the other hand, you're saying that it is imperfect and that it does make mistakes. And then
Go take a look at the
you're
Institute for Justice and try to make that argument.
I'll tell you what, if I was detained and like that, I'd be looking for compensation. Detain me and take up my time. You better compensate me when you find out you done fucked up.
well, it's, as Heavy points out, and he's quick to the point, which is very different from lower class. Tort does not often favor the person claiming the issue.
Exactly, which is where that's exactly the point. That is the problem.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with that.
I'm all for deporting illegals. I'm also all for making sure that you are being accurate in these things, right? Not just doing giant sweeps of everybody in an area. That's problematic.
Previous administrations have deported millions the correct way.
Yep, it just becomes problematic when you start doing just these mass deportations like that.
That's not cool.
And we are talking about an administration that is putting in more protections, even trying to bully freaking private lawyer groups into protecting law enforcement, where we've got this damn trend now since he took office of let's make police officers less liable for their actions. There's just so much going on. It's
I don't think
ridiculous.
Individual police officers should be liable. That should be on the city, since the city employs them.
Even when an officer goes above and beyond the normal operating parameters?
Yes.
Such as personal grudges and stuff like that?
That's not okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should be held legally responsible, but I don't think that people should be able to sue an individual cop. Because the problem is then all of your cops become targets of lawsuits left and right, and all they do is spend time in court defending themselves. So,
well, I'm a personal believer that if a law enforcement officer is endangering your life in an improper manner, yeah, I get the whole, well, this is not the time, fight it out in court.
Okay,
I'm per all of yeah, you got the right to defend yourself.
Officers are triable, under the law if they misconduct.
Guilty of an offense, like if they go to they do something, they go to trial, they're found guilty, then they should be open to lawsuits. Personally.
I mean, we had a situation not too long ago where multiple sheriff's departments showed up after a sheriff's officer picked a fight at a bar with a lady and her boyfriend. They then proceed to pull him over and beat the ever-loving hell out of him, put him in the hospital over this. And the communications, everything shows that it was a targeted attack. And you know what happened? The guy got paid and not a goddamn thing happened to the cops.
Well, was the cop tried?
Qualified immunity.
Whoa. I mean, he was doing his duty. Man, you're talking about a cop in the South? Are you kidding me?
This is Heavy's biggest fucking problem with law enforcement right here is qualified fucking immunity. Officers.
No, that immunity for the government, period.
The key word is qualified.
Oh.
People miss that. It's not immunity, it's qualified, meaning there are certain qualifications you have to meet to have that immunity. Acting in the line of duty, acting in good faith, blah, blah, blah. If you don't do those things, you would be found guilty of a crime in court, which then opens you up to a personal lawsuit.
The problem is, everything they want to claim under qualified immunity.
Again, if they're convicted of a crime, they don't get qualified immunity. That's how the system is set up.
No. You can't even get them convicted of a crime because of qualified immunity protects them.
No, that's not true.
Absolutely has to go before a grand jury. It has to go before a grand jury.
Qualified immunity only applies to civil lawsuits. It does not apply to criminal charges.
It has to go before a grand jury, and
Yeah,
you should
of
look
course,
into how.
every crime has to go before a grand jury.
But that's the
Any felony.
It has to go before a grand jury, and more often than not, they decide not to, no matter how heinous the crime.
Well, and that's on the grand jury. That has nothing to do with qualified immunity.
I'd think that qualified immunity should be done away with still.
That's bad faith on the grand jury's part.
I mean, that's basically a caste system within the Justice Department, other than the justice system. You're untouchable to this extent, while everybody else is just as responsible.
Again, the problem is, and like I said, qualified immunity applies only to civil lawsuits. You couldn't serve as a cop without qualified immunity. You couldn't. You literally would spend your entire time in court.
The same excuse was made for doctors on. The same excuse was made for doctors in the way of malpractice. How can this doctor do his work? He's going to spend all this time in because of erroneous lawsuits that's being filed. Same thing with hospitals.
I agree. There's a problem with the way the grand juries are
the application of it, yeah,
behaving, in not charging or not bringing charges on bad
also
actors. But I'm gonna 100% stand by qualified immunity as a protection for officers that are acting in good faith and within the lines of their duties.
Other professions have to have insurance. They can have them too.
That doesn't preclude the time spent in court defending yourself from every crackhead that decides that you twisted their ankle while they were fighting against you.
Good thing they've got body cameras, right?
Yeah, but you're still got to go to court.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have time to just be a court monkey. Like I said, I agree 100% that something needs to be done with maybe a third-party agency or something made up of, I don't know.
And like I said, I'm for all
investigators that are trained as investigators, but they're not cops to look into cases to see, before I could get behind that, but and then bring charges, but an individual officer shouldn't be open to civil lawsuits until it's proven that they acted outside of the scope of their duties.
And how's that going to happen when you literally have people? The system is rigged where the people who are supposed to be, we're investigating the officer to see if they broke protocol or if they did something. That good old boy system that works so well.
Well, that's what I just said. I would be 100% behind a.
Yeah, I'm just saying
it's Citizens Review Board or something. That a board of people from your area that review these cases and see if the charges should be brought, It could be, they could be trained. You don't have to be law enforcement to be trained how to investigate something, right?
Yeah.
So I 100% go behind that.
And I extend that on to all government immunity. It's not just qualified immunity for officers. You want to make these activist judges be more accordance in line, start holding them responsibilities for their rulings and all. Same thing with city councils. Instead of, hey, we're using this $3 million allocated for this road repair that saves lives to go to beautification programs. They start being responsible for any deaths for those, for not, since that wasn't repaired. Yeah. I mean, we literally, our founding fathers moved from one government where there was no responsibility to trying to establish one where there's more accountability, there's more freedom and all, just to put in immunities, not to hold the people in power responsible. Should never left England.
Nah, come on now. You don't fucking believe
I mean, in the system, if your leaders are going to be not responsible for what they do, and that's leadership down even to local level. What's the difference between kings and freaking dukes and everybody else being not responsible for their actions, unless it's to the crown? And the crown decides, hey, we like this or we don't.
I think you're blowing a little bit out of proportion. You're right. It gets abused, but I don't think it's always abused. And when it is abused, it should be checked. And it can be.
Think back to how many people in power have been held responsible.
Not enough.
I mean, it literally takes taking gold from foreign countries and a long list of shit before anything happens. And even then, it's surprising when it does. It's bad.
Gold. Wow.
Who was the Democrat that got in trouble
Yeah,
here?
It took me a minute for that to click, but it did.
Yeah, I forget what his name is. It's not even worth remembering.
Sorry, y'all. I had a fucking wrestling match with my dog. He's wild. See, chairman of the board in the chat. It's good times. How you doing, chairman? I don't like the idea of qualified immunity, but I do see an application for it in the law. And I don't know how we do it without having it. Otherwise, every single police officer would be on trial every single time they made an arrest, Heavy. Every single time. Because every single time they have to assault somebody, every single time they have to fucking detain somebody against their will, it would be on trial.
Okay.
At some
Just like anybody else.
At some point, the trial system, the court system, becomes overrun. I see murder come over on Kick too. It's good to see murder come. But at some point, the system becomes overrun. You have to strike a balance. There has to be something. There has to be something to balance that. Because we're not trying to try police officers for every single arrest that they make. We're trying to try criminals for crimes that they commit. Right?
If every arrest is used with such a force or such a manner that it has to be tried, then there's a bigger problem there that needs to be addressed.
Everybody and their mother that gets arrested is going to make that claim and take it to civil court.
Okay.
That's a problem.
So, in an ideal,
put them into gulag. That's it.
We talk about gulag. Put them in the gulag. Put them in the gulag. Yeah.
What is the problem? Stop this conversation. Now.
You are not helping our fucking perceptions of Russia right now. Oh, I swear. What am I saying?
Ugh, good old times. People just disappear. Ugh,
Yeah.
what a country we lost.
You just erase them off the fucking pictures and they never existed. What? What? Disruptor.
It's a 24-hour news cycle, anyways. Nobody's gonna know after.
Just
You know.
send them home with a little polonium. It'll be all good.
This reminds me of that fucking meme where the dude's like, and the fucking dog is just fighting him. That's me and my dog right now. Dog, go lay down. Stop it. No, go away. No. No. I don't want to, no. You just bit me in the face. No. I don't like it either. Nope. He wants to be on the damn stream, I'm
But
telling
yeah,
you.
unfortunately, removing qualified immunity would create no problems in itself. You would have to have it massively expand the court bureaucracy for all the civil cases. You'd have to massively expand the manpower police department to make up for all the cops that were constantly in court. You know,
Hey,
might work
I'm not
one
defund
day
the
out of
cops,
week.
so
Huh?
hey, I'm not defund the cops, so they need more fucking
I mean,
training.
you want to multiply it by 10? You know, if you have a police department of 400, now you need 4,000 because each cop is only going to be able to actually work one day a week.
Out. Out. One. Out.
I don't want my taxpayer dollars to pay for that.
And personally, I don't want my taxpayer dollar to pay for any of it, but hey.
Well, okay, so in your ideal in law enforcement system, and every single arrest is just, well, hello, sir, we're gonna have to take you to the jail today. Would you like to cooperate with us, or do you want to wait till a different day? Right? That's ultimately what you're getting to.
You, like I said, you got body cameras. It can be evaluated. That's could be grounds for if there is literally grounds for lawsuit or not. Now, if the cop wants to go, oh, I didn't turn my camera on, that's on them. I mean, there's certain aspects of driving. If you do something, it's an automatically you're at fault if something happens. That's one of them. That could be it for the cops. You don't turn on your body camera, you're automatically at fault. Don't care.
Okay.
Until there's consequences, certain aspects don't get followed. That's it. That's the whole damn system. Nobody's holding anybody truly responsible.
Right, but like I said, find them criminally liable, criminally guilty, and then they're open for lawsuits, and that's already how it works.
The problem is with criminal, when you have a criminal conviction, when a DA is not even willing to put up charges. And we see that
that's a
happen.
problem. Elect a different DA. That sounds like a problem with the people that are getting put in office.
Perhaps.
DAs are elected positions.
Yeah, they are. Heavy fucking knows that. I said Heavy knows that.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds more of a problem with the DAs than anything else. Like I said, or take it out of the hands of the DAs and create a review board.
No. Go away. Go away.
That's right.
Gulag, gulag,
I was gonna say, I thought that was Dobry. No, go away. Go to the gulag.
gulag.
I'm not talking to you. You have already been told what to do. You are out. Out. Go away. No. Out. Out. He's not
You're just
listening.
a giant chew toy.
I know, dude. You're not fucking lying. Out. Go lay down. He's like, but wait, there's this great arm right here that I can chew on. Out, 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 out.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you the box for a reason. Go to the box. Look at him. He's right there.
EOD said eat me on a panel earlier. He didn't know his dog was going to take it literally.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Did I say that earlier today?
I don't know.
I have said that before. I know I have. Fucking American Nacho tapped me to mod his Discord, and I'm like, okay.
American Nacho is still around?
Yeah, he was on Timcast with Not So Erudite recently. So he's
really?
Yeah, he's trying to spin this thing back up, and he wants me to be on the mod staff, and I'm like, I will try. Be there as much as I can. And I go and I look in his fucking music channel, and what do I see? Is me saying, eat me. In a fucking metal video, a metal music video. And I'm like, oh my God. Now I'm a mod in here? Are you kidding me? Achilles asked, how old is the pup? He's 7-8 months. 7-8 months. Not quite a year. Very young. Very rambunctious. We think he's either German Shepherd Labrador or German Shepherd Malinois. We're not entirely sure about that. He likes to jump a lot.
My puppy's purebred Malinois.
That's fucking amazing.
And he goes storm chasing with me.
Hell yeah. We have Frodo is his name. He's Frodo. He's the ring bearer. He has the one ring on his collar. He likes to ride in the truck. It's good times. I take him up to White Castle and stuff. We don't go on any trips.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't know what Frodo is, or the ring bearer, or Lord of the Rings, or any of that?
I've heard of Lord of the Rings.
Frodo's the main character. He's the ring bearer.
Never seen it. I've heard of it.
One ring to rule them all. That's the one ring. I swear. And you play D&D with us.
Huh?
I said, and you play D&D with us.
Yes, I do.
I got that new fucking campaign coming up. I don't know if it's gonna be ready. It'll be ready next weekend. We'll be ready next weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna have the players ready yet. We're gonna work on that next week. If you guys want to, yeah.
You haven't gotten him a fellowship pendant yet, have you? Or a fellowship item?
You mean a Lothlorien leaf? Fucking cloak clasp. No, he has the ring. That's what he gets. He gets the ring. It was an $8 costume jewelry piece of trash that if he loses it, it's like whatever. So no, I'm not buying him a fucking $60 silver pendant.
Oh, come on, man. When you get him a harness, you got to get him one.
He has a harness. It's on. But I've got a bigger harness for him in the kitchen when he gets big enough. I don't think he's quite big enough yet. I wanna ride everything out of this one first. Yeah, Bandit. It's a golden ring, which I realized after the fact. I'm like, I just bought a fucking wedding ring for my dog. I'm an idiot, but I know what it is. And I'm explaining to you what it is so that you don't have to question it. You didn't even notice that it's hanging off of his collar. If somebody encounters him on the street, they're going to be very confused as to why there's a golden ring hanging from his collar.
I mean, it is Kentucky. I don't think people
Love
would
is
be
love,
confused.
dude.
Dobry out of nowhere with the banger.
He's always out of nowhere with the bangers. That's why we love Dobry. My goodness.
Oh shit.
I swear to Bob. I dig myself deeper holes than anybody else.
You said something earlier when I was away. I was making my glass of scotch, but I had you on my phone, but I don't remember what the hell it was. I was like, damn, I wish I was in voice right now.
All right, here's something. This is for fucking heavy external sanctions. From chairman of the board in the chat. External sanctions don't create moral actors. Bureaucracy isn't a moral arbiter. We can't legislate cops into being decent human beings because our system is for power transfers. Y'all made a false idol. For the record, I think I'm probably the most religious person here, perhaps aside from Wobbly. And I am a poor representation of the faithful. So
I have no idea what the hell that guy was even saying with what he said. So.
He's saying that law doesn't make people right. Regardless. And it's like, I don't think anybody's even trying to argue that.
No, law doesn't make people right, but we still have to live under a system of laws.
Yeah.
I would not want to live in a society of no laws.
I wouldn't either. I don't think religious people would either. It's just their laws are a lot stricter than secular people's.
I don't want to live under fucking Sharia law. That's for goddamn sure.
Right. So this is the thing. Okay, so one of the things chairman of the board argues for is monarchy. Correct me if I'm wrong, chairman of the board. You argue for monarchy.
Oh God.
Yep. So this is something that terrifies me because it is precisely what our founding fathers fled. But not only that, it is precisely what led to the communist revolution. And
the only thing worse than monarchy is communism.
Yeah. Well, guess what led to the communist revolution was an orthodox monarchy coming down real hard on their people with moral quandaries and ideas about what people should do. Dobry, you probably know more about the history of the Romanovs than I do. Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think? Is monarchy good?
Yeah, I think it is. You're pretty wrong about the communist revolution. It wasn't because of monarchy. It's because of the Bolsheviks didn't throw the monarchy regime. During the war, the elites in the Russian Empire didn't like the war, so they decided to make some changes. They told Tsar Nicholas to go away, so he calmly agreed. And there was a, like, let's say, a aristocratic republic, and then the Bolshevik overthrew this aristocratic republic because it was too weak. So
I think it was before Nicholas, but it started coming down real hard in order to inspire not in order to, but them coming down harder prior to Nicholas inspired the Bolsheviks in the first place, right?
Repeat this sentence.
Nicholas's predecessors were harder on the people, and that inspired the Bolsheviks.
No, the damn. Well, the Alexander II, the grandfather of Nicholas II, freed the slaves and made a lot of what is called.
We're putting your English to the test right now, buddy.
Yeah. So Alexander II, the grandfather of Nicholas II, made a lot of good changes in our laws, so people become more free. Also, he made the slaves can be free. So, not right, in my opinion. What are you saying?
I could be completely off. I'm drawing from very few sources. That's why I'm asking you.
But for every good monarch, how many bad monarchs are there?
Well, statistically, I would guess that if you have a line of monarchs, and let's say a line of democratically elected presidents, and if you consider that you have a everyone can join elections. Like, for example, you in America like had only people with land can vote, or you should have a certain amount of money, a certain level of education. Without that, if you just statistically people just dumb and they just going to vote for the dumbest president. Well, you have Biden. What I'm talking about.
Right. So, what does it take to replace a president versus a monarch? Because their terms of control is really different, and how they go about it is different. One, you have to engage in kinetic warfare. The other, you put a piece of paper in a box.
Right. There's voting the president out, and then a monarch is divinely anointed, right?
And all their predecessors.
But that was the whole problem that the founding fathers saw with it in the first place, is that there should be a redress of grievances given a tyrannical government. We gotta have a way to fucking fix that. That was the whole point of the system in the first place.
You're putting Dobie on the spot, considering his English is.
I know. I'm putting all of you on the spot to tell me that I'm fucking wrong about my interpretation of the Constitution and why we build our country. That,
I mean,
well, I give you a credit.
Really
The
good,
Constitution of
Go ahead, Dopey.
well, I can give you credit. The American Constitution is really good, really good. Like the First Amendment plus the second, just give you like
Nice.
is anti tyrannific. Give me a hand.
That's okay.
Tyrannic.
Anti-tyrannical.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ability is amazing. In my opinion, this is the only way why your society is still holding.
I would concur with that.
Yeah, me too.
Right. Those are two greatest principles right there.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
One of our amendments that a lot of people overlook getting treaded on was actually stationing troops or government within your property. That happens. That still happens today in the United States.
Do what?
Absolutely. Think about it. When law enforcement can come and use your property and stay at your property without you having a say so, it's the same damn thing. And they can do that.
What? No,
Yep.
They can't.
Oh, they absolutely can. They can commandeer your property. They sure can.
What?
Not without
I've never heard of that.
not without a warrant.
Using for stakeouts, commandeering vehicles, you name it. Yeah, they can actually take over.
Vehicles isn't a thing.
What amendment is that?
That is, hold on, station. Wait a second.
The what?
Hold on.
Stand by, he means. I'm pretty sure that's lawful search and seizure.
You mean the Third Amendment? The quartering of soldiers?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Law enforcement aren't soldiers.
You do realize that the military can take your property at any point in time and put military
reads.
personnel on it. We literally saw that during World War II during the buildup.
It reads as follows, ratified in 12/15/1791. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of
peace.
war, but in a manner to be described by law.
Here.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Be described by law, and so far as
that opens up the exceptions.
yeah, for the states to tell their law enforcement that they can seize your vehicle in a pursuit. Yeah.
That's a great.
not
That's
even
great.
a thing. It's really.
But
not
the
even a
thing is, that's a great amendment that can be literally loopholed.
it was written that way.
Mm-hmm. For the states to loophole it, not for the federal government to. That's the worst thing we ever did
But
was
actually, the way it reads is that it's illegal to do it.
except as prescribed by law, Wobbly.
Right.
But in a manner to be described by law. And no such law has been written.
Except for those that
well, the one like what Hetty was referring to in World War II, the War Powers Act, absolutely is a law that was written.
Yeah, after the Constitution was written as a way to get around it.
But that's how that amendment's written. I'm not saying I like it, but that's how it is. Yeah, we can change it. We just have to have an amendment.
this is the argument of the monarchists.
The only way it could possibly be circumvented is under Amendment 10, the powers of the state and people. But even then, it strictly gives the state and the people of that state the power to say no.
Yeah.
I have it right here in front of me.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Molly. Combine that with the 10th Amendment. It adheres all powers beyond the Constitution to the states. So the states will decide what law should perhaps infringe upon the Third Amendment. But
Amendment 10, powers of the state and people, ratified 12/15/1791. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
yes. Yes.
The Constitution is written to give people power first, not the state nor the federal government.
What's good is a restriction when you can loophole it.
The thing is, Heavy, the system is built for responsible people. And we're not responsible people anymore. No one understands what the Constitution says anymore. No one understands what the federal government was supposed to be. Instead, we think every single problem that encompasses our lives can be resolved by federal oversight. That's the fucking problem with the system right now. And ultimately, it's a cultural one, not a legal one. And we've got to shift people towards understanding what it is that they're actually participating in, because it's apparently not obvious to everybody. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So my proposition is that we have a civics test requirement in order to vote.
Oh gosh.
How about
You'd have like 6 people voting.
Oh, hogwash. I'd at least have 5 right now. Even if especially in California, because Dobry's not a citizen, he could totally vote in California. So
Let's go.
Count votes in California.
His vote gets counted 3 times in California as a non-citizen.
okay, since conservative leaning people here,
Mm.
the shit show that's going on right now. Trump, Elon, Alex Jones, fucking who was the one that Alex Jones was going after?
Everybody.
I mean, what the fuck?
What do you mean?
That's my question. What the fuck? I agree wholeheartedly. You know, I don't like Trump. I think he's doing a lot of bad shit. But honestly, he's doing a lot of bad shit, but still better than us being stuck with camel toe hairy ass.
My only counter to camel toe hairy ass, I don't want him. I didn't know. But if you have a GOP-led Congress, it was supposed to. I'll say supposed to, because who the fuck knows what's going on there? Their allegiance, you see them voting for Trump's agenda, but then also adding on to it. And it's like, but with a more conservative SCOTUS, with a more conservative Congress, at least they could run a counter to whatever she attempted.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just,
They're all fucking severely flawed politicians. All of them.
well, yeah.
Except for maybe 5 in Congress.
The real problem is the founding fathers, our Constitution was written assuming that the people serving these positions would be honorable men. The men we have running this country are not honorable men.
That's very true. Well, to be fair, we have not had honorable men running this country for a very long time.
Yeah, and it's a problem.
At some point, you got to fight fire with fire. So there's a right-leaning, non-honorable man running the fucking country right now, and by God, I'm here for it.
I'll give you this
I'm not
much.
here for constitutional violations.
I'll give you this much, man. He's not right leaning.
Certainly hasn't been, historically. Covering the
He
border
doesn't lean
wall.
left or right. He
Ho-
leans whatever does best for him.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute now.
I don't think
Covering the
so.
border, bringing manufacturing back to America, tariffing people who have unfairly tariffed us. These are right leaning ideals. These are nationalistic, insular ideals. It's not out of line with conservatism. It's not like he's out there saying, "Oh, we need, basic income for everybody, or free healthcare for everybody." That's not what he's pushing. Even though he went through with warp speed and the fucking vaccine.
Trade.
Say again about free trade.
Right leaning would be free trade, not tariffing everybody.
Free trade where?
Globally.
But it isn't. And it's not Trump's fault.
Just because it isn't, when you double down on something doesn't mean that we're not a free trade system right now. We haven't been a free trade system for a very, very long time.
Where?
What are you talking about?
I asked a question.
You said
where?
Here in the United States.
Where what?
We're not free trade inside the United States.
Yeah, inside the United States. But...
States are imposing tariffs on other states.
Okay, it's not the implication, Welby. What are you getting at, Heavy?
I am completely lost.
Same here.
Okay, so we do have free trade within the United States. I can send you whatever I want, as long as it's not liquor.
I mean,
right?
That's not what I was. That's not at all. I didn't say anything about within the United States.
Actually, you can't.
Yeah, except liquor. Except.
Oh, it's more than liquor.
But
you're talking about restricted trade.
Okay, so
we don't agree with restricted trade on a global manner.
Right. No, but we're in the middle of a problem here.
What's that?
The way I see it is that every country can sell their goods here, but they don't want to take reciprocal trade in their countries.
Exactly.
And as far as selling certain things across state lines, that's restricted trade because of the tax stamps that are put, different tax stamps that are put across different products in states. Alcohol, firearms, tobacco.
There's also bans.
Bans? You mean music bans?
No. Say like, I want to buy a certain product from Colorado, which it's legal there, but I can't in Alabama because it's not here. There are trade restrictions on those as well.
Like marijuana? Or like
all kinds of different products.
Give me an example.
Not only marijuana, mushrooms, alcohol,
okay.
certain firearms. I mean, there's a lot of them.
I don't think you can qualify that as like anywhere near free trade because it is restricted not only in your state but in other states too.
Yeah, we don't agree with it.
Okay. But does it affect the economy?
Locally and own up, yes.
Does it affect jobs?
Yeah.
Does it affect your personal income tax in that state?
It can.
Okay. Have you tried to find a politician that will lobby in your behalf?
Yes.
And the results?
It ain't been good so far. Actually, we had one of the we had a libertarian in here not too long ago. I thought I recognized his name from literally my district that was in here. And the GOP was like, "Oh, he's really a libertarian," and literally wouldn't let him run.
You know, the parallels just don't fit. So, personally, I'm for tariffs. Worldwide tariffs. I'm for them. I think what the results will be is a resurgence in trade inside this country and in other countries. It is just a tool. A businessman like Trump, and he is a businessman, it's a tool to bring people to the bargaining table, and that's what it's done. Good, bad, whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter. If it works, everybody benefits from it. And all of the distractors that keep saying this is going to cause everything to go up in price hasn't come true.
You haven't looked at any electronics lately, have you?
Yeah, I have. And the items that I'm looking at, hard drives and stuff like that, the prices are only going up because I'm looking at 14, 16, and 18 terabyte drives.
It's gone up across the board. I've had to build 2 computers in the past month, and they are definitely gone up.
But electronic prices on computers go up all the time. And then, as more and more products flood into the market, the prices come back down. And then they do the old switch. Well, now you need a 4080 card or a 5080 card.
That's why I always wait.
When your
just wait.
4080 card actually performs better. But, it's there and people will be stupid enough to buy it. Shame on them.
I'm still running the Windows 7 system, y'all. We're streaming on the Windows 7 system to 3 different platforms right now. And 1080p, HD, fucking surround sound, Wi-Fi, all this shit. We got it all from fucking 20 years ago.
Love you, EOD, man. Love you, brother. But it ain't running. It's more like a crawl.
Oh, shut up. Come on. We're making it.
Yeah,
We're making it.
Kind of is.
Now, just imagine if you ran Linux. Oh, Lord.
Oh, no. I'd have all of Grumble's problems.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, go away. Don't go away. Okay. Got a great quote from Thomas Jefferson here from What Is Your IP? He says, peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none.
That's an old quote from somebody. I forget who it
Thomas
came from.
Jefferson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great man. Love that guy. One of my favorite founding fathers, right next to John Adams, who is my absolute favorite because I share his namesake. But you're not supposed to know that.
I'm a fan of James Madison
Nah,
and Patrick Henry.
no, I don't. What did James Madison and Patrick Henry have to say?
Oh, good Lord, dude. Don't make me. There's too many.
Adams was a Federalist, I know. However, he was a conscious objector to, or a moral objector to slavery. I do appreciate that about him.
I believe there is no
You guys,
more
you guys did
instances of
one thing for
abridgment of
me, and
freedoms
I
of the
really
people.
appreciate it. You got my old man blood stirring.
We got a way of doing that. We got a way of doing that. What are you getting at, Heavy?
Oh, James Madison, if our nation is ever taken over, it will be taken from within.
Hmm.
Kind of along the same lines, I believe there are no more instances of abridgment of freedom of the people by a gradual and silent encroachment by those put in power than by violent and sudden usurpation. The means of defense against foreign dangers historically have become the instruments of tyranny at home. And then that's where his third part of that was, if tyranny and oppression comes to this land, it will be under the guise of fighting a foreign enemy. Kind of poignant right now.
Indeed. Very much so.
And actually, Patrick Henry has probably the greatest counter to people who want to argue about militias. Another one that I really love applying to government from James Madison. No man is allowed to be a judge in his own case because his interest would certainly bias the judgment. And Patrick Henry's I will throw into side chat because it's pretty long. You might want to use it one day.
I'll have to take a look. Power is fickle. It always has been. It's been fickle since the times of kings, and it's been fickle since the times of democracies.
Well, I'm just one of those tough old men that sired a bunch of children.
Chitlins.
I've had 4, and I hope they give them hell.
This bloody lighter is getting old. I'm gonna have to do something with it.
Chairman of the board says Thomas Jefferson concocted the right to purchase Louisiana out of his own pride. Thanks to him, our diseased democracy started to spread around the globe and infect other free people. It's all Thomas Jefferson's fault.
Do what? What did he say? What?
He's saying,
forget he's a monarchist.
yeah. He's saying that purchasing the Louisiana Purchase is what made America great. That's what he's saying.
I thought it was Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, or McDonnell Douglas.
Or the Mexican-American War, the War of 1812, or World War One, or World War Two, or Korea, or Vietnam, or Afghanistan, or Iraq. Sure. Our predominance in military definitely didn't have a fucking thing to do with any of that. Who was it? Patton put the fucking technical on the back of a fucking Jeep, didn't he? It's fucking amazing.
No, the Germans were doing that way before.
No, okay, then it wasn't Patton. It was somebody
Now,
out of.
Are you thinking about Pershing and Mexico?
I might be thinking about Pershing. Yeah. There was a Marine commander who decided to put a fucking machine gun on the back of a fucking vehicle. Like
Well,
early
Pershing was
in the days of vehicles being manufactured.
Well, Pershing was Army, and he had some of those when he was dealing with Pancho Villa, and that's pre World War One.
That's Mexican American War, right?
No, Mexican.
I say we
technically,
I say we invade Mexico again.
Do we start with Mexico or do we start with Canada?
Mexico first.
I can get with that because then we can proceed down into South America where all the big booty Latinas are.
Yeah.
wait, we've already been down there.
Yeah, but we can take the entire countries.
I'm just not imperialistic, so
Make big booty Latinas great again.
Here to that.
But we invaded Mexico once before.
Yeah.
We certainly did.
Hey, I can say big booty Latinas. My girlfriend's half Latina.
There's a reason.
Half Italian, half Colombian. So.
I mean, we invaded them more than once. I mean, Texas.
I fail to see the problem here.
Yeah.
Hush. No out. Wait. What am I saying? There's a reason Patton was fucking famous before he commanded the troops in the European theater. Right?
Maybe it's because of the Bonus Army.
What bonus?
Oh. You know, where him and a few of the other those great World War II generals rolled into DC and beat the shit out of World War I veterans.
No, I don't think that was it. Probably prior to that. I'm not sitting here telling you that Patton's a fucking great man. Yeah, I'm telling you that he's a great general. That's it.
I get it. Kind of like Roman wasn't a great man, but he was a great general. Yeah,
kind of like Custard or that fucking Sherman asshole who blew across the fucking South and burned everything fucking down. Kind of like Robert E. Lee, even though he flew the fucking Confederate flag. Yeah, all those guys.
Patton was a great tactician.
War is fucking ugly. It's not good under any circumstance.
Yeah, but there are times that it's necessary. Right.
Wait. What? Out.
Just wanted Skittles.
Do what?
Trayvon Martin just wanted Skittles. That's what chairman of the board said. Y'all are terrible. Drive me crazy sometimes.
Was he the idiot kid that had the gun? The BB
Yeah,
gun?
that was
No, that one was this Trayvon Martin's Florida, right?
Yeah, it was Florida. He wasn't waving a gun around, no.
There was a kid up north that was waving around the BB gun.
Yeah.
That's happened a couple of times.
Yeah. Years ago, too.
It's been a while, hasn't it? any kind of outrage they can fucking drum up over a black person being persecuted by the law.
Oh, I feel so persecuted.
Right?
Well, you know, all you gotta do is sell fentanyl
Move
on
out
a
of
street corner.
California.
No, sell fentanyl on a street corner and get caught dealing in you know, Confederate bills, or start going into somebody's fucking gated community, or steal shit from a fucking store, and then walk out and act like you're just fucking king of the earth, walking in the middle of the fucking street. Who is that guy? That broke into a fucking he didn't break in, but he went into a convenience store, stole a bunch of shit, and walked out. The clerk called the cops, and
You're talking about hands up, don't shoot Mikey.
yes, that guy. That's all you gotta do. You know, just go be a consummate fucking criminal, and then suddenly the left will martyr you. That's it. This shit just drives me fucking crazy.
Listen, I'm all for good cops. I'm also for throwing bad cops basically under the fucking jail. I mean, no, we're not talking about you get to go, you go into fucking Gen Pop, bucket. Because there are other cases other than those that has rightful indignation. Like, once again, here, sheriff shows up, doesn't announce, no nothing, starts, fucking around person's property. A beloved janitor comes out. Drop it, boom, 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 boom. Dead within seconds. Because he came out of his house to see who the fuck was messing around with his property on an unannounced law enforcement.
That's fucked.
Then on the other
ATF
side of the state, about the same, about a year between, we have a car being towed, which is questionable because everything was up to date and all. Guy comes out yelling, "Hey, what are you doing in my car?" Things like that. Has a flashlight in his hand because it's the middle of the fucking night. Cop yells, drop it a couple of times. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, all real quick. I'm sorry. I'm seeing more and more and more of this shit in my area. And I don't have to go looking around to find a shit ton more of this kind of stuff. It's happening a lot more than people want to acknowledge. And it may be not right, but it gets piled in with the stuff like what y'all are talking about.
My interactions with any law enforcement officer has always been good, personally.
Yeah, I've never.
Mine too. For the most part. One or two encounters got a little bit heated, but I never got shot.
Son's wallet stolen. Reports it to law enforcement. Thank God that one of the sergeants was a next door neighbor for us, and we were all out back sitting around talking in the apartment complex. We start hearing the doorbell ring and banging on the door. Go out front, Huntsville PD, wanting to question my son. He's underage. I'm like, no, you're not going to question him without me. Then they start trying to accuse him of being on the back porch of another apartment, sitting on some, deck furniture. My son is white and 6 foot, not black and 5 something. It was so bad that the sergeant came around and asked, "What the fuck are you doing? He's been here the whole time talking to me. Why are you questioning him in this manner?" And a whole shitstorm kicked off. So yeah, I've had bad occasions with law enforcement.
I would consider that to be one of those. Yeah, that's not good. There's no.
But then again, our police departments and sheriff's departments around here have been getting investigated by the DOJ and the FBI during different administrations.
Over several years, obviously, yeah.
Decades.
Yeah.
There was an opponent against the actions of the Madison County Sheriff's Department who was executed in his front yard.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Here, what was it? You got a man who's suicidal. An officer is already responding. She's telling, she's speaking with a guy. He's got a fucking flare gun held up to his head.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, and the overzealous officer comes running in, yells, "Drop it," and blows his face off with a shotgun within moments of stepping in the door.
We're getting a little too descriptive for YouTube. We're on YouTube.
Sorry.
All right.
And then the city defends that officer literally financially and won't turn over records. Dude, there's so much corruption here. It's not even funny in law enforcement and government.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you more have a problem with your local SO than law enforcement as a whole.
I just have a problem with bad cops.
Oh, sure. I do too.
I was going to say, I feel like you have a problem with the fact that the justice system tends to lean toward the officer rather than the perpetrator.
Yeah. The perpetrator, you mean?
Someone who's accused of a crime. Someone who's suspected of a crime. Yeah.
And I also have a problem with fucking law enforcement officer that's been bound to do something wrong, being able to up and move like these pill pushing doctors and go to another state and be able to do it there too. Or hey, I'm in trouble, so I'm gonna move the county over and still be a member of law enforcement.
Silvar says he's using some YouTube scary words, but they are the correct words to describe the situation. I understand that, Silvar, but I still gotta.
I'll watch what I say, man.
I'm talking to Silvar. You're fine. We're fine, but you gotta fucking play in the sandbox, bro. Right? That's all. All these guys understand that. All right. I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, but the 2020 election was rigged.
Don't fucking say. God damn it, Wobbly. You're just trying to get me in trouble.
Election rigged.
I will fucking kill all you sons of bitches. Stop it. Now I'm not supposed to say that. That's really bad. I shouldn't say that. I swear to God. Y'all are gonna get me in trouble. I get it heavy, but there's gotta be a way for the law to operate efficiently. Okay, and what I mean by that is not just the law, but also the judicial system in general. Right? And it's like, so we came to this the shortcoming of your argumentation a little bit earlier was that, if you try every single police officer who ever made an arrest, the whole justice system would be fucking full of just cops on trial.
You mean if you if you made every officer accountable for their actions, it would.
We got Dobie's little brother on now.
Camel toe hairy ass is going to lose bigly. We will be the victorious.
Is that still Dobry?
No.
No.
That's
Okay.
not Dobry.
Okay, I'm like, that's not the
What,
same
all
guy.
Russians
That's
look alike to you or
no,
something?
no. That's
Right?
my
Jesus.
problem. He doesn't look like Dobry. I swear.
What
All
the
right,
hell?
I'm gonna punch you guys in the faces, sir. Hi, Dobry's little brother.
You can't reach that high.
He is tiny boy.
Oh goodness.
That's not the head he was talking about punching you in.
Can't bend that low.
You're not even right. Come on, puppy. You can find a way. There you go.
Again, the law enforcement here is pretty good. I don't particularly care much for the city PD, but our sheriff, highway patrol are pretty squared away. And it's a tough job they face, especially here in Southern California. So I have to give them some leeway.
Yeah, the worst settlement that LMPD ever made was Breonna Taylor. And
Well, that one was fucked up.
Yeah, it was really fucked up. And I don't think it deserved the public attention that it got. I don't think it deserved the settlement that it got. And I feel pretty screwed as a taxpayer. But
Dude, they fucked up hard though.
one guy fucked up hard. He shot into the fucking window blind. He shouldn't have done that.
Well, I'm sorry, but that never should have been a no-knock warrant situation.
It wasn't. It wasn't a no-knock warrant situation. There were several fucking apartment dwellers there who said that they knocked and they announced themselves and they all knew they were police. How did the people inside the apartment they were knocking on not know that they were police? Officer Tatum does a great breakdown on this. It's very deep. It goes super deep. It's deeper than I ever wanted to get into it, but it's fucking 20 pages of shit about Breonna Taylor's past and why they suspected her and what actually happened in the incident. It was not what the media played it out to be. And yet, LMPD still settled because it was Ben Crump on the other end of the fucking podium. Ben Crump is known for fucking gouging little communities like mine with 1 million people in them, wherever he can get fucking attention.
That's something both sides of the argument going, a person's past shouldn't matter. That's kind of bullshit. If you got an officer that's fucking around, yeah, it should be part of the situation. Just like if you got somebody, a suspect, that their past is all about fucking around. Yeah, it should matter.
Well, same thing could be said about illegal aliens that get deported and brought back.
Yeah. It should matter, but you should still have the due process.
So, in your area, anytime an officer is involved in a shooting, is there a
what?
Well, I mean, here, anytime there's an officer-involved shooting, there is a review board, and they go over all the evidence of it before they proceed to any kind of a disciplinary action or a criminal charge.
Yeah, we have that here, and every time it's like, oh, he didn't do anything, even though then they turn around and the DA and the grand jury goes, no, yeah, you definitely did something. Yep. So that's the reason I think they're useless as tits on a boar hog. Because, like that quote that I read earlier, it's like, hey, these criminals should be the ones setting in judgment of these criminals because they're never going to find them responsible.
Damn, we could say that about pretty much everybody nowadays, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, no doubt.
Oh. City mayors, governors, state legislatures, state representatives, state senators.
And that's the reason why I want to remove their immunity too.
Lock them all up.
Again,
Fuck all
being
them
public
motherfuckers.
figures,
Come all
there
up.
do-
That's right. Lock them all up.
there needs to be some kind of oversight, but opening up to civil lawsuits from the public is just that ain't the move.
Okay, well then that's fine. You do X, Y, and Z that leads to these deaths, then those people should be able to rectify that same judgment upon you.
They
Through a court of
can.
law. I
Nah.
mean, if you want
I mean, if
charges filed.
we're just going to go, hey, why bring it in? Because it's going to pack the court system.
No, there's a difference between criminal and civil. Civil lawsuits can be brought frivolously. I mean, anybody, you know, that's the problem there. So that's why I'm saying they don't get opened up to civil lawsuits, but absolutely they should be open to criminal charges.
Can you not sue for frivolous lawsuit?
You should not be able to.
I'm saying, can you not sue when somebody sues you frivolously?
Yeah, but again, you're going to tie everybody up in court endlessly. It's just not. It's not viable to do.
Yeah, and everything here in this country seems to be overlitigated. Lawyers are making a shit ton of money. Ain't none of them unemployed. That's for darn sure.
I absolutely have zero problem with.
But wait, how many lawyers are required in the country? Are enough lawyers required in order to account for all the graduates from lawyer school?
I have absolutely no problem with charging people
You see what I
criminally.
mean, man? You see what I mean about DVO?
Uh,
You like him, but whew,
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
he's got a good heart. All right, I gotta let the dog go.
Just don't ever talk space with him.
I hear that. What are you saying, Twisted? I'm sorry. Okay.
What do you mean don't talk space with him?
Oh, dude. We never been anywhere. We've never done anything.
Oh God, he's one of those. Oh, I am definitely bringing up space next time he's in the room with me,
me.
so
I
I can
want to be
absolutely
there too.
demolish his ass.
I want to be there. I want to be there. I
Oh
don't.
my God.
I really. I'm too old for this shit.
God. Oh, we didn't land on the moon. Only our biggest enemy in the world at the time said, yep, they landed on the moon.
It was all staged in a hangar at Norton Air Force Base.
Right.
Sorry, I've been to that hangar. It wasn't there.
Nobody saw the big ass fucking rocket lift off from Cape Canaveral or anything.
You forgot the ones over here on Marshall Space Flight. That's where supposedly a lot of that filming occurred, because it's got the world's flattest. Why can I not think the flattest floor? They've also got vacuum buildings and things like that. So a lot of that was supposedly filmed there.
Well, that hangar does have a audio visual, or did have. Norton's closed now. It's basically CAL FIRE, Forest Service, and some private entities that use it. But that hangar is still there. And I actually went through it when Norton was still open. And they had just a big audio visual place there where they did all these training films and stuff.
Right. I was going to say that's what they filmed They did film a simulated moonwalk and lunar landing in there, but it was done as like a, the press to show what would be going on. Kind of like they use graphics of the trajectory of the rocket nowadays, right? But it's all done with CGI. They just did did it with practical filming. It was the same fucking thing. It's just demonstrating. God, those people piss me off. I can't wait to fucking demolish it.
I actually knew somebody that worked there. I got involved with him because he was doing panning up towards Mormon Rocks, and
Huh.
I used to go panning with him every once in a while up there.
I have an uncle that was on the a great uncle, not uncle, but great uncle that was on the engineering team for the lunar lander. He was on one of the electronics engineers. He actually has a patent from one of the devices he built for the lander.
Hey, I saw somebody else building a
70
laser, only it's much
patents.
bigger than mine.
Oh, are you building a laser?
Yeah, I already built one. I got the power supply, I got all the optics, I got everything built, and have already tested it a couple of times. Haven't filmed it, but I saw somebody on YouTube that built a 500. I'm going, shit.
Yeah, the styropyro. I want to build one of those so bad.
Oh.
I would have so much fun with that.
Mormon Rocks. It's up in the Cajon Pass, Ogre. There's a lot of dry creeks there, and there's gold in there. There's people panning up there all the time.
Gold in them there hills.
Yeah. But Mormon rocks are these smooth, like sandstone rocks that stick up in the valley floor there as you go up the. Oh. Yeah. I also knew somebody that played that Mormon temple, the pipe organ, that huge ass pipe organ. I know somebody that played on. He was one of the producers for the albums. Was it Organs in the Attic or something like that? He used to do a lot of YouTube videos and stuff about it. He's an old man now. I think he's in his. But hope he's still alive. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Well, me too.
Hell of a musician, though. Shit.
That's a challenging instrument to play. You got to keep the fucking bag flowing.
Yeah. Okay. It is funny though.
There's a
bunch of Mormons rocking out.
They have to. Wow. Yeah.
Talking about Mormons, y'all saw the Outdoor Boys has decided to take a break for a while.
Yeah.
The Outdoor Boys.
The Outdoor Boys was like YouTube's largest growing channel. It was about a Mormon father, his boys. They would go out and they would do adventures, especially in Alaska, like surviving outside without anything, and and they decided that that the attention is getting to be too much, and he needs to spend more time with his kids, and stepped away.
Damn, I knew a guy that used to read all the Louis L'Amour books, all of them. That's You sit there with a fifth of whiskey and and read those books. It was a character. Gosh. Oh my. Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I thought pipe organists had to keep a bladder filled in order to keep the air flowing through the pipe. There's a buffer. It's a buffer. That's what it is. I thought. I don't know. I don't play the organ. I play the keyboard. I don't have to worry about that shit.
That's not what he
Don't
said.
lie. You play with your organ all the time.
I used to, but
There's a lot of books, Ogre. Let me tell you, that's a lot of books. He wrote a lot of books.
Hey, as long as you don't play with your organ on stream, we're all good.
Nah, I don't do that.
All those old westerns he wrote. Boy. Phew.
A lot of history is getting fucking missed, wildly. I'm afraid.
Yeah. People my age are even forgetting about them.
Yeah.
Forgetting about what?
History.
Old books and
in
stuff.
general.
Yeah. In general, yeah.
We saw your little brother, Dobry. Did he learn a new English word or no?
No, he barely can speak English.
I know. I figured. I figure that's your primary reason for hanging out with us is to fucking learn and practice English.
We're the wrong ones to hang out with for that.
Unless you want to learn degenerate English, yeah.
Shit, he's on YouTube.
It helps you have somebody to banter back and forth with, though. That's the only way you become conversational.
You know, you got to start with the basics. All the insults and slurs first.
That's right.
Don't do that.
Beep beep boop boop. More than enough.
Sika Blot. No, wait. What?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they mean suck my dick. But perhaps Dobry can correct me. Stop fucking with me. Go away. I can't believe that actually worked.
You know that puppy's not going to do that. Right?
It did. There he goes. Look, see? Oh no. He brought me some of the box. That's what it was. Goodness sakes.
At least my cat listens to me.
Yeah, well, he's young, okay? You're very young, and we're learning. We're getting there. That's okay with me.
Hey, guys, I think I'm going to jump out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time.
Yeah, me
I'm gonna
too.
jump out too.
Me
I'm
too.
just gonna stay up. Fuck. It's 10:30.
Might as well. All right, fellers. Well, it's been a good fucking time. Good times.
All righty. Y'all have a good night. We'll catch you next time.
Well, we're gonna have a good day today. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
smoke
good
later.
day. Fucking said night. It sure as shit ain't night.
Send me some of that while you're smoking, buddy.
All right.
All right, y'all. Take it easy.
You too, man.
Peace.
Take care.
Peace. All right. I'll be back in a second, Heavy. You want?
No.
Well, I don't have to. What we'll do is I'll turn my camera on to the OBS if I can, if it will cooperate. not cooperate. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just do it here. I do appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. It's been a great night. Rob rated. We got insofar as it's being reported right now, 212 views on the stream. That's fucking amazing. It's the best stream I've ever had. We got 9 hanging out in the chat right now, which is good. So it's good times. Also, I have been streaming for 8.5 hours. That's after modding Rob's chat. So please do hang out. Please do tell your friends. Please do tell your wives and your children that I need some subs. We gotta get up over 1,000 subs. I gotta get up over 3,000 watch hours on YouTube. Wow, that's fucking amazing. 3,000 watch hours in a year. So somehow I'm gonna manage that. But we're getting there. We're making progress. We're working in the right direction, and the community's helping a lot. And I'm learning new circles and some old ones too. I think Silver Ogre is from Fabian Liberty's chat, which is great. Chairman of the board is more from Sarah Tomato chat, and I'm not sure where that other guy was from who was on the stream earlier. That was he's a bit of a mystery. I'm not sure how long he's gonna stick around. We'll see. I have questions, but we're doing good. We're making progress. We're headed in the right direction. And I do appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you for being here. Please come back. I have the greatest taste in music of anybody on the internet, and I am so very happy to try to prove that to you in Discord, because YouTube will copyright strike the fuck out of me if I try to play some music that doesn't belong to me. So come to the Discord. It's pinned in the chat. And we can talk about music, we can talk about philosophy, we can talk about the founding fathers, we can talk about conservatism. We do all that stuff. Silver says Fabian, Crucible, Grid, Tomato, and Rob. You're here to that. You're here to that. I see y'all around. Appreciate you appreciating our shenanigans. We'll be here. Definitely check out D&D Shenanigans 696 on YouTube, because that's where our D&D campaigns are going to be, and it's going to be awesome, and you're going to love it. All right. I'll see y'all next time. Mini cheers and mini beers. Ooh-ah.